Chapter 33 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 33. Philopoemen. Philopoemen lost his father when he was so young that someone had to adopt him. It was his good fortune to excite an interest in two philosophers of Megalopolis, the town in Arcadia where he was born, and they educated him so well that a certain Roman called him the last of the Greeks, meaning that Greece did not produce one great man after Philopoemen. When he was in command of the Achaean cavalry, a funny incident occurred which shows how simple his manners must have been and how plainly he must have dressed. A woman of Megara received a message that the general of the Achaeans was coming to her house to supper on his way through the place. Her husband was not at home, and she was all aflurry and excitement to get the meal ready in the short time she had. Presently a man arrived whom she took to be one of Philopoemen's servants, and she asked him to assist her in the kitchen. He threw off his cloak, and at her request began to chop wood. While he was thus engaged, the husband returned. "What is the meaning of this, Philopoemen?" he asked in surprise. "I am paying the penalty of my plain looks," answered the general. He was not at all ugly, and he was large and strong, but he was unassuming and had a contempt for any display of riches. From his childhood, Philopoemen had a taste for a soldier's life, and learned to manage horses and handle weapons at a very early age. He would not engage in wrestling because that sort of training was different from that of a soldier, which he greatly preferred. As soon as he had got through with masters and governors, he joined the citizens of Megalopolis in those private excursions to Laconia which were made for the sake of plunder, and he was always the first to march out and the last to return. His leisure he spent in hunting or in tilling the ground, for he owned a fine estate about a mile from the city, to which he went every evening. There he would throw himself on a common mattress and sleep no more luxuriously than laborers did. Early in the morning he arose and worked in the vineyard or at the plow until it was time to go to town and take part with his friends in public affairs. He believed that the surest way not to touch the property of others was to take care of one's own, and for that reason he gave so much attention to the improvement of his farm. He spent many hours in the study of oratory and philosophy, but he was too apt to consider those who did not understand the tactics of war as drones useless to the commonwealth. He was 30 years of age when Cleomenes, king of the Lacedaemonians, surprised Megalopolis by night, forced the gates, entered, and took possession of the marketplace. When the alarm sounded, Philopoemen was one of the first to come out, but although he fought with desperate courage, he could not drive the enemy off. But he kept Cleomenes engaged until all the citizens had escaped, and then, although he had lost his horse and received several wounds, he managed to make good his retreat. The Megalopolitans went to Messene, and a short time after Cleomenes offered them their city back with all their property. They would gladly have accepted had it not been for Philopoemen, who said to them, "Cleomenes does not want to return your city to you. What he means to do is to get you back, and then by becoming your ruler keep the place more secure. He has no desire to watch empty houses and walls, and if you fail to return, he will be forced to leave." The Megalopolitans saw the wisdom of this argument and resolved not to return to their city. This gave Cleomenes an excuse for plundering and destroying the greater part of it. King Antigonus then offered to assist the Achaeans against Cleomenes, and joining his army to theirs, marched towards the enemy. In the battle which immediately took place, Philopoemen was wounded in both thighs, and a javelin that passed all the way through his body came out at his back, so that he could neither move nor get anybody to pull it out. Using all his strength, he broke it off, and then rode into the thickest of the fight, urging his men on with a desperation that ended in complete victory. It so happened that this glorious charge was made contrary to orders, and before Antigonus had given a signal which it had been agreed that the Achaeans should obey. After the victory he asked why the cavalry had charged without orders, and before he had given the signal. The answer was, "We were obliged against our will to go into action, because a young man of Megalopolis began the attack too soon." "That young man has performed the office of an experienced general," replied Antigonus with a smile. Philopoemen's reputation was made, and Antigonus offered him an important command if he would join his army, but he declined. The young man then went to Crete, where he spent some years and gained much experience in war. By the time he returned home, he had become so famous that the Achaeans chose him for their commander. He found them a badly organized company, riding miserable horses that they picked up anywhere, and so afraid to fight that they were apt to hire others to do it for them. Philopoemen went among the young men, rousing them to a sense of honor, and practicing them in exercises, reviews, and mock battles, until he made such good soldiers of them that they became the wonder and admiration of everyone. Philopoemen set them an example of courage by always going to battle at their head, and once when a general singled him out and rode with full speed at him, he stood perfectly still and awaited his chance, then with a violent blow of his spear laid his adversary dead at his feet. Thereupon the enemy fled. Philopoemen was then 44 years old, and his name was in everybody's mouth, for he was brave as the youngest, prudent as the oldest, and able to fight or command equally well. He made great changes in the armor of the Achaeans as well as in their mode of fighting. Not only was a taste for warlike things increased in the men, but the women shared it to such a degree that their daily expenses were diminished, so that the money thus saved might be spent for weapons, horses, and armor. The shops were filled with gold and silver breastplates and shields. The men spent their time on parade, and the women in ornamenting helmets and embroidering military vests. The very sight of these things tended to make the people courageous and ready to face danger. At the battle of Mantinea, which the Achaeans fought against Machanidas, the tyrant of Lacedaemon, Philopoemen had a chance to prove what his military improvements were worth, for it was his skill that won him the victory. With his own hand he slew the tyrant just as he had jumped the ditch in order to escape, and this was regarded as such a wonderful exploit that the Achaeans set up his statue in brass at Delphi. It represents him in the act of killing Machanidas. The Achaeans had such confidence in Philopoemen that they were never satisfied to fight under another commander. They knew that no enemy felt able to stand up against him, and were willing to go into any action if only he led them on. The Boeotians feared him so much that when they besieged Megara, they left their scaling ladders planted against the walls and fled because they heard he was coming, although they were on the very point of success. Many other such instances are given to prove how Philopoemen ranked as a military commander. Though a great man, Philopoemen could make mistakes, particularly where his vanity was flattered. He made a serious one when he left his own country in danger of attack, and went to fight for the Cretans. He satisfied his ambition by so doing, and greatly distinguished himself, but it was not the act of a true patriot. However, the Achaeans could not get along without him, so as soon as he returned he was placed in command of their cavalry to fight Nabis, then tyrant of Lacedaemon. The first battle took place at sea, but Philopoemen was defeated because his only experience had been on land. He soon redeemed his loss, however, for the enemy laid siege to Gythium, and he set sail for that place forthwith. He landed in the night, took them completely by surprise, burnt their camp, and killed a great number of them. A few days later, as he was marching through a difficult pass, Nabis met him suddenly. The Achaeans were terrified, but Philopoemen reassured them by his coolness and presence of mind, and drew up his army in a manner just suited to the position. He then gave battle to the enemy, and put those that were not killed to flight. Peace was made with Nabis after that, but he was assassinated by the Aetolians some months later, and Sparta was thrown into great confusion. Philopoemen seized that opportunity to enter the city with his army and force it to join the Achaean league. Sparta was a city of such vast importance that the Achaeans adored Philopoemen for taking possession of it. The Spartans on their side were pleased, because they hoped to find in Philopoemen a man who would guard their liberty and preserve them from another tyrant. So they sold the house and goods of Nabis, and voted that the money realized thereon should be presented to Philopoemen. Timoleus was selected, being a personal friend of Philopoemen, to carry him the present. He went to Megalopolis for that purpose, and was entertained at Philopoemen's house. But when he observed the simple style of living and the dignified manners of the commander, he did not dare to offer the money, and returned to Sparta without having done so. He was sent again, but even then could not mention the present. The third time he summoned courage enough to tell Philopoemen that Sparta desired to show gratitude to him by means of a gift. The commander was pleased to hear what Timoleus had to say, but went straight to Sparta and advised the people not to tempt good men with money, but to use it to silence bad ones and make them less troublesome. He remained firm in his refusal of the present, and thus showed himself above bribery. But later the Spartans had reason to rejoice that they had not shown honors to Philopoemen, for he punished them severely when they gave him cause to do so. Not only did he burn down their walls, put up a great number of people to the sword, and banish others, but he actually abolished the laws of Lycurgus, and insisted that the Spartan children should be educated as Achaeans. They submitted at the time, but took the earliest opportunity to secure the assistance of the Romans and re-establish as far as possible their ancient laws and customs. Philopoemen was 70 years of age when he was elected general of the Achaeans for the 8th time. He hoped to pass the rest of his life quietly, but such was not to be, for Dinocrates, a Messenian, who hated him, induced his countrymen to throw off the Achaean yoke. They therefore decided to seize Coronus, a town near Messene, but Philopoemen, on hearing of it, jumped out of his sickbed and traveled with all speed to Megalopolis, where he collected an army and moved towards Messene. Before reaching that place, he met Dinocrates, by whom he was defeated. But a guard of 500 came to the rescue of the flying troops. They rallied and returned to the charge. Philopoemen, in fear, being surrounded, retreated upon rough ground and tried to draw the enemy upon himself, but they would not risk a hand-to-hand encounter. They hurled their darts from a distance, however, until they drove him to such a steep place that he could not manage his horse. Even then he might have escaped, but illness had made him weak, and he was so fatigued that he could not make the attempt. With a sudden spring the horse threw him, and his head was wounded by the fall. He lay speechless so long that the enemy, thinking he was dead, turned him over and began to take off his armor. But he became conscious again, raised his head, and opened his eyes, whereupon they bound his hands behind his back, and led him off in the most humiliating and insulting manner. The Messenians were so delighted on hearing of the capture of Philopoemen that they thronged to the city gates to look at him. But even they shed tears when they beheld a man whose glorious deeds had astonished the world dragged along in such a shameful manner. He was shut up in a dark dungeon, closed by an immense stone that was movable only by machinery, and a guard was placed to watch without. Philopoemen's soldiers had fled, but when their general failed to appear, they thought he must be dead, and reproached one another for having deserted him. On hearing that he was a prisoner, they sent messengers to spread the sad news among the Achaeans, who collected their army together in order to rescue him. Meanwhile, Dinocrates sent a servant to the dungeon with a cup of poison, and orders not to leave Philopoemen until he had swallowed the dose. The prisoner was lying down, wrapped in his cloak. He was not asleep, for grief and trouble kept him awake. When the man approached with a light, he raised his head and asked feebly whether he had heard anything of his cavalry. The answer was that almost all had escaped. "Thou bringest good tidings, and we are not in all respects unhappy," returned Philopoemen. Then, without uttering another word, he drank off the poison and lay down. He was so feeble that his death followed soon with little struggle. Achaia was filled with grief when the death of Philopoemen was reported, and all the young men met at Megalopolis, resolved to take speedy revenge. Choosing Lycurgus for their general, they went to Messene, burnt, destroyed, and killed right and left until the citizens made their submission. Dinocrates knew that he would receive no mercy at the hands of the enemy, and so killed himself. Those who had voted for the death of the Achaean general did likewise. The remains of Philopoemen were reduced to ashes and placed in an urn. With this his countrymen returned home in triumph, but at the same time with funeral solemnity. First marched these foot soldiers wearing crowns of victory and followed by their captives in chains. The general's son, with the noblest of the Achaeans, came next, carrying the urn covered with ribbons and garlands. The cavalry, armed and mounted, brought up the rear, and as they passed along, the people of the various towns and villages saluted the urn, then fell in with the procession and followed to Megalopolis. After the interment, the prisoners were stoned to death about the tomb. Many statues were set up, and many honors shown to the memory of Philopoemen by different Grecian cities. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 34. Flamininus. From his boyhood, Flamininus was trained to the use of arms, because Rome was engaged in a number of wars, and as her young men grew up, there was no lack of opportunity to make themselves famous. Therefore, at a very early age, they prepared themselves to become soldiers. Titus Quintius Flamininus was only 20 years old when he was appointed tribune under the consul Marcellus in the war with Hannibal. Marcellus, as we have related in his life, was taken in an ambuscade and slain. Later, when Tarentum was recaptured by the Romans, Flamininus was appointed governor, and proved that he was quite as well able to fill such a post as he was to command an army. So great was the confidence he had in himself, that he determined to run for the consulship, without going through the stages of praetor and aedile, as other men did. It was an unheard of thing for so young a person to aim at the highest office in the state, particularly as he had no experience in public affairs, so some of the tribunes opposed him, but the Senate left the matter to the voice of the people, and Flamininus was elected. He was not quite 30 years of age when this occurred. Sextus Aelius was chosen for consul also. When the lots were cast to see what provinces each should go to fight, that of the Macedonians fell to Flamininus, and it was fortunate for the Romans that such was the case, because that department needed a general who was not violent, and Flamininus was remarkably gentle. Up to that period, the Greeks and the Romans knew little about each other, and it was important that the beginning of their intercourse should be agreeable if it was to be lasting. Philip was king of Macedon, and received his supplies from his own country for a war with the Romans. But should the contest last very long, he would have to depend on Greece for a great many things. Therefore, the Romans felt the necessity of gaining the Greeks over to their side, so that they would not be friendly to Philip. In order to do this, they had to have a general who was kind, gentle, courteous, pleasant in his bearing towards others, and, above all, perfectly just. Titus Flamininus combined all these qualities, and was, therefore, as a foreigner, more likely to gain authority over the Greeks than if he had been rash and ferocious. No sooner was he elected consul than, feeling anxious to distinguish himself, Flamininus requested the Senate to place his brother Lucius in command of the navy, and, selecting 3,000 of the troops that had lately won glorious victories under Scipio, he crossed the sea and went to Epirus. His army encamped near the river Apsus, and, after examining the face of the country, he determined to make his way to the tops of the neighboring mountains. But the enemy held that position, and showered down their arrows from all quarters on the Romans. Many were killed on both sides, but nothing was decided. Meanwhile, some shepherds went to Titus, and told him of a winding road by which they promised to lead him to the top of a mountain in 3 days if he would take them for guides. He believed them, and sent a tribune with 4,000 foot and 300 horse soldiers that they were to lead. They marched only at night, and lay still in the hollows of the woods during the day, so that the enemy could not discover them, while Flamininus kept up some slight skirmishing to divert attention from them. Early on the day when he expected them to reach the top of the heights, he drew out all his forces, and, dividing them into 3 parts, himself led the van along the narrowest path by the side of the river. The Macedonians had the best position, but although they harassed the Romans with their darts, they did not subdue them. When day dawned, there arose a smoke resembling the mist one sees about the top of the hills. As it was behind the enemy, they did not observe it, but it was the signal for which the Romans had been watching, and as it increased and mounted higher and higher, they knew it came from the fires their friends had lighted. Loud shouts rent the air, as with renewed vigor they charged the Macedonians. The shouts were re-echoed from the tops of the mountains, and then the enemy fled. It was impossible to pursue them because of the steep ascent, but the Romans pillaged their camp, seized all the money and slaves, and became masters of the pass. The Roman army was then led through Epirus with so much order and discipline that nobody's property was injured. Though far from his ships, and unable to procure the monthly allowance, Flamininus gave his men strict charge to buy all they required, and to plunder no part of the country. Now, this behavior formed such a contrast to that of the Macedonians, who on entering Thessaly had compelled the people to take shelter in the mountains, burnt their houses, and carried off all they could lay hands on, that several Greek tribes threw open their gates to the Romans, while others actually sent for Flamininus and put themselves under his protection. They had been told by the Macedonians that the Roman invader led an army of barbarians, ready to kill and destroy at every turn, and when they beheld a young man of mild, attractive manners, who spoke Greek very well and desired to be just and humane towards them, they were greatly pleased with him, and began to believe that in him they might find the protector of their liberty. And they were right. For when Philip offered to make terms of peace, and Flamininus agreed on condition that the Macedonian troops were withdrawn and the Grecians left in freedom, it was plain that the Romans had come not to oppose the Greeks, but to fight for them against the Macedonians. As Flamininus marched into Boeotia, the chief men of Thebes came out to meet him and show him honor. They were allied to the Macedonians, but the Roman general did not leave until he had talked them over to his side and made a formal league with them. He next marched into Thessaly to continue the war with Philip. He had 20,000 men in his army, of which the Aetolians furnished 6,000 foot and 3,000 horse. But Philip had quite as many, and each general was ambitious of the fame that he would secure to himself if he defeated the other. Both harangued their men just before going into battle, according to custom, and urged them to feats of courage, telling them that their foe was worthy of their steel, and the country in which they were fighting the most glorious spot in the world for victory. The Macedonians, who always fought in a phalanx, which they formed by locking their shields together, made a charge with their projected spears that no army could withstand. The strength of such a phalanx was tremendous as long as it remained unbroken, but if the men got separated and had to fight hand to hand with their heavy, unwieldy armor, they were at a great disadvantage. So, at their first charge, the Romans gave ground, but Flamininus attacked the enemy from the other side, broke the phalanx, and created so much confusion that they threw down their arms and fled. No less than 8,000 of their number were slain, and 5,000 were taken prisoners. Philip himself would not have escaped had the Aetolians done their duty, but while the Romans went in pursuit of the enemy, they stayed behind to plunder the camp. When the Romans got back and found nothing for them, they were very angry, and the ill feeling was greatly increased when the Aetolians claimed the victory, and declared that the Romans would have been put to flight if their cavalry had not protected them. Flamininus, who had particularly desired the praises of Greece, determined after that to manage everything by himself, and pay no attention to the Aetolians. But they would not submit to being slighted, and out of revenge circulated a report that Flamininus was on the point of making peace with Philip, at a time when he had it in his power to destroy his empire. Flamininus proved that this was not the case later, when he treated with Philip in person, for he granted him his kingdom only on condition that he would give up all claim to Greece, and pay a large fine. Then all his ships except 10 were taken from him, and his son Demetrius was sent to Rome as hostage. Thus Flamininus put an end to the war. When the Isthmian games were celebrated, and an immense crowd had assembled to witness the exercises, a herald appeared in the arena, and sounded a trumpet. All present were silent, and wondered what this could mean. They had not long to wait, for a crier proclaimed that the Roman Senate and Titus Quintius Flamininus, the general and proconsul, having vanquished King Philip and the Macedonians, restored their lands, laws, and liberties to the Corinthians, Locrians, Phocians, Euboeans, Achaeans, Magnesians, Thessalians, and Perebians. It was long since Greece had known peace, and the shouts of joy that went up as soon as the people had recovered from their astonishment were heard many miles away. If Flamininus had not hidden himself when he saw the crowd rushing towards him, he would certainly have been suffocated by their embraces, for they were beside themselves with delight, and declared again and again that none of their own statesmen had ever done so much for them as this foreigner, who had relieved Greece from her greatest distress and restored her liberty. It may well be believed that great honors and gifts were heaped upon Flamininus wherever he went, but there was only one present upon which he set real value, and that was made by the Achaeans in this manner. The Romans who, in the war with Hannibal, had the misfortune to be captured, had been sold here and there into slavery. There were 1,200 of them in Greece, and when, in the Roman army, they now beheld their brothers, sons, and acquaintances free men and conquerors, while they were slaves and captives, their position became unbearable. Flamininus grieved for them, but he was too honest to take them from their masters. The Achaeans bought them at £5 a man, and, just as Flamininus was going to set sail, marched them in a body to the seashore, and presented them to him. At that moment the Roman general felt fully repaid for his glorious services, and declared the return of his countrymen the most blessed part of his victory. At his triumph, the liberated slaves followed his chariot, each wearing a cap of liberty. To add to the splendor of this display, there were Grecian helmets, Macedonian targets, and long spears borne in procession through the city, besides thousands of pounds of massive gold, and vast sums of coined money. Afterwards, Flamininus used his influence to have the hostage son of Philip returned to him. There were more wars in Greece, beginning with an attack made by Antiochus not long after peace had been made with the Macedonians. Flamininus went there again, added to the number of his achievements, and did not return to Rome until Greece was rid of her enemies, and all her colonies were reconciled to one another. Titus Flamininus was then raised to the very highest office in Rome, that of censor. His associate was the son of Marcellus, who had been consul 5 times. While Flamininus was censor, his brother Lucius, whom we have mentioned as being placed in command of the navy when Titus went to Epirus, was guilty of a shameful deed. He had a favorite boy, who went with him everywhere and loved him extremely. One day, when Lucius was drinking a little too freely, the boy said to him, "I love you, sir, so dearly that, wishing to please you, I came away from the show without seeing the gladiators, though I never saw a man killed in my life." Lucius was delighted with the flattery, and replied, "Let not that trouble you, for you shall be gratified." He then ordered a convict to be brought from prison, and, having summoned an executioner, had him strike off the man's head in the very room where he was carousing. When Marcus Cato became censor, he examined into the lives of the senators, which was part of his duty, and expelled Lucius for this shameful piece of cruelty. Titus felt the disgrace so keenly that, appearing with his brother before an assembly of the people, he demanded that Cato should give his reason for casting a stain upon an honorable family. Thereupon Cato related all the details of the execution of the poor convict in the midst of a feast, and challenged Lucius to deny it if he could. Lucius was silent, and the censor was applauded for his justice. Flamininus did not show his usual good sense on this occasion, for he was very indignant, and took sides with Cato's enemies in opposing all he said and did in the Senate. Yet Cato had done no more nor less than his duty in disgracing a man too unworthy to be defended even by a brother. Flamininus was much blamed for this, as well as for another action of his, prompted by desire for increase of fame. It was against Hannibal, the Carthaginian general. Hannibal had been obliged to fly from his country and seek refuge here and there, until at last, worn out with old age and grief, he went to Bithynia and put himself under the protection of Prusius, the king. The Romans knew perfectly well where he was, but saw no reason for interfering with the now harmless, unfortunate old man. But Flamininus was sent by the Senate on an errand to Prusius, and, when he beheld Hannibal at court, declared that he could not stand seeing him alive. Prusius begged him not to trouble the old warrior, who was under the sanction of his hospitality, but Titus would not listen to him. Hannibal had from the first felt little confidence in Prusius, and so he had ordered 7 underground passages to be dug from his house, all running in different directions, and not visible above ground. When he heard that Flamininus was bent on taking his life, he tried to escape through these passages, but found them guarded by the king's soldiers. He then knew that he had nothing to hope for, but was determined that Flamininus should not have the glory of killing him. So, mixing a cup of poison, that he always kept in case of need, he took it in his hand and said, "Let us deliver the Romans from their cares and anxieties, since they think it too tedious and dangerous to wait for the death of a poor, hated old man. Titus shall not have a conquest worth envying." He drank the dose, and died before Flamininus saw him again. Some historians say that Flamininus was sent by the Senate of Rome to kill Hannibal, because they felt that while a warrior who hated them as he did remained on earth, they were in great danger. This is probable, for so generous and humane a man as Titus Flamininus would scarcely have been guilty of such a cruel deed. He was hasty and passionate, but he never nursed a feeling of hatred towards anyone. No further political or military acts of Flamininus are recorded, and he died in peace. End of chapter 34. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi Ceded Land.
Chapter 35 of Our Young Folks' Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks' Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 35. Marcus Cato. The Romans always called those who distinguished themselves, but received no honors through their ancestors, new men, and this was the name they gave to Cato, though he used to say that he was new only with regard to offices, but in so far as the services and virtues of his ancestors were concerned, he was very ancient. Originally his name was Marcus Priscus, but it was afterwards changed to Cato on account of his wisdom, for Catos is a Latin word meaning wise. Marcus Cato was a strong, healthy youth, with a florid complexion and gray eyes. He was brought up in camps and accustomed to a life of discipline and temperance which fitted him for his later duties. Eloquence seemed to him such a necessary accomplishment that he studied hard to become a good orator, and the people of the neighboring villages would send for him to plead their causes, because he did it so willingly and so well. Perhaps another reason for employing him was that he would never accept a fee. He was glad of the opportunity of exercising his talent, but he was all the while longing for military glory. His first campaign was made when he was only 17 years of age. Hannibal was then laying Italy in ruins, and not many years later it was Cato's pride to show the number of scars that marked his breast. He always marched on foot, followed only by one servant, who carried his provisions, even after he had risen to a high office, and he was so kind and considerate that when not on military duty he would wait on himself, and even prepare his own food. He never drank anything but water, except when his strength and spirits were exhausted; then he would take a little wine. Cato had a farm, on which he lived when not engaged in war, and while there his habits were as frugal and economical as possible. The estate adjoining his farm belonged to a nobleman named Valerius Flaccus, a man of influence and great wealth. He often heard his servants speak of the laborious life his neighbor led, how he went early in the morning to the various towns in the vicinity to argue cases of law, and then returned to his own farm and worked hard with his domestics all day, afterwards sitting down with them and sharing their coarse food. They told, too, of many instances of kindness and consideration, as well as of the witty and sensible sayings of Cato. Valerius always wanted to know superior people, and liked to encourage those who were striving to do right, so he sent Cato an invitation to dine. The two men saw each other frequently after that, and Valerius discovered many excellent traits in Cato that only needed a chance for development. He therefore persuaded him to go to Rome and apply himself to affairs of state. The young man soon gained friends and admirers, and Valerius helped him to rise to several high positions, until he became his colleague as consul and censor. All the young men of Rome tried to become public speakers, because they had such an admiration for Cato, whom they called the Roman Demosthenes. From what is said of him by several historians, it is probable that he was quite as eloquent as the Greek orator. But few of Cato's admirers were willing to work as hard as he did in tilling his fields, or to live as plainly and dress as poorly. He always said that he did so in order that he might be the better prepared for hard service when his country needed him, and even when he was an old gray-haired man, he continued robust and healthy to the last. He inherited a beautiful piece of Babylonian tapestry, but sold it because, as the walls of his house were neither plastered nor whitewashed, he could not use it. In short, he thought that a man should own nothing that he could do without, and that it was better to have fields where food could be raised than a flower garden that needed care. Only useful things had value in his eyes, but he carried this idea to an excess that made him cruel, for when a domestic grew old in his service, he turned him off instead of taking care of him. When he was consul, he left his war horse in Spain to save the public the expense of his freight, but it is a question whether it was a virtue to abandon an animal that had carried him safe through the war. Perhaps a good idea of the character of Cato might be got from some of his sayings, which we will repeat. One day the Romans were very unreasonable in their demand for corn, and he attempted to argue with them. He began his address thus: "It is a difficult task, my fellow citizens, to speak to the belly, because it has no ears." He was so displeased with the extravagant habits of the Romans that he said, "It is a hard matter to save a city from ruin where a fish is sold for more than an ox." On another occasion he declared that the Roman people were like sheep, that could not be made to stir alone, but would follow their leader in a body. The men to whom no one would listen could lead a crowd with the greatest of ease. Wishing to encourage virtue, he said in one of his speeches, "If it is by virtue and temperance that you are become great, do not change for the worse; but if intemperance and vice have made you great, change for the better, for you are already quite great enough." He found fault because the same persons were often chosen as consuls, and said, "Either you think the consulate worth little, or few, worthy of the office." When the Romans sent 3 ambassadors to the king of Bithynia, one with the gout, one with a recently healed fracture of the skull, and the third not much better than a fool, Cato said, "They have sent an embassy which has neither feet, head, nor heart." One of his sayings was, "Wise men learn more from fools than fools from the wise, for the wise avoid the errors of the fools, while fools do not profit by the example of the wise." He once made this jest about a fat man: "Of what service to his country can such a body be which is nothing but a belly?" He also said that in all his life he only repented of 3 things. The first was that he had trusted a woman with a secret; the second, that he had gone by sea when he might have gone by land; and the third, that he had passed one day without doing any important business. To a wicked old man he said, "Old age has deformities enough of its own; do not add to it the deformity of vice." A tribune who had the reputation of a poisoner wanted to have a bad law passed, and worked very hard for it, whereupon Cato said to him, Young man, I do not know which is more dangerous, to drink what you mix, or to confirm what you would make a law." During his consulship with his friend Valerius Flaccus, he was sent in command of the army to fight the Spaniards, and while he was subduing their cities a great army took him by surprise, and he was in danger of being driven out of the country with dishonor. He sent to the Celtiberians for aid, and they demanded an enormous sum of money for their services. The Roman officers thought it shameful that they should be obliged to purchase assistance, but Cato said, "It makes no difference, for if we conquer we shall pay them at the enemy's expense, and if we are conquered there will be nobody either to pay or to make the demand." He gained the battle, and after that was successful everywhere. He often boasted that he conquered more cities in Spain than he had stayed there days. So much was he dreaded that when he wrote letters to the commanders of several fortified towns, ordering them to tear down their walls and towers, they immediately obeyed. On his return home, Cato was honored with a triumph, but he by no means felt that his work was done. On the contrary, he publicly offered his services to his friends and his country whenever they should be required, and continued to plead cases of law for those who sought him. It was not long before he was called into action, for Antiochus the Great, king of Syria, marched into Greece with an army, creating no little commotion there, and the Roman forces were sent over to fight him. Antiochus blocked up the narrow pass of Thermopylae, and added walls and entrenchments to those that already existed there. The Romans were at a loss how to approach, until Cato remembered that the Persians had made their way round the mountains and come upon Leonidas from behind when he defended the pass with 300 Spartans. Under his direction, therefore, the troops began to ascend the mountain, but the guide, who was one of the prisoners, lost his way and wandered about among such dangerous precipices that the soldiers were in despair. Cato saw the danger, and he ordered his forces to halt, while he, with one Lucius Manlius, a dexterous climber, went forward in the middle of a dark night and scrambled among wild olive trees and steep rocks until they found a path that seemed to lead down to the enemy's camp. There they set up marks to guide them on their return, and went to fetch the army. But when they had all reached the place and begun to march farther, the path suddenly failed, and they found themselves on the verge of a steep precipice. At last day dawned, and the Grecian camp with the advanced guard could be seen at the foot of the precipice. Cato halted and sent for the Firmians, saying that he wished to speak with them in private. The Firmians belonged to a Roman colony, and had proved themselves the bravest and truest of soldiers in time of danger. When they presented themselves, Cato said, "I want to take one of the enemy alive, so that we may learn who compose the advance guard, what is their number, and what preparations have been made to fight us. But the business requires the speed and ferocity of lions rushing among a herd of beasts." The Firmians required no second bidding, but promptly rushed down the mountain, surprised the guard and put them to flight, and brought back one of their number to Cato, as he had ordered. The prisoner, upon being questioned, said that the main body of the army was encamped in the pass with the king, but that 600 selected Aetolians guarded the heights. Of such a small number, even though they were selected, Cato felt little fear. So he had the trumpets sounded, and started forward, sword in hand, shouting to his army to follow. When the Aetolians saw him advancing, they fled to the main body, and created the wildest confusion among the forces. At the same time, Manius Glabrio, the Roman consul, attacked Antiochus from below, and entered the pass with his whole army. Antiochus was struck in the mouth with a stone, which knocked out several of his teeth, and caused such intense pain that he was forced to turn his horse and retire. His soldiers then lost heart, and pushed back through the narrow defiles, trampling each other down as the Romans crowded upon them, until all perished. Cato gives an account of this exploit in his writings, and praises himself very much for it. He says, "All those who witnessed the action were ready to declare that Cato owed less to the people of Rome than the people of Rome owed to Cato. The consul, Manius, coming hot from the fight, took me in his arms and embraced me for a long time. He then cried out with joy that neither he nor all the people together could ever sufficiently reward Cato." Immediately after the battle, the consul sent Cato to carry the news of the glorious result to Rome. He arrived there in 5 days, and was the first to report the victory. Great rejoicings followed, the whole city was filled with sacrifices, and the Romans were made happy by the belief that they had power to conquer every sea and every land. Cato was not prominent on the battlefield again after the victory he won over Antiochus, but he interested himself in politics, and made it his special duty to accuse criminals and have them arrested. One day he met a young man who had brought an enemy of his dead father to disgrace. Taking him by the hand, Cato congratulated him, and said, "You have done well. Lambs and goats are not the proper sacrifices to offer to our dead parents. The tears and sufferings of their enemies are better." He was constantly accusing one person or another, and of course the tables were often turned on him, his enemies never losing the slightest chance of bringing him to justice. He was brought up before the court at least 50 times for various offences. The last trial took place when he was 86 years old, and on that occasion he was heard to say, "It is hard that I, who have lived with men of one generation, should be obliged to make my defence to those of another." 10 years after his consulship, Cato stood for the office of censor, the very highest one in the Republic. The censor had a great deal of power, and there were never more than 2 at a time. If one died during his term of office, his place was not filled, because it was considered an evil omen for a censor to die, but the other one had to resign, and then 2 new ones were chosen. The office was held for 18 months, and the duties were numerous. They consisted in taking the census, and this gave the name to the office originally, superintending the public morals, and inquiring into the life and manners of each citizen. The censors also had charge of the public money. They had the right to reprove or punish a person for not marrying, for breaking a promise of marriage, for any sort of dissipation or bad conduct, for extravagance in his household, or for failing to promptly educate his children, for the Romans did not think it proper for any one to follow his own free will without control. A censor could even punish a magistrate. He had power to expel a senator who had led a vicious life, or to deprive a knight of his horse and oblige him to go about on foot. In short, the Roman censors held themselves responsible for the public morals, and although they could not deprive a man of life or property as the courts of law could, they controlled his standing in society, and removed him either to a more honorable or less honorable tribe. They gave out contracts for all the public buildings besides, and saw that they were honestly filled. So when Cato stood as a candidate for this very high position, he met with much opposition, because some feared, others envied him. There were 7 candidates besides, who promised to be very mild in their censorship, hoping thus to gain votes. Cato took a different course. He stood up in the rostrum and declared his determination, in case he should be elected, to punish every instance of vice, for he said that reform was greatly needed, and entreated the people not to choose the mildest, but the severest physician. "I am of that sort," he added, "and Valerius Flaccus is another. With him for my colleague, and him only, I could do good service to the country by putting an end to the growing luxury of the times." The Romans showed themselves worthy of great leaders, for they chose the man who had promised to be a severe censor rather than those who would be likely to flatter them and overlook their faults. Cato and Flaccus were unanimously elected. Cato's first action as censor was to expel many of the senators, and to place Valerius Flaccus at the head of that body. He next made an attack on luxuries, and ordered all things not absolutely necessary to comfort to be taxed so high that scarcely anybody could afford to indulge in them. This was all very well, but he made himself hateful to many by causing water pipes to be cut, so that water might not be carried into private gardens and houses, and by having all buildings thrown down which jutted out into the public street. He lowered the price of public works so much that at last a party headed by Titus Flamininus complained of him to the Senate, and had all the bargains and contracts he had made for the repairing and building of temples annulled, because the work at such prices could not be well done, and there was no advantage to the state in having bad jobs. They went further and had him fined, but in spite of some unpopular actions, the people must have been well pleased with their censor, for they erected a statue of him in the temple of the goddess of health, and inscribed upon it, "In honor of Cato the censor, who by his wise discipline and good laws reclaimed the Roman commonwealth when it was sinking into vice." In private life, Cato was a good father and husband, and although he held so important a position in the state, the care of his family was never neglected. He chose his wife because she was well born, for he said that women of good families were more ashamed of an unworthy action, and more likely to be obedient to their husbands, than those of mean birth. It was his opinion that a man who beat his wife or children laid sacrilegious hands on the most sacred objects in the world. A good husband he considered worthy of more praise than a great senator, and he admired Socrates, the renowned philosopher, for nothing so much as for having lived contentedly with a wife who was a scold, and children who were half-witted. As soon as his son was old enough to study, Cato taught him himself. He had a slave named Chilo, who was an excellent teacher, but he did not choose that his son should undergo the humiliation of being punished by a slave if he happened to be backward in his studies. He taught the boy to wrestle, to throw a dart, to ride, to box, to endure heat and cold, and to swim the most rapid rivers. He also wrote histories of the ancient Romans for the boy's instruction, so that he was not obliged to stir from his father's house for knowledge. But he was not strong, and could not bear the severe discipline to which other young Romans were subjected. Still he became an excellent soldier, and distinguished himself on the battlefield. Cato had a peculiar method of managing his slaves, which he purchased among the captives taken in war. He always chose the youngest, because, like colts or puppies, they could be trained as he pleased. None of them were ever allowed to enter another man's house unless sent on an errand by Cato or his wife. It was a rule with Cato that his slaves must be either busy or asleep, and he preferred those that slept much, because he thought they made better workmen if they had plenty of rest. When he was a young soldier he never found fault with food that was placed upon his table, because he thought it undignified to quarrel with a servant on account of his stomach. But later in life, when he gave entertainments, he became exacting, and if any of the slaves waited carelessly or spoiled the food, he would beat them as soon as the meal was over. He managed to raise quarrels among his servants because he feared some bad results if they were too united, probably an injury to himself or his family. If one of his slaves was guilty of a crime, he was accorded to a formal trial, and then put to death in the presence of his fellow servants. Although Cato was very rich, he lost no opportunity to increase his wealth, even unjustly. He often said that the man who was truly godlike, and fit to be registered in the lists of glory, was he whose accounts at the end of his life should prove that he had more than doubled what he had received from his ancestors. Still, Cato was always an enemy to too much luxury, and constantly preached against it. Perhaps he was right in that, but he was certainly wrong when he thought it a disadvantage to become learned. The Greeks were far in advance of the Romans at that period in their studies, and when the two learned men, Carneades and Diogenes, arrived in Rome as ambassadors, and by their eloquence excited an interest in philosophy, Cato was alarmed lest the young men of his country should grow to prefer eloquence to fighting. He said very emphatically, "When the Romans come to study and understand Grecian literature, they will lose the empire of the world." But he was wrong, for Rome was never greater than when learning had reached a high pitch. She fell in consequence of irreligion and wickedness. Cato's dislike of doctors was so great that he never employed one. Whenever any member of his family was ill, he prescribed herbs with duck, pigeon, or hare. To be sure, he acknowledged that such diet made them dream, and that ought to have been proof enough that it was not proper, but Cato could not believe that anybody knew anything better than he did. Both his wife and son died under his medical treatment, but he himself happened to be strong, and so lived to a good old age in spite of his obstinacy. His chief amusements were writing books and tilling the soil, and in a work on country affairs he gives, among other things, rules for making cake and preserving fruit, for it was his desire to appear acquainted even with such unimportant matters. To the very end of his life he kept himself busy with public affairs, and his last act in behalf of the state was the destruction of Carthage. It is true that he died before that end was reached, but it was he who urged on the war that led to the downfall of Hannibal, and on his deathbed he prophesied that Scipio was the person who would bring the third and last war against the Carthaginians to an end. Scipio was at that time a very young man, and held only the office of tribune in the army, but Cato had witnessed extraordinary proofs of his conduct and courage, and his prophecy proved to be correct. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 36. Aemilius Paulus. The Aemilian family was one of the oldest among the Roman nobility, and the subject of this chapter was descended from it. He lived at a time when Rome was full of celebrated men, and even among these Paulus was so conspicuous for bravery, honesty, and justice, that when he was nominated with 13 others for the office of aedile, he won it, though the remaining candidates were men of such merit that each, in course of time, became consul. An aedile was an officer or magistrate who had care of the public buildings, games, and roads, and his position was one of great importance in Rome. Later in life, Aemilius Paulus was appointed augur, and then he showed how the worship of the gods might be called a science. The augurs were those priests who had so much power that they could encourage or put a stop to any public affair by interpreting the signs in nature or the flight of birds, favorably or otherwise, as they chose. While Paulus held this office, he gave himself up to it entirely, studied all the ancient ceremonies, and never permitted even the most trifling of them to be altered or omitted. For he said that although the deity might forgive neglect because he was merciful, yet it was dangerous for the state to do so, because those who were careless about trifles were sure to overlook important duties at one time or another. He was likewise particular in observing the ancient Roman discipline in military affairs, even though by doing so he ran the risk of making himself unpopular with the soldiers, for he thought that it was impossible to be an enemy unless the citizens were under strict control. It must be remembered that the Roman soldiers were at the same time citizens, who had votes in all the important civil and military affairs. While the Romans were fighting Antiochus the Great, king of Syria, a war broke out in Spain, and Aemilius was sent there in command of the army. He went with all the dignity of a consul, though he was really only a praetor, but instead of having 6 axes carried before him as the other praetors did, he had 12. He was very successful in Spain, and conquered 250 cities there, but did not enrich himself at all by the war. He had 2 wives. The first one was named Papiria, and became the mother of the renowned Scipio and of Fabius Maximus, who was consul 5 times. But the marriage was not a happy one, and resulted in divorce. Then Aemilius married again, and had 2 more sons. When he was created consul, he was sent upon an expedition against the Ligurians, a warlike people whose country was at the foot of the Alps. They had an army of 40,000, and Aemilius had only 8,000, but he routed them completely and shut them up within their walls. However, after destroying their fortifications, he returned their cities to them, set at liberty a number of prisoners, then carried off all their large ships, and went back to Rome. He was anxious to be appointed consul a second time, but on being defeated at the election, gave it up and devoted himself to his duties as augur, and to the education of his children. He sent to Greece for professors, who instructed his boys in grammar, logic, rhetoric, modeling, and drawing, as well as in field sports and the management of dogs and horses. He was considered the most affectionate father in Rome, and was always present at the lessons and exercises of his children, when not hindered by public affairs. There came a time when the Romans were engaged in a war with the Macedonians. Perseus, who was then on the throne, was so well prepared that, although he was neither wise nor brave, he succeeded in defeating one consul after another, and the Romans began to wonder what could now be the matter with their army that had so long been the terror of more powerful commanders than the Macedonian king. At last, when they heard that he had engaged the Gauls and several other nations to join him, and was contemplating an invasion of Italy from the Adriatic shore, they thought it time to secure a general capable of managing so great an affair. Paulus Aemilius was then 60 years of age, but he was in robust health, and the people turned to him in their need and called him to the consulship. At first he refused, for he no longer desired to hold office. But as he was daily urged to make his appearance at the forum, he at last yielded, and placed himself among the candidates. He was unanimously elected, and put in command of the Macedonian war. When he returned home, he found his little daughter, Tertia, in tears, and asked her what was the matter. She put her arms around his neck, and, kissing him, said, "Oh, father, do you not know that Perseus is dead?" She meant a pet dog that had been brought up in the house with her. Aemilius replied, "That is a lucky incident, my child. I embrace the omen." It was the custom among the Romans for those who were elected consuls to address the people from the rostrum and thank them for the honor. When Aemilius made his speech, he told them that he had applied for the first consulship because he wanted a command, but now they had applied to him because they wanted a commander. Therefore he had nothing to thank them for. If they thought any other could manage the war better, he was willing to give up his charge, but if they confided in him, they were not to interfere with his orders, but were to supply him with the means of carrying on the war without question. For if they wanted to command their general, the expedition would be ridiculous. The Romans were much pleased with this address and submitted, as they always did, to reason and virtue, in the hope they might one day become masters of the world. Paulus Aemilius set out at great speed, and soon reached the Roman camp. He did not fear Perseus, but was struck with surprise and admiration when he beheld the strength of his army and the extent of his preparations. The Macedonian king had 4,000 horse and nearly 40,000 foot soldiers, and he had chosen his position by the seaside, at the base of Mount Olympus, with fences and barricades of wood on all sides. He felt very secure, and had no doubt that, with his immense wealth and great advantages, he could worry and tire out the consul. Now, the habit Aemilius had formed of paying attention to details served him well, and led him to weigh every method of attack, and to provide against surprises. When his soldiers showed impatience and presumed to give advice, he bade them not to meddle with what did not concern them, but to take care that they and their weapons were ready for use when their commander should see fit to employ them. He ordered the sentinels to stand guard unarmed, because he knew that if they had no means of defending themselves, they would be watchful and not likely to fall asleep. He had wells dug along the foot of the mountain to provide plenty of fresh water for his men, and attended to many other such matters before he made his plans for battle. Never were two great armies known to be so close together and yet to enjoy so much quiet. During the first days that Aemilius took for consideration, he was informed that there was one passage that Perseus had left unguarded. It was a rough, difficult one, but a council was called to discuss whether or not to make an attempt through it. Among those present was Scipio, surnamed Nausicaa, son-in-law to Scipio Africanus. As soon as the expedition was decided on, he was the first to propose himself for the command, and the second was Fabius Maximus, eldest son of Aemilius. That very night they set out with about 8,000 soldiers, marched several hours, and encamped under the temple of Apollo, high up on Mount Olympus. During the march, a deserter had made his way to Perseus and told him of the approach of Nausicaa. He was startled at the news, because, as Aemilius had remained quietly with his troops, there was no suspicion of an attack being made. Perseus immediately sent 12,000 soldiers, under the command of Milo, to take possession of the unguarded pass. They met the Romans on the mountain, where a severe battle was fought. They were defeated, and those that were not killed threw away their armor, and, headed by Milo, fled shamefully back to camp. This was a serious disappointment to Perseus, and he removed his troops in haste, but his friends encouraged him by telling him that his army was superior in numbers, and must be courageous, since they were fighting for the defense of their wives and children. Then Perseus pitched his camp again in a spot that offered every advantage for his army, and commanded that the Romans should be attacked as soon as they approached. Meanwhile, Aemilius had rejoined Nausicaa, and advanced with his whole army. But when he beheld the enemy in all the magnificence of battle array, his confidence was shaken, and he halted. The young commanders urged him on, particularly Nausicaa, who felt encouraged by his late victory. Aemilius turned to him with a smile, and said, "I would not hesitate were I of your age, but many victories have taught me the ways in which men are defeated, and forbid me to engage soldiers, weary with a long march, against an army drawn up and prepared for battle." That night the moon, which was full, grew gradually dark and became totally eclipsed. Aemilius had been prepared for this event by an astronomer in his army, and, as he had studied the cause of eclipses, he felt no superstitious terror with regard to them, and had informed his soldiers that there was to be one. But he was pious, and religiously observed sacrifices and the art of divination. So as soon as the moon shone out again, he offered up to her 11 heifers. When day dawned, he sacrificed 20 more to Hercules, without receiving a sign that his offering was accepted. But at the 21st there was a promise of victory for the Romans, and the captains were ordered to prepare for battle. The soldiers were so eager that Aemilius could scarcely restrain them, but he would not move until late in the afternoon, because he was too prudent to lead on his men with the sun shining full in their faces. During the eclipse the Macedonians were in a state of terror and amazement, such as only the ignorant ever experience on account of phenomena of nature. In their belief, an eclipse portended some dire calamity. It was a sign of displeasure on the part of the gods, and by degrees a rumor spread to all parts of the camp that Perseus was on the brink of destruction, the eclipse having been sent as a warning. Nevertheless, they presented a formidable appearance when the battle was about to begin. First marched the Thracians, men of enormous size, with bright, sparkling shields and great, heavy spears. Then came the paid soldiers, differently armed. These were followed by a picked company of native Macedonians, brave, strong men in the prime of life, wearing scarlet coats and gilt armor. Last came the troops in phalanx called the Brazen Shield. The whole plain seemed alive with the flashing of weapons and armor, while the hills echoed the shouts of the soldiers as they cheered each other on. They marched boldly forward, and when the battle began, and Aemilius gazed upon the wall of brazen shields forming the phalanx, he was filled with dismay. He had never beheld such a sight before, and his heart misgave him. But he did not betray his real sensations as he rode through his army without breastplate or helmet. It is not necessary to give the details of this conflict. It was fought within the space of 1 hour, and its fierceness was unparalleled. At one time Aemilius began to despair, and his men were on the point of running away, but, watching his chance, he divided up his forces and commanded them to make their way through the breaks in the enemy's ranks and fight them at many different points at once. In this way the phalanx was broken, and hand-to-hand fight ensued. This resulted in a glorious victory for the Romans. The enemy were all cut to pieces. The plain and the lower part of the hills were covered with their corpses, and the river ran red with their blood. It is said that 25,000 of their number fell. On their return to camp that night the Romans were met by their servants with torches and led in triumph to their tents, which were brilliantly lighted and gaily decked with wreaths of ivy and laurel. When all were assembled, Scipio, the younger of the 2 sons who served under Aemilius, was missing. He was only 17 years of age, but he had shown such wisdom for command and counsel, and such remarkable bravery in action, that he was universally admired. In spite of his victory, the general was overwhelmed with grief, and the soldiers were so afflicted at the sight that many of them left their suppers to seek the body of the youth among the slain. Soon the air was filled with the cries of men calling for Scipio, for there was hope that he might not be dead. At last, late in the night, when everybody was beginning to despair of finding him dead or alive, he appeared with 2 or 3 of his companions, the fresh blood that covered them showing that they had pursued the enemy to the last. For some unknown reason, Perseus had left the battlefield at the very beginning of the fight, and after it was over he fled with his cavalry, who had suffered no loss, to Pella. When the foot soldiers joined them, they called them traitors and cowards, pulled them from their horses, and wounded several, so that the king, fearing for his own safety, turned into a by-road, took off his regal robes, and led his horse, so that he might converse with his friends. But by degrees they all slunk away from him, one under pretense of tying his shoe, another of watering his horse, and a third of being thirsty himself. This was not so much because they feared the enemy as because they dreaded the cruelty of Perseus, who tried to lay the blame of his defeat on anybody but himself. On arriving at Pella he killed, with his own hand, 2 of his treasurers who presumed to give him advice, and after that everybody, excepting the Cretans, who hoped to get money from him, deserted him. These last were deceived, for he cheated them all, then sailed for Samothrace, and took refuge there in the temple of Castor and Pollux. Then the Macedonians submitted to Aemilius, and in 2 days he was master of their whole country. He sent Cneius Octavius with a fleet to Samothrace, not to seize Perseus, but to prevent his escape. Meanwhile, Perseus had made an arrangement with a Cretan who owned a boat to help him escape with his wife and children. An ancient proverb says, "The Cretans are always liars," and so it proved in this case, for the man who had promised to wait for the king and his family sailed away long before the appointed time. Then, in a fit of desperation, Perseus gave himself up to Octavius. When brought before Aemilius, the prisoner threw himself at his feet, embraced his knees, begged for mercy, and behaved in every way in a most abject, unmanly manner. With an expression of mingled sorrow and indignation, Aemilius looked at him and said, "Wretched man, why do you take pains to prove that you deserve fortune's frowns, and that you are now, and have long been, unworthy of the protection of that goddess? Why do you tarnish my laurels and make my conquest appear trifling by proving yourself a coward, unfit to be a Roman foe? Courage in the unfortunate is respected even by the enemy, but cowardice, though it meet with success, has ever been regarded with scorn by the Romans." He then gave Perseus his hand, raised him from the ground, and delivered him in charge of Tibero, his son-in-law. Aemilius retired to his tent, where he remained for a long time in reflection. Then, raising his head, he discoursed to the young men of his family and to others who were present on the uncertainty of human affairs, and drew a graphic picture of how, in one short hour, a great king had been humbled when at the very height of his power. He advised them not to be arrogant because of their victories, but to be humble and on the lookout for the misfortunes that the gods would surely send to counterbalance their present prosperity. Having put his army into garrison for rest, Aemilius went on a visit of pleasure to Greece, and as he passed along he did much good by reforming governments and bestowing gifts. At Delphi he found a pillar of white marble, intended to support a gold statue of Perseus. He ordered his own to be placed there instead, saying that the conquered should make way for the conqueror. He delivered up their country to the Macedonians, only demanding of them half the tribute they had been accustomed to pay their king. He would not even look at the piles of silver and gold in the palace of Perseus, but ordered them to be placed in the public treasury. The library he presented to his sons, who were men of letters, and to Tibero, his son-in-law, he gave a silver cup weighing 5 pounds, but that was all he took. Before leaving Greece, Aemilius told the Macedonians always to remember the liberty that the Romans had gained for them. But the Macedonians could not be grateful because their own laws were replaced by others, and their kingdom had been divided into 4 districts. They could see no advantage to themselves, particularly as in making these changes Aemilius had placed certain Roman senators to rule in Macedon. And they were not pleased with the law that forbade the people of different districts to marry or trade with one another. They were forced to submit, however, and, what was worse, all the nobility were commanded to remove immediately to Italy. Aemilius may have seen the wisdom of the laws he made for the Macedonians, but it is difficult to find how he could have excused himself for the horrible deed he committed at Epirus. The Senate had decreed that the soldiers who had fought under Aemilius against Perseus should have the spoils of the cities of Epirus. So Aemilius sent for 10 of the principal residents of each city, and fixed a day for them to bring to him whatever silver or gold could be found in their temples and houses. With each of these he sent back a guard of soldiers to receive the valuables, as he said. But on the day appointed these soldiers rushed upon the people, seized and captured 150,000 of them, and destroyed 70 cities. In spite of all of this ruin and destruction, the soldiers got so little for their share that they were very angry, and did not hesitate to let it be known when Aemilius sailed up the Tiber in a galley taken from Perseus, all adorned with bright arms and gay colors. They did not say in public that they were displeased because they had been cheated out of the riches they expected. They made another excuse for their complaints, and declared that they were because Aemilius had commanded in such a haughty, severe manner. Then Servius Galba, who had served under Aemilius as a tribune, and disliked him extremely, openly expressed his opinion that the general did not deserve a triumph, and that no honors ought to be shown him at all. He did more. He went around among the soldiers and told stories about Aemilius, injurious as they were false. The tribunes then called an assembly and ordered Galba to repeat his charges against Aemilius, and when he had finished, a vote was taken to decide whether the accused was worthy of a triumph or not. The first company of soldiers voted against it, but the commonalty and the Senate showed their displeasure at such injustice, and the principal senators decided among themselves that something must be done to repress the boldness of soldiers who, if encouraged to deprive a worthy general of the honors of victory, would in time stop at no act of violence and wrong. Then they pushed through the crowd in a body, and ordered the tribunes to stop taking votes until they had spoken to the people. It was Marcus Aurelius, a prominent and highly respected consul, who spoke as follows: "I am more than ever convinced of how great a general Paulus Aemilius must be, since he has performed such wonderful and honorable deeds with so mutinous and disorderly an army. But I am surprised at the Roman people, who, after rejoicing in triumphs over the Ligurians, will not allow themselves the pleasure of seeing the king of Macedon alive and led captive by the Roman armies. When a slight rumor of victory was brought to us a short time ago, you offered sacrifices and implored the gods to make it true. But now that the consul has returned with a real victory, you seem unwilling to behold the greatness of it. Perhaps you are afraid to rob the gods of their due honor, or wish to spare the feelings of Perseus. It would be much better to refuse the triumph out of mercy to the king than out of envy to your general. But you carry your malice so far that you permit a man who has never received a wound to discourse to you about the conduct of the war and the right to a triumph, to you who, at the expense of so much blood, have learned to judge fairly of your commanders." Baring his breast, he showed a mass of scars and continued, "I glory in these marks before my fellow citizens, for I got them in their service. Now go on, collect your votes, and I will mark those cowardly, ungrateful men who would rather have their fancies indulged than be properly commanded." This speech had such an effect that every soldier voted for Aemilius to have the triumph. We will give an account of how it was celebrated, because the word triumph gives no idea of the wonderful display. Scaffolds were erected in the forum and in all the public racetracks, or circuses as they were called, and these were occupied by spectators in white garments. The temples were open and filled with garlands and perfumes. Numerous officers kept the way clear for the procession, which on the first day consisted of the statues, pictures, and large images that had been taken from the enemy, drawn upon 150 chariots. The triumph on this occasion lasted 3 days, because the spoils were so numerous. On the second day, a train of wagons brought the richest and most beautiful of the Macedonian arms, that shone and glittered in the sunlight. They looked as though they had been thrown together pell-mell, but they had really been placed with great judgment and care to display the highly polished shields, breastplates, and targets to the best advantage. Arrows, horses' bits, points of naked swords, and long pikes stuck out on all sides, and made a terrible clatter as they moved along. Then came 3,000 men carrying silver coins in 750 vessels, each containing 3 talents, or about $3,000 of our money. Others followed with valuable and beautifully wrought bowls, horns, goblets, and cups. On the third day the trumpets were sounded, just as they always were by the Romans at the beginning of a battle. 120 fat oxen, with their horns gilded and adorned with garlands and bright ribbons, followed the trumpeters. Each ox was led by a young man, who wore a belt of curious workmanship, and behind them came boys with the gold and silver vessels for the sacrifice. Persons carrying the gold coin, in vessels that held 3 talents each, came next, and then followed the consecrated bowl, weighing 10 talents, which Aemilius had caused to be made of gold and adorned with precious stones. This bowl was consecrated to Jupiter. It preceded the chariot of Perseus, in which were his armor and his crown. At a little distance his children were led captive, attended by a great number of governors and masters. The children, 2 sons and a daughter, were so young that they did not realize the misfortune that had overtaken them, but they were not the less to be pitied, and many Romans wept as they passed along. The captive king, clad in black, and wearing sandals according to the fashion of his country, walked alone. His appearance was that of a man whose reason was upset. He had sent to ask Aemilius to allow him to remain out of the triumph and not make a public exhibition of him. His answer was, that it was in his own power to avoid the disgrace. Aemilius, who had a contempt for the cowardice of the king, meant that by putting an end to his life he could spare himself the pain of appearing as part of his own spoils. But he had not the courage to strike the blow. Perseus was followed by a number of friends, all bowed down with sorrow, and after these were carried 400 coronets of gold, which had been sent as a compliment to Aemilius by the cities he had rescued. Next came the victorious consul himself, riding in a magnificent chariot, wearing a purple robe woven with gold, and carrying in his right hand a branch of laurel. His army followed, chanting odes of victory and the glorious exploits of Aemilius, whom all admired but few envied. For, amidst all the honors that were showered on him, his heart was very heavy. 5 days before the triumph, one of his younger sons, a bright lad of 14, had died, and 3 days after, the one aged 12 had followed his brother to the grave. Aemilius bore the double blow with courage, and proved himself a hero in resisting the shocks of ill fortune as he had the spears of the enemy. He pitied the condition of Perseus, and had him made as comfortable in prison as possible, but the poor captive starved himself to death. Aemilius, by his conquest of Macedonia, brought so much money to the treasury that it was many years before the Romans had any taxes to pay, and this, of course, they considered a great benefit. So popular was Aemilius, not only with the nobility but also with the people, that he was appointed a censor, a position that gave him power to expel a senator, replace him by another when duly elected, and to disgrace such young men as led dissipated lives by depriving them of their horses. The censors valued estates also, and registered the number of the citizens. They had other duties which are recorded in the life of Cato. After a time the health of Aemilius failed, and his doctor sent him to Velia, in the southern part of Italy. He was very much missed by the Romans, who had at last desired his presence for a solemn sacrifice. He returned, performed the ceremony, and then went home to dinner. It was soon found that his health had not improved as people hoped it had, for he became delirious shortly after he had eaten, and 3 days later he died. Not only his fellow citizens, but also the Spaniards, Ligurians, and Macedonians who happened to be in Rome, assembled at the funeral to pay the last honors to this brave and generous hero, and there could have been no better proof of the justice which had marked his behavior towards all mankind without distinction. End of chapter 36. Recording by Maggie Travers.
Chapter 37 of Our Young Folks' Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks' Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Tiberius Gracchus. The first Tiberius Gracchus was a very good man, who held at different periods the highest offices in Rome. After the death of Scipio, who conquered Hannibal, he married his daughter Cornelia and had 12 children. Then he died, and to Cornelia was left the bringing up and education of the family. She performed her task with such care and proved herself such an excellent mother in every respect, that her children were renowned for their ability and their virtues. But Cornelia lived to bury all except one daughter, who married Scipio the Younger, and 2 sons named Tiberius and Caius, of whose lives we will now give an account. These brothers loved each other dearly, and resembled each other in some respects, But Tiberius, who was the older by 9 years, was mild and gentle, while Caius was rough and passionate. Tiberius lived plainly and simply, while Caius was fond of rare dishes and fashionable attire. Both were public speakers, but Tiberius was quiet in his style, and scarcely moved from one spot when speaking, while Caius had a habit of walking about, and when he became excited, of pulling his gown from his shoulders and making violent gestures. Besides, he would bawl so loudly that his voice sometimes lost its tone, and so spoiled his speech. To remedy this, he had a servant stand near him always, with a sort of instrument called a pitch-pipe, used for regulating sound. Whenever his master's voice broke, he would strike a soft note on this pipe, whereupon Caius would immediately check himself. But to return to Tiberius. When he grew to manhood, he was admitted into the college of augurs, and his first experience as a soldier was in Africa under the younger Scipio, who had married his sister. He shared the general's tent, and imitated his brave actions, being the first at one of the sieges to mount the enemy's walls. He was much loved in the army, and his departure from it when he was called back to Rome caused considerable regret. After that expedition he was appointed quaestor, or public treasurer, and went with the consul Caius Mancinus to the Numantian war. Mancinus did not lack courage and ability, but he was one of the most unfortunate generals Rome ever had, and, after losing several important battles, tried to decamp in the night. The Numantians found it out, seized the camp, killed many of the runaways, and surrounded the whole Roman army, so that they could not escape. Then Mancinus sued for peace, but the enemy declared that they would treat with nobody but Tiberius, who had a splendid character in the army, and whose father during the war in Spain had behaved honourably towards the Numantians. So Tiberius was sent, and by the peace he made saved the lives of 20,000 Roman citizens, besides slaves and others of the army. The Numantians then helped themselves to whatever was left in the Roman camp, even the quaestor's books and papers. This was unfortunate, for Tiberius could not return to Rome without his accounts, so he left the army, which was under march, and went back to Numantia with a few friends. He sent a messenger in to ask the magistrates for his books, whereupon he was cordially invited to enter the city. He was afraid to do so, but the magistrates went to him, and, taking him by the hand, begged him no longer to look upon them as enemies. Then, not wishing to appear to distrust them, he went into Numantia, where a little feast was soon spread, of which he was requested to partake. Afterwards his books were brought to him, and he was asked to choose something from the spoils, but he accepted only some frankincense to be used in the public sacrifices, which he took to Rome. There he found a great deal of dissatisfaction on account of the peace, which was not considered worthy of Romans, but the soldiers flocked to welcome him, for they loved him very much. Indeed, so great was his popularity with all classes, that for his sake it was decreed that the consul only should be delivered up to the Numantians in chains, but that all the other officers should be spared. Perhaps Scipio had something to do with this decree, for his influence was great, and he was fond of his brother-in-law. Now Tiberius had formed a plan for helping the poor in Rome, by which he hoped to cover his name with glory, but unfortunately it proved the ruin of his family. It was to divide all the land equally that Rome had gained by conquest. The rich people had managed, by fair and unfair means, to get possession of it, but Tiberius now proposed to divide it among the citizens without distinction. Among the men whom he consulted before drawing up his law were Crassus, the high priest, Scaevola, an able lawyer, and Claudius Appius, whose daughter was his wife. These men, who were known for their virtues and intellect, approved of Tiberius's scheme, but the rich Romans did not relish the idea of sharing their estates with others, so they went among the people and told them that Tiberius was trying to overthrow the government and create a general confusion. They were wrong, for there were never milder laws proposed. There were no punishment of any sort decreed for those who had been guilty of unlawful deeds. And so the majority of the people thought, particularly when Tiberius mounted the rostrum and pleaded for the poor as follows: "The wild beasts of Italy have their caves to protect them, but the brave men who spill their blood in her cause has nothing left but air and light. They have no houses, no settled homes, but wander about with their wives and children from place to place, and their generals make fun of them when they urge them to fight for their sepulchres and domestic gods, for among a whole army there is not perhaps one Roman who has an altar that belonged to his ancestors, or a sepulchre in which his ashes rest. The private soldiers fight and die that the rich may become richer, and the Romans, who own not a foot of ground, are called masters of the world." Speeches delivered by so prominent a man as Tiberius had such weight that nobody dared to oppose him in words, but still they did not give up. They knew that when the law came to be voted upon they could manage to defeat it, if they could control only one tribune, for by the laws of Rome every tribune had to vote for a measure, one negative being enough to defeat it. So they applied to Marcus Octavius. He was then tribune, and an intimate acquaintance of Tiberius. At first he refused to oppose him, but after much persuasion consented. Then there were daily discussions in public between Tiberius and Octavius, but they did not lead to a settlement. At last Tiberius forbade the magistrates to perform their various duties until the law was passed, and besides he put his seal upon the doors of the temple of Saturn, where the public money was kept, so that the quaestors could neither put anything into the treasury nor take anything out. He also threatened to fine the praetors if they disobeyed his orders, so government affairs were brought to a standstill, and there was besides a conspiracy to assassinate Tiberius. Therefore, whenever he went out he carried a sword-staff, called in Latin a dolo, and used by robbers in those times. When election day came, the rich men seized the voting urns and carried them away by force. The confusion was very great, and Tiberius and his party resolved to fight for their cause. Manlius and Fulvius, two of the consuls, begged them not to do so, whereupon Tiberius, who felt great respect for them, asked what they advised him to do. "We cannot give advice in so important a matter," they replied, "but leave it to the Senate." Tiberius consented, but when the Senate met, there was Octavius with his negative vote, and no result could be reached. Then Tiberius made this proposition, that Octavius should be deprived of his tribuneship. Before all the people he took the young man by the hand and begged him to resign. Octavius refused. "Then we will leave it to the people," exclaimed Tiberius. "It is clear that there cannot be two tribunes so opposite in their ideas as Octavius and myself. One of us must resign. We will leave it to you to decide which it shall be." The assembly then adjourned until the next day. When the votes were taken, a large majority decided in favour of Tiberius, who thereupon ordered his own servants to drag Octavius out of his chair. The whole proceeding was illegal, but the law was passed, and 3 commissioners were appointed to survey the land and see it equally divided. These were Tiberius himself, Claudius Appius, his father-in-law, and Caius Gracchus, his brother, who was at that time with the army before Numantia. This was managed without disturbance, but the rich Romans feared that Tiberius was becoming too powerful, and took every opportunity to insult him. The populace of course defended him, and in order to keep their sympathies alive, Tiberius dressed himself in mourning, and brought his wife and children into the crowd, asking that they might be provided for, because he did not feel that his life was safe. About this time Attalus, king of Pergamus, died, and left a will making the Roman people his heirs. Thereupon Tiberius proposed a law providing that all the ready money the king had left should be distributed among the citizens, to enable them to buy tools for the cultivation of their new lands. As to the cities in the territories of Attalus, they should be disposed of, not by the Senate, but as the people should decide. This brought matters to a worse state than before, and 3 or 4 of the senators made charges against Tiberius. The most important of these was that he had unlawfully deprived the tribune of his office. The others Tiberius could answer, but he was totally at a loss to find excuses for the last, so he dismissed the assembly. He now began to see that not only the nobility but the people were offended at his having insulted the dignity of the tribunes, which until then had been sacred and honourable, so he tried to justify himself, after taking a day to prepare his speech, which was forcible and persuasive. Nevertheless, it was clear that the popularity upon which he had counted was gradually but surely diminishing. He therefore tried to have himself re-elected to the office of tribune, and sought in every way to increase the goodwill of the populace for himself. He proposed certain laws which favoured them rather than the nobility, but when the day came for taking the vote, the opposite party were so much stronger than his, for all the people did not attend, that he spun out the time in discussions with the other tribunes, and then adjourning the assembly without arriving at a conclusion until the following day. Meanwhile he appeared in the forum looking distressed, and with tears in his eyes he told the citizens, "I fear that my enemies will destroy my house and take my life before morning." This had such an effect that several people pitched tents around his house and kept guard all night. At daybreak a soothsayer tried to drive the chickens out of their coop, and offered them food, but as they would partake of none it was pronounced a bad omen, and Tiberius was afraid to go to the capital. However, some of his friends called for him and assured him that everything seemed satisfactory, so he went, and was received with loud shouts of applause and welcome. After he had seated himself he ordered the vote to be taken, but there was such a confusion caused by those of the 2 parties who were on the outside of the crowd, trying to push their way in, that nothing could be done. Flavius Flaccus, one of the senators, endeavoured to make himself heard, but the noise was so great that he could not do so. However, he motioned to Tiberius that he had something to say to him in private, and an order was given that he should be allowed to pass through the crowd. He did so with difficulty, and told Tiberius that the rich man had formed a plan to have him assassinated. Thereupon Tiberius, his friends, and servants tucked up their gowns, armed themselves with the staves which the officers used to keep off the crowd, and stood ready for defence. Those at a distance wondered what could be the matter, and knowing that he could not make himself heard so far, Tiberius pointed to his head, meaning to show them that it was in danger, but they misunderstood him and ran to the Senate house to say that Tiberius had asked them to put a crown on his head. Of course this was done by his enemies, but it created no little consternation, and the consul was called upon to punish the tyrant, as they now named him. The council replied that he would not be the first to do violence, nor would he put to death any freeman who had not first had a fair trial. At the same time he added that if Tiberius should either force or persuade the people to any step that was not lawful, he would take care to stop it. One of the senators, at least, was not satisfied with the mildness of the consul. His name was Nasica. He started up and exclaimed, "Since the consul gives up this country, let all who choose to support the laws follow me." So saying, he threw the skirt of his gown over his head and hastened to the capital, followed by a great number of people. As they were for the most part well-known citizens, nobody ventured to stop them. They were armed only with staves, clubs, and pieces of broken furniture, but with these they fought their way through the crowd in the capital toward Tiberius. As some were knocked down and many were killed, others fled, and Tiberius followed their example. One of his enemies seized his gown, but he slipped out of it and ran with only his undergarment. He might have escaped if he had been more sure-footed, but unfortunately he stumbled and fell flat upon the ground, whereupon a tribune, one of his colleagues, struck him a violent blow on the head with the foot of a stool. Other blows followed, and the fight continued until Tiberius and 300 others lay dead. The cruel and unnatural treatment of Tiberius's body proves that the trouble was all caused by the hatred of the nobility towards him personally. His brother begged to be allowed to bury him in the night, but instead of that his body was thrown into the river with hundreds of others. The people of Rome were so angry at what had happened to their friend, as Tiberius had proved himself, that the Senate dared no longer object to the division of the land. So Publius Crassus was chosen in place of Tiberius to see that this was properly done. Nasica, who had led on the attack against Tiberius, was so abused every time he appeared in public that he had to be sent out of the country for safety. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 38. Caius Gracchus. Caius Gracchus was only 21 years old when his brother was so cruelly and unjustly slain. It was many years after that dreadful event before he took part in public affairs. It is true that he had been appointed one of the commissioners for the division of land, but he did not attend to it. Many thought it was because he disapproved of his brother's actions, but probably the true reason is that he feared his enemies and knew his family to be less powerful than before. Be that as it may, Caius lived in retirement and devoted much of his time to the study of public speaking, so that when he undertook to defend one of his friends against a certain charge, he did it so well that people pronounced him the very best orator in Rome. He was elected quaestor or public treasurer to accompany Orestes, the consul, to Sardinia, and he was very glad to go, for he did not desire to become a politician, and would not have done so if he had not been forced into it. He was influenced, too, by a dream, for like most people of his time, he was superstitious enough to believe in dreams. His was that Tiberius appeared to him and said, "Why do you tarry, Caius? There is no escape. You are destined, as I was, to spend your life and meet your death in the service of the people." That winter in Sardinia was a very severe and sickly one, and Caius worked so hard for the comfort of the army and was so successful in getting what they needed from neighboring places that the senators in Rome began to feel jealous when they heard of his actions. He will be even a more popular leader than his brother was, they said, and decided to prevent that if possible. So when some of the private soldiers were ordered home, Caius was requested to remain at his post. But he knew the reason for this, and became very angry. He caused much surprise by making his appearance in Rome when he was least expected, for people thought it was strange for a quaestor to desert his general. He was therefore called before the Senate to give an account of himself, and did it so satisfactorily that they regarded him as a much injured person. "I have served in 12 campaigns," he said, "whereas I was not obliged to serve in more than 10. I have been with the general as quaestor 3 years, though the law required me to stay but 1 year. Besides, I am the only man who went out with a full purse and returned with an empty one." Afterwards other charges were brought against Caius, but he proved himself entirely innocent, and then asked for the tribuneship. All the noblemen opposed it, but people from all parts of Italy flocked to Rome in such numbers on purpose to vote for Caius that it was impossible to find lodgings for them. The nobility succeeded in having him elected 4th tribune instead of the 1st, but he soon proved by his wonderful eloquence that, in spite of them, nobody could be first but himself. He spoke with such force and aroused the people to such a pitch of excitement by constantly referring to his brother and the dreadful fate he had met that he always carried his audience with him. His popularity was wonderfully increased, too, by the various laws he made, for all favored the people and increased their power in the government, while they lessened that of the Senate. He further showed his respect for the populace by doing what no other public speaker had ever done. Instead of turning his face towards the Senate House when making an address, which had always been the custom, he turned towards the people and spoke to them, which of course flattered and pleased them. One of the laws Caius proposed was that 300 Roman knights should be added to the Senate, making 600 in all, and as soon as it was passed, he was appointed to choose the knights. The people liked this because it gave them equal power with the senators, and that was what Caius always tried to do. His advice was asked whenever there was any public matter of interest to settle, and in every case he showed such honesty and good judgment that everybody was pleased, and foreigners felt themselves justly dealt with by the Romans. Not only did Caius plan new laws and make speeches, but he worked in other directions. It was he who proposed ways for colonizing cities, making roads, and building granaries, and after they were adopted he superintended the work, and people wondered at the number of things he undertook and accomplished. He was constantly to be seen with soldiers, scholars, builders, and mechanics of all sorts, and he showed himself master of the art of talking with them, as well as when making a public address. He laid out beautiful level roads and was the first to place milestones to mark distances and others to enable travelers to mount their horses without the aid of a groom. These things made him more and more of a favorite, for all classes of citizens felt the benefit of his undertakings. Once he closed an oration by announcing that he had a request to make which he hoped would not be refused. He did not tell what it was, but it was the general belief that he was going to ask for the consulship. However, when election day came around, he brought forward a friend named Fannius for that office. Fannius would not have been elected had it not been for the influence of Caius, but he asked it as a favor, and the people of Rome could refuse him nothing. He made no demand for himself, but with one voice he was chosen tribune the second time. This displeased the Senate, who were jealous of Caius's popularity and in constant dread lest it might give him even more power than they had. So they resorted to a most undignified proceeding. First they took Livius Drusus, a fellow tribune, with Caius Gracchus into their confidence, and with his aid resolved to outdo Caius in benefits to the public, even though they were dishonorable in so doing. If he proposed to form 2 colonies anywhere, they pretended to consider it a disadvantage to the citizens, but established a dozen in other places and selected a large number of the most needy people for that purpose. If he proposed a law, they refused to pass it, but immediately made others that would appear to favor the poor citizens, whether they really did or not. In short, they showed plainly that their aim was to ruin Caius if possible, or if not, at least to injure his reputation. Livius always took pains to make it known that whatever he did was by the advice and approval of the Senate, whose chief desire was to please the populace. Thus a better feeling arose towards the Senate, who had formerly been looked upon by the plebeians as their enemy. This would have been all right if their object had been good, but it was only to bring about the downfall of Caius that they sought. As this was not accomplished soon enough to satisfy the Senate, they decided to send the obnoxious tribune out of the country, and an opportunity soon offered itself. When a proposition was made to repeople Carthage, which had been destroyed by Scipio, Caius was forthwith dispatched to Africa to see to it. While he was gone, Livius Drusus lost no opportunity of seeking to make himself a favorite with the lower classes, flattering and gratifying them in a way that often seemed ridiculous even to them. He also brought charges of dishonesty in the division of the lands against Fulvius, who was a particular friend to Caius. Caius completed his work at Carthage in 70 days, and then hurried back to Rome, where he had heard his presence was needed. He found that the people, after having been flattered by the Senate and the tribunes, thought less of him than formerly, so he at once gave up his fine house on the Palatine Mount and went to live near the marketplace amongst the poorest and humblest of the citizens. Then he brought forward such popular laws that the neighbors flocked from all quarters to vote for them. But the Senate persuaded Fannius, the consul, to command all who were not born Romans to leave the city at once. This was a most unusual proceeding, but Caius could not prevent it. However, he was very angry and gave vent to his temper a short time after, which led to a quarrel between him and the other officers. There was to be a show of gladiators in the marketplace, and the magistrates erected scaffolds which they intended to let. Caius commanded them to remove the scaffold so that the poor people might see the exhibition without being obliged to pay for it. Nobody obeyed his orders, so the very night before the contest was to take place, he collected together a body of laborers and worked with them to remove all the scaffolds. The common people were delighted when they saw the marketplace cleared, but the officers were so angry that they resolved to be revenged. Therefore, although at the next election Caius had votes enough to make him tribune the third time, his colleagues caused false returns to be brought in, and he was put out of office. This was a serious disappointment to him, which he took no pains to conceal. His adversaries were delighted at his defeat, and Opimius, who was chosen consul, immediately set to work to cancel several of his laws. This was annoying, but when the consul went a step further and began to question Caius's proceedings in Carthage, he put himself at the head of a party to oppose Opimius. It is said that Cornelia, his mother, helped him in this by sending several strangers disguised as harvesters into Rome to increase his party, but this is not certain. A day was appointed when the laws of Caius were to be annulled, and for that purpose his party and the other met early in the morning at the Capitol. But before business began, a private citizen who was engaged with the consul in offering sacrifices was murdered by the friends of Fulvius and Gracchus, who had taken offense at something he had said. Great excitement ensued, and the assembly broke up in alarm. Gracchus himself was terrified at the outrage and tried to explain that he had no hand in it, but nobody would listen to him, and finding that he could do nothing, he shut himself up in his own house and so kept out of sight. Early the next morning Opimius assembled the Senate, and with the hope of still further exciting public feeling against the deed committed by the Gracchus party, had the body of the dead man exposed to view. But it did not have the desired effect, for the populace remembered how the Senate themselves had murdered Tiberius and then thrown his body in the river, and they did not see why so much honor should be paid to a common citizen. Besides, they still looked upon Caius as their defender and safeguard. Opimius made a speech to the Senate and explained the state of affairs, whereupon he was invested with power to protect the commonwealth and suppress all tyrants. He then ordered the senators and knights to arm themselves and to assemble the next day, each attended by 2 well-armed servants. Fulvius and Caius made preparations on their side, collected the populace about them, and took possession of the Aventine Hill. But Caius had the good of his country so much at heart that he shed tears when he thought of the criminal action into which he had been drawn. He could not be persuaded to arm himself, but left his house in his usual dress, carrying only a short dagger at his side. When the people were all gathered together on the Aventine Hill, Caius advised Fulvius to send his son to propose a settlement with the consul and the Senate. He was a handsome youth, and made his modest speech with tears in his eyes. The Senate were inclined to favor his proposition, but the consul said, "It does not become Fulvius and Gracchus to offer terms to the Senate. They should, like loyal citizens, surrender at discretion to the laws and sue for pardon." The youth was sent a second time, but Opimius, who was determined to fight, had him locked up, and then with a company of soldiers started off to make the attack. Before many minutes the fight was over, for the people could not hold out against experienced soldiers. Fulvius fled to a bathing house near by, but he was discovered, dragged out, and put to death. Caius sought refuge in Diana's temple, where he would have killed himself had it not been for 2 faithful friends who snatched away his sword and urged him to escape. He did so, and as he ran along, people shouted words of encouragement, as they do to racers, but no one offered him assistance, nor would they furnish him with a horse, though he asked for one several times. He was accompanied by one servant named Philocrates, who loved him too much to desert him. Finding at last that his enemies were gaining upon him, Caius gave up the race and went into a little grove consecrated to the Furies. There, in obedience to his command, he was slain by his servant, who afterwards killed himself and fell upon his master's body. A price of its weight in gold had been set upon Caius's head, so it was cut off and presented to Opimius on the end of a spear. It was found to weigh 17 pounds, but this was owing to a cheat, for the person who secured it had filled it with lead. The bodies of Caius, Fulvius, and 3,000 other rebels were thrown into the river. Their goods were seized by the state, and their widows were forbidden to put on mourning. The son of Fulvius, who, it will be remembered, had gone to the Senate with the Articles of Agreement, was brutally slain, although he had taken no part in the battle. Caius and Tiberius Gracchus met with the same fate, yet there was less excuse for the conduct of the former than of the latter, for he was more of a popular leader and less of a patriot than Tiberius. His was the punishment of a rebel, while the death of Tiberius was a cruel, unjust murder. Tiberius headed his party out of principle, Caius because he wanted power. So deeply did the commons regret the Gracchi that they erected statues to them in the most public parts of the city, consecrated the places where they were killed, and offered sacrifices to them at different seasons. Cornelia bore her misfortunes with noble fortitude. Of the places which were consecrated to her dead sons, she said, "They are monuments worthy of them." She went to live at Misenum, where she had many friends, to whom her house was always open for hospitality. Men of letters visited her constantly, and the various kings who were friendly to Rome showed their regard by sending her presents. She often spoke of her sons, and fondly recounted their actions and sufferings, as though she were giving a narrative of some ancient heroes. She had always been proud of them, as this anecdote goes to prove. Once, when they were little boys, a noble lady called on Cornelia and showed her some costly jewels, asking to see hers in return. She left the room and presently came back with Tiberius and Caius on either side of her, saying, "These are my ornaments." After her death, the Romans erected a statue to her, on which was this inscription, "Cornelia, the mother of the Gracchi." End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 39. Caius Marius. Caius Marius was born of poor but worthy parents who earned their living by daily labor. They spent their days in an obscure country town, where their son was brought up in a quiet, humble manner. Nevertheless, his nature was warlike, and all through his early years nothing interested him so much as the exploits of warriors whom he longed to imitate. He first served in the army when Scipio Africanus besieged Numantia, and fought so bravely that he was honored with an invitation to dine at the general's table. In course of conversation one evening, Scipio was asked, "Where shall we Romans find another brave general when you are gone?" "Here, perhaps," replied Scipio, placing his hand on the shoulder of Marius, who sat next to him. The young man was so flattered that he decided then and there upon a political life, and it was not very long before he obtained the office of tribune of the people. His first act after his election was to propose a change in the system of voting, which lessened the authority of the patricians. This made him popular with the plebeians, but when, on the other hand, he opposed certain laws regarding the distribution of corn that favored the people, he lost their goodwill, but gained favor with the patricians. So he was honored by both parties as a man who worked only for the public good, and not for the interest of any particular party. When his tribuneship came to an end, Marius stood candidate for the office of chief aedile, that is, the one called curules on account of the chair with crooked feet in which those officers sat while attending to business. The other was inferior, and was known as the plebeian aedile. Marius did not get the higher office, but he lost no time in applying for the lower one. Failing to get that also, he waited a short time and stood for the praetorship. Then his perseverance was crowned with success, though it was said that he managed it by bribery. However, he was tried and acquitted, so probably the accusation was false. While he was praetor, he did nothing to distinguish himself, but when his term of office expired, he was sent to Spain in command of an army, and did excellent service there in clearing the country of robbers. At that period the Spaniards were so uncivilized that robbery was not considered dishonorable, and so their country was filled with brigands until Marius drove them out. On his return to Rome, he was anxious to take part in the government, but he neither had wealth nor eloquence to recommend him. However, he increased his popularity among the common people by his industry, high spirit, and plain manner of living to such a degree that he gained offices which gave him power. Thus he was enabled to make a very lofty marriage with no less a person than Julia, a member of the illustrious Caesar family. She was aunt to the celebrated Julius Caesar, whose story is told in a later chapter. Marius showed much fortitude in enduring pain when undergoing a surgical operation. Both his legs were covered with tumors, and he determined to have them cut out. So, refusing to be bound, he held out one limb and submitted to the painful operation without flinching. But when the surgeon was about to begin on the other, he refused, saying, "I see the cure is not worth the pain." When Metellus was made general in the war against Jugurtha in Africa, he chose Marius for his lieutenant. That was a most difficult war, and gave Marius opportunities not only to distinguish himself by deeds of bravery, but to win the love of the soldiers by sharing their labors, their privations, and their dangers. Before long, both Africa and Rome were sounding his praises, and many of the soldiers went so far as to write home that the war would never be brought to a close until Caius Marius was chosen consul. It is needless to say that Metellus became jealous of a man who was in such high favor, and when Marius announced that he was going home to stand for consul, the general said, "You ought to be content to wait for the consulship until this son of mine gets it too." But Marius thought otherwise, particularly as the son of Metellus was then but a boy, and went to Rome in time for the election. He was received with open arms, and when he told the people that if he were made consul he would promise either to kill Jugurtha or to take him alive, they all voted for him. But he made himself disagreeable to the patricians by enlisting in his army slaves and poor people, which Roman generals had never done, and by boasting of his own powers and speaking with contempt of the nobles. This pleased the populace, who considered him a very bold, high-spirited man, and encouraged him in his abuse of people who had won fame in the state, and excited their envy in consequence. Now when Marius went back to Africa, it made Metellus angry to think that after he had almost brought the war to an end, and nothing remained but to take the person of Jugurtha, another should come to deprive him of that glory. So he retired and left one of his officers to deliver up the Roman forces to Marius. It was not Marius, however, but Lucius Sylla, who had the honor of receiving Jugurtha, an account of which is given in the life of Sylla. Marius could bear no rival in glory, and when his enemies declared that it was Metellus who began and carried on the war, and Sylla who gave it the finishing stroke, they sowed the first seeds of a violent quarrel which almost ruined the Roman Empire. The public attention was soon attracted towards another channel, however, for an army of more than 300,000 warriors, with their wives and children, came like a devouring flame from the shores of the North Sea, treading down and driving before them like a drove of wild beasts all that came in their way. Many generals and armies employed by the Romans to guard the northern part of Italy were shamefully routed, and this encouraged the advancing barbarians to push on towards Rome and possess themselves of the whole of Italy. The reports that came to Rome from all sides were so alarming that Marius was ordered home to undertake the war. Though the law did not permit an absent man, or one that had not waited a given time after his first consulship to be re-elected, the people would have no one but Marius. He was accordingly made consul a second time. On his return, Marius was honored with a triumphal procession in which Jugurtha in chains was led before the car of the conqueror. So great was the agony of the African captive that he lost his senses, and when, after the triumph, his ornaments and robes were dragged off of him, and he was cast into a dark, damp dungeon where he was starved to death, he exclaimed with an idiotic smile, "O Hercules, how cold is this bath of yours!" While marching, Marius trained his men to hardships by accustoming them to long, tiresome tramps, compelling every man to carry his own baggage and provide his victuals. So that afterwards, Marius's mules was a term applied to all hard workers who were patient and ready. Marius was fortunate in this. For some unknown reason, the enemy changed their course and went first to Spain, which gave him ample time to exercise his soldiers and to prove to them what he himself was. By his fierce manners when commanding, his stentorian voice and stern expression, they learned to obey, and their confidence in him increased to such an extent that they believed him to be the general of all others to inspire terror in the enemy. But what they put most faith in was his sense of justice, of which he gave several remarkable proofs. So well pleased were the Roman people with Marius that they elected him consul a third time, and as the year closed before the expected enemy came on, he was again re-elected, and Lutatius Catulus, a man highly esteemed both by nobles and commons, became his colleague. Shortly after, the approach of the enemy was announced, and Marius passed the Alps and pitched his camp by the river Rhone. He took good care to station his army where they could be amply supplied with food and water, but remained perfectly quiet as long as possible. His reason was this: the enemy's soldiers were fierce-looking men, whose arms and mode of fighting were different from any the Romans had ever seen, and like a prudent general, he wanted his men to become familiar with them in order that they might not be awed merely because of their strangeness. When complaints of inaction reached his ears, Marius always replied that he was guided as to the time and place for fighting entirely by the oracles, and in fact he used to carry about in a litter a Syrian woman named Martha, supposed to be a prophetess, who directed him with regard to sacrifices. This woman had given so many proofs of her skill that Marius's wife had sent her to be with the army, thinking that her prophecies would be of service. Whenever she went to sacrifice, Martha wore a purple robe and carried in her hand a little spear trimmed with ribbons and garlands. Some people doubted whether Marius really believed Martha to be a prophetess, or only pretended to do so in order to impress his soldiers, but she was certainly regarded with veneration by the entire army. When the enemy ventured to attack Marius, they were received with a shower of darts and lost several of their men. Then they determined to march forward to the other side of the Alps, and so enormous was their number that they were 6 whole days in passing by the Roman fortifications. Whenever they were close enough to be heard, they would tauntingly ask whether Marius's men had any messages to send to Rome, because they expected to be there in a few days. As soon as they had passed, Marius began to follow, always encamping at some distance and choosing safe, strong positions. The first serious battle took place at Sextilius's waters, and after many hours of hard fighting, the Romans gained a splendid victory. They killed or took prisoners 100,000 men, and got possession of their tents, wagons, and baggage. Many of these were voted a present to their general, who had shown extraordinary skill and courage. But Marius chose such arms and other spoils as would make the greatest show in his triumph. The rest he piled up for a splendid sacrifice. The army stood about in festive attire, with garlands on their heads, and Marius, in a purple bordered robe, had just taken a lighted torch and raised both arms towards heaven, when a party was seen approaching on horseback with great speed. Everyone was silent and expectant. The men, who proved to be Romans, jumped from their horses, walked towards Marius, saluted him respectfully, and then announced that they brought news of his 5th consulship. The soldiers clasped their arms and shouted. The officers crowned Marius again with a laurel wreath, and then he set fire to the pile and finished the sacrifice. The rejoicings of the Romans were considerably dampened within a few days, however, when bad news came from Catullus. He was, as we know, consul at the same time with Marius, and though the latter had had no easy task in overcoming the barbarians, Catullus's had been a far more difficult one. He had crossed the Alps and posted his part of the army in Italy, placing the Adige River between him and the enemy, part of whose forces had continued on their way, though leaving quite enough in Gaul to oppose Marius. Catullus blocked up the river on both sides with strong fortifications, built a bridge, and put everything in readiness that he might not be taken by surprise. But he soon found that all his efforts had been in vain, for the barbarians, who had come from a cold region, were so hardy and so strong that they felt a contempt for the Romans and exposed themselves naked in a snowstorm just to make a display of their courage. It seemed easy for them to push their way through ice and snow to the very tops of the mountains, and then, using their broad shields for sleds, they slid down the slippery sides. They next set to work, like a body of giants, to fill up the channel of the river, pulling up trees by the roots and throwing them in, adding besides huge rocks and piles of earth. These, with other bulky objects, were forced by the current against the bridge that the Romans had built, and dashed upon the timbers with such violence as to shake their foundation. The Roman soldiers watched these proceedings with perfect astonishment, and when they saw their bridge going to pieces before their eyes, many of them were so discouraged that they left their camp and drew back. Catullus tried to persuade them to keep their post, but finding it impossible to make them listen to him, he determined to do his utmost to save the honor of his country. It should never be said that a Roman army had fled if he could help it. So ordering his standard to be pulled up, he ran to the front of the retreating soldiers and commanded them to follow him. He preferred to disgrace himself by deserting his camp rather than have his soldiers appear like cowards. The enemy crossed the river, took all the spoils in the Roman camp, and spread themselves over the country, doing great damage wherever they went. Then Marius was recalled to Rome, and instead of waiting for his triumph, he made all haste to get his army in order and joined Catullus near the river Po to prevent the enemy from advancing to the very center of Italy. Now the part of the northern army that had so frightened the soldiers of Catullus were called the Cimbri, and the part that Marius had divided were called the Teutones. The Cimbri either had not heard of the fate of the Teutones or pretended ignorance, for they sent ambassadors to Marius to ask for lands and cities enough to accommodate them and their brethren, whom they were daily expecting to join them. "Who are your brethren?" asked Marius of the ambassadors. "The Teutones," was the reply. "Oh, do not trouble yourselves about your brethren," replied Marius with a taunting laugh. "We have already given them land enough, which they may keep forever." "The Cimbri will punish you immediately, and so will the Teutones when they join us," returned the ambassadors angrily. "But they are not far off," said Marius. "Surely you would not be so unkind as to go away without saluting your brethren." As he spoke, he gave a signal, and the Teutone commanders were led forth in chains. No sooner did the Cimbri hear what had happened than they marched against Marius, and their king rode with a small party to the Roman camp, with a challenge to the general to decide by arms to whom Italy should belong. "The Romans never consult their enemies when to fight," said Marius. "However, the Cimbri shall be indulged on that point, and we will name the third day from this, and the plain of Vercelli." On the appointed day the forces were drawn up and presented a magnificent array. Catullus had 20,000 men, and Marius had 32,000. The Cimbrian infantry marched out of their trenches noiselessly and spread themselves over a square mile. Then the cavalry, to the number of 15,000, came forth in great splendor. Their helmets represented the heads and open jaws of strange and frightful wild beasts, and these were surmounted by high plumes, making the men appear taller than they really were. Their breastplates were of polished steel, and their shields were white and glittering. Each man carried two-edged darts to be used at a distance, and a broad, heavy sword for hand-to-hand fighting. Just before going into battle, Marius lifted his hands to heaven and vowed a hecatomb, which meant 100 oxen, to the gods. Catullus vowed to consecrate a temple to the fortune of the day. Then the sacrifice was offered. As soon as Marius beheld the entrails of the animal, he shouted, "The victory is mine," and made the charge. It so happened that the chief part of the conflict fell to the legions of Catullus, which was a great disappointment to Marius. The battle took place in the summer, and the Cimbri, who had been bred in cold countries, could not stand the heat. The sun annoyed them dreadfully. They could scarcely breathe the hot air, and were forced to hold up their shields to shade their faces. The perspiration poured from them, and they were almost suffocated, while the Romans suffered scarcely any inconvenience. Then, too, the dust was so thick that the Romans could not distinguish the vast multitude of the enemy, and so were not appalled by it. In short, everything favored them that day, and at the very first charge the enemy's troops were cut to pieces. Those that fled were followed by the Romans to their camp, where a shocking scene was enacted. The Cimbrian women met their husbands, fathers, and brothers, and murdered them as they ran in. That done, they strangled their little ones with their own hands, threw them under the horses' feet, and then killed themselves. A number of the men who were not killed by the women tied themselves by the neck to the horns or legs of the oxen, then goaded them on so that they were either strangled or torn to pieces. Nevertheless, about 60,000 were taken prisoners. Although it was clearly proved that Catullus had left more of the enemy dead upon the field than Marius had, by the larger number of shafts having his name inscribed on them, yet the honor of the day was given to Marius because of his former victory, and the applause he got at home was so great that he was called the third founder of Rome. He had indeed rescued his country from as great a danger as that which threatened her at the invasion of the Gauls, and the women and children drank to him and to the gods at the same time. The honor of the two triumphs would have been accorded to him, but either generosity or fear of opposition from Catullus's soldiers prompted him to share one with their general. The war with the Cimbri brought Marius's 5th consulship to a close. Then he was anxious to be elected again, but he was not an able statesman in time of peace. He was not popular with the nobility. Besides, he preferred to be great rather than good, and showed plainly that, unless he held an office which gave him dignity, he would do nothing for his country's cause. He was not a true patriot, but he would make any sacrifice for position, and worked as hard for his 6th consulship as any man had ever done for his first one. He did not care how low he stooped, if only he could gain favor with the people. That meant to him votes, for which he even resorted to bribery, and so he was elected, with Valerius Flaccus as his colleague. But it would have been better if he had rested on his laurels, for by his conduct in his 6th consulship he excited the hatred of all parties. He had made an enemy of Metellus by his ungenerous behavior towards him in the African war against Jugurtha, and by means of bribery had kept him from being elected consul. Then he accepted a couple of lawless fellows named Glaucia and Saturninus for his friends, and with their aid committed many misdemeanors, the very worst of which was during the tribuneship of the latter. Saturninus proposed a law for the division of lands, and added a clause requiring the Senate to swear to agree to any vote the people should carry, and never to oppose them. Marius had really been instrumental in the wording of this law, but pretended in the Senate to oppose it, and said that no wise man could take such an oath. Metellus was the last senator to vote, and as he was a thoroughly honest man, and knew that such a law would lead to the ruin of the Roman constitution, he declared that he would not swear to support it. This was exactly what Marius wanted, because he knew it would make Metellus unpopular. A few days later, when Saturninus took the votes of the senators on his law, Marius stepped out and hypocritically declared that he was not so conceited as to believe that he could not make a mistake, so if the law met with favor he would willingly submit to it. This was the step he had intended to take from the start, but he wanted to produce a theatrical effect. The people clapped and applauded him, but the nobility were much displeased. However, fear of the populace led each senator to take the oath until it came to Metellus' turn. His friends begged him to do likewise, but to a man who esteemed truth the first principle of heroic virtue, that was impossible. He left the forum, saying to those who stood near him, "To do an ill action is base. To do a good one in which there is no danger is nothing more than common. But it is the duty of a good man to do great and good things, though he risk much by it." Metellus knew that he would be banished, and so he was, but he preferred banishment to dishonor. After a time Saturninus was guilty of such outrages that the principal men of Rome met at the house of Marius to see whether they could not find some means of punishing him. Then Marius was guilty of a mean, dishonest action, for he hid Saturninus and his friends behind a curtain, so that they might hear what was said, and pretending to be ill, passed in and out from one party to the other, creating all the mischief he could between them. At last the senators became so violent that Saturninus and his set fled to the capital for protection. Soldiers were called out, and by order of the infuriated senators, who had discovered the trick, the friends of Marius who were shut up in the capital were besieged. The water pipes were cut, and as no food had been provided, the prisoners could not hold out long. They called on Marius to save them, and he promised to do so if he could, whereupon the besieged men came down into the forum where, as they appeared, the people stoned and clubbed them to death. The consequence of all this was that Marius was thoroughly despised both by the nobles and commons, so much so that when the time came for the election of censors, he dared not offer himself. So he built a house close to the forum and lived quietly for a long time, praying for war to break out so that he might not remain entirely neglected and forgotten. Sylla was now one of the consuls, and Marius hated him because he was popular with the nobles. The time came when the affairs of Rome were in such a state of disorder that Sulpicius, a bad man who imitated Saturninus in his lawless deeds, formed a guard of 600 whom he called anti-senators, and set upon the consuls. This happened when the most warlike people of Italy had united to fight against Rome. Then Marius, who was 65 years old, wanted to command the army, but Sylla had been placed in his stead. Sulpicius drove out the consuls and gave the command to Marius, who immediately began his preparations by sending 2 tribunes to relieve Sylla of his command. Thereupon, with 35,000 armed men, Sylla marched towards Rome, slew the tribunes Marius had sent, and made an assault which forced Marius from the field. He made his escape from the city with a small party, and embarked on board a ship that happened to sail along just in the nick of time. A dreadful storm came up, and the party left the ship and wandered about on shore until they met a few poor shepherds, who relieved their hunger, but told Marius that a troop of horsemen were searching for him. That night was passed in the woods, and when day dawned, Marius proceeded on foot, urging his companions not to desert him. Towards noon he approached a city on the sea-coast of Italy, just as a cavalry company came in sight. He knew that they were searching for him, but fortunately there were 2 ships under sail in the harbor, so the whole party plunged into the sea and swam towards them. They were reached with little difficulty by all except poor Marius, who with age had become fat and unwieldy. However, 2 of his men kept his head above water until he got to one of the ships, the rest of the party having been taken on board the other. By that time the soldiers arrived at the seashore and called out to the seamen either to bring Marius back or throw him overboard. But he entreated them with tears in his eyes not to obey, and after consulting among themselves they decided that it would be cruel to place the old man in the hands of his enemies. So the soldiers rode off in a rage. A few hours later the seamen changed their minds. They did not intend to deliver Marius over to those that pursued him, neither did they feel safe in protecting him, so they solved the difficulty by steering for land and casting anchor at the mouth of the river Liris. They then advised him to go on shore and refresh himself and rest until the wind was fairer, which they said would be the case at about sunset. Marius landed and walked to a field near by, where he lay down and soon fell asleep. When he awoke, the ship was nowhere to be seen. Alone and deserted by all the world, the poor old general felt stupefied for some time. At last he collected himself, and on looking about, discovered a hut in the distance. He raised himself with difficulty, for his limbs were stiff and sore, and waded through bog, ditch, and mud until he reached the hut, where an old man lived who worked in the fens. Falling on his knees, Marius implored him to protect one who, if he escaped his present danger, would reward him beyond anything he dreamed of. "If you want only to rest," said the man, who probably recognized his visitor, "my cottage will answer. But if you are flying from anybody's search, I can hide you in a more retired place." Marius desired him to do so by all means, so he led him to a little cave in the fen near the riverside, where he covered him with reeds. Meanwhile, orders had been sent throughout Italy for a public search to be made for Marius, and whoever found him was to kill him. He had not been long in his hiding place when he heard a tumult in the old man's hut, and knowing that he must be the cause of it, he plunged into a puddle of thick, muddy water. but instead of escaping, he only put himself in the way of his pursuers, who dragged him out all covered with dirt, and led him naked to the magistrates of Minturnae, the nearest town. A Cimbrian horseman was selected to put the prisoner to death, and for that purpose he entered his chamber sword in hand. A dim light made the corner where Marius lay on the couch appear dark, but the Cimbrian saw the prisoner's eyes flash as a terrible voice that had no human sound exclaimed, "Fellow, darest thou kill Caius Marius?" The barbarian dropped his sword and fled, crying as he rushed into the street, "I cannot kill Caius Marius." Suddenly, as if by magic, everybody's anger was turned to pity and remorse. How can we be so ungrateful towards the preserver of Italy? Ought we not rather to assist and protect him, they asked. Let him go where he pleases to banishment, while we entreat the gods to pardon us for thrusting Marius, distressed and deserted, out of our city. So they went in a body to his room and conducted him to the seaside, where lay a ship that had been provided for him. He set sail for Africa, where he hoped for a friendly reception. But he made a mistake, for the governor of Carthage was a Roman, who sent him this message: "Sextilius, the governor, forbids you, Marius, to set foot in Africa. If you do, you will be treated as a public enemy." On hearing this, the exile was struck with grief and disappointment, but after a few days he sailed for the island of Circina, there to await changes in public affairs at Rome. When he was a child, he lived in the country, and one day he caught in the skirt of his garment an eagle's nest as it was falling. It contained 7 young eagles, and this was considered so remarkable that the augurs were consulted, and they said that not only should Marius become one of the greatest men in the world, but that he should be 7 times in a place of high power. He never forgot this prophecy, and when his fate looked dark and gloomy, he was buoyed up by the recollection that he had been consul only 6 times. So with perfect faith in the augurs, he waited patiently at Circina for his recall to Rome. News came to him at last that Sylla, the consul, had been driven out of the city by Octavius and his party because he had ruled too despotically, and that Cornelius Merula had been elected consul instead. Also that Sylla had raised forces in other parts of Italy to oppose them. Nothing could have pleased Marius better. Not a moment was to be lost. He gathered about him 1,000 Africans and Italian refugees, and with these set sail for his native land. He went ashore at Etruria, where so many of his countrymen flocked to greet him, that, persuading the youngest and strongest to join him, he got together enough to fill 40 ships, and then sent a messenger to Sylla to say that he was at his service. Sylla was so delighted that he named Marius proconsul, and sent him the fasces and insignia of office. "Grandeur does not become my present position," said Marius, whose role it was just then to appear humble. So in the plainest of attire, and with an air of dejection that excited pity, he went to Sylla, saluted him and the soldiers, and prepared for action. The first thing he did was to seize the provision ships, take the seaport towns one after another, pillaging them and slaying the inhabitants by thousands. Then he blocked up the river so that no supplies could come by sea, marched with his army towards Rome, and posted himself on the hill called Janiculum. Now Octavius was one of the most upright Romans that ever lived, but he was so strict in his observance of the ancient laws and customs that the soldiers did not like him. So when Marius came on the scene, they went to join him, and just before he entered the city, Octavius was dragged from the rostrum and murdered. Then the Senate assembled and dispatched a messenger to request Sylla and Marius to enter peacefully and spare the citizens. The former complied, but on arriving at the gate, Marius stood still and declared that he would go no farther until his sentence of banishment was recalled. That was forthwith done, and he went into the city, surrounded by a guard of Illyrian slaves who had made their escape from the pens in Etruria and fled to him. Without even the form of an election, Sylla declared himself and Marius consuls, and then for 5 days there was nothing but massacre and bloodshed in the streets of Rome. At a word, or merely a nod of his head, the slaves of Marius would draw their swords and kill whoever failed to show him deference, so that even his friends approached him in fear and trembling. The most distinguished men of the state were butchered, and every town and road was filled with the soldiers who hunted down those that fled or hid themselves. One betrayed another in order to shield himself. All friendship and confidence was destroyed. Still, Marius required fresh victims every day and reveled in the scenes of blood. The servants of a prominent citizen named Cornutus showed their affection for him at this trying time thus. Hearing that he was to become a victim to the consul's fury, they concealed him in his own house, then took the body of a man about his size, cut off the head, put a ring that belonged to Cornutus on the finger, showed the body to Marius's guards, and then buried it with all the ceremonies they would have observed had it really been that of their master. The trick was successful, and Cornutus escaped in disguise to Gaul. Mark Antony, the great orator, found a faithful friend in a plebeian, who would have protected him if he could have done so. The man was so pleased to have one of the most famous of Romans as his guest, that he often sent to a neighboring tavern for some of the best wine kept there. One day the tavern keeper asked the servant why he had suddenly become so particular about the wine he bought as to select the dearest. "Because we have Mark Antony at our house," answered the servant innocently. No sooner was he gone than the tavern keeper ran to Marius, who was then at supper, and told him where the orator was concealed. Marius clapped his hands with joy, and immediately sent an officer named Annius with some soldiers to bring him the head of the noble Roman without delay. Arriving at the house, Annius stationed himself at the door, while his soldiers went up a ladder and climbed into Mark Antony's chamber. He pleaded with them for his life, and exerted his powers of eloquence to such an extent that they were spellbound and forgot their errand. Annius began to wonder at the delay after a few moments, and ascended the ladder himself. On looking in at the window, he found his soldiers in tears, and the orator still addressing them. He jumped in, taunted them with their weakness, and raising his sword, struck off the head of Mark Antony with one blow. Catullus, who had fought with Marius against Cimbri, tried very hard to stop the butchery that was going on in Rome, but finding himself unable to gain any influence, he shut himself up in a small room and suffocated himself with the fumes of a charcoal fire. The horrible deeds committed by Marius's guard grew worse and more numerous, until Cinna's party, being struck with horror, killed every man of them in their camp. Then news came that Sylla was advancing with a great army, and Marius was chosen consul the 7th time, in order that he might manage the war that must inevitably result. But he was getting old, and he feared Sylla so much that the very idea of being obliged to fight him filled him with anxiety. He was wretched by day, and would start up from horrible dreams at night that would keep him awake for hours after. Like many a man before and since, he sought relief in drink, which only made his condition worse, for he was seized with a delirious fever, and died on the 17th day of his 7th consulship, despised by all. Rome was thus relieved of a cruel tyrant who, though he was past 70, was the first man who had been consul 7 times, and had wealth enough to support the dignity of more than one king, complained of the ill fortune that caused him to die before he got all that he had worked for. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 40, Sylla. Now we come to a period when the purity and honesty of Rome had given place to riches and luxury, with all their accompanying evils. Nevertheless, a man whose parents had been poor was still much blamed by the public if he happened to have become suddenly wealthy. So when Sylla boasted of certain exploits of his, a nobleman who was present said, How can you be an honest man, who, since the death of a father, who left you nothing, have become so rich?" Lucius Cornelius Sillus was descended from a patrician or noble family, but his father did not distinguish himself in any way, and bestowed upon his son neither honors nor riches. He gave him a good education, however, for he was learned in the literature of his own country and of Greece. If Sylla had been as moral as he was intellectual, it would have been a pleasanter task to write the story of his life. But he was intemperate, notorious for his low, vulgar tastes, and observed no law but that which his passions dictated. He was vicious in his youth and poverty, and no less so when he became old and rich. Indeed, he so squandered the public treasure when he got the chance that he was forced to let many cities that were allied to Rome buy their independence, in order that he might be enabled to replace the sums he had thrown away to gratify his own vile pleasures. On the other hand, he was a great general, won a number of important victories, and was of immense service to his country. When Marius was consul the first time, Sylla was appointed quaestor, or public treasurer, and went with him to Africa to fight against Jugurtha. He gained high honors as a soldier, and won fame besides in this way. Some ambassadors of Bocchus, the king of Numidia, had suffered severely at the hands of robbers who stopped them on the road, and Sylla not only relieved their wants, but loaded them with presents and sent them back home with a strong guard. Thus he won the friendship of the king besides. Jugurtha, who was son-in-law to Bocchus, had taken refuge at his court after his defeat, but Bocchus both hated and feared him, and was just turning over in his mind some means of getting rid of him, when this affair with the robbers took place. He would not deliver up his son-in-law, but how could he better show his gratitude to Sylla, he asked himself, than by allowing him to seize his enemy? So Bocchus intimated to Sylla that if he would come to visit him, Jugurtha should be his. This was such a tempting reward that, after communicating the matter to Marius, Sylla took a small party and set out upon the expedition, dangerous though it was. For when Bocchus had two such powerful men in his power, he began to debate with himself which should be the victim. At last it seemed more to his advantage to give up Jugurtha, as he had promised, and so it was done. Marius became very jealous when all the glory of his capture was given to Sylla, and he was still more so when the latter, who was anxious for fame, had a ring made with a seal, which he used on all his letters, representing Bocchus delivering Jugurtha to him. After a time, finding that the ill will of Marius increased, Sylla left him and took command under his colleague Catulus instead. Then he was employed in the most difficult enterprises, and when it was his duty to supply the soldiers with provisions, he performed it so well that the army of Catulus had all they wanted, while the forces under Marius were suffering from hunger. This circumstance made Sylla still more hateful to Marius, and, added to others of like nature, led to civil wars and no end of tyranny and bloodshed. When Sylla became praetor, or city magistrate, he was sent to Cappadocia to replace the king on the throne there, and succeeded without much trouble. It was his good fortune at the same time to be the first Roman to whom the Parthians had ever applied for friendship. These things, added to the fact that Bocchus dedicated several images of victory in the Capitol, and close by them one of Jugurtha, in gold, representing his surrender to Sylla, caused the quarrel between Marius and Sylla to break out afresh. The former attempted to pull down the images, Sylla's friends opposed it, and the whole city was aroused to a degree that would have brought about ruin had it not been for the sudden breaking out of the social war, which had been smoldering for a long time. This great event put a stop to the quarrel for the time being. During the war, which was of the utmost importance to the Commonwealth, Sylla distinguished himself much more than Marius did, and proved himself a commander of great ability. Towards its close, he returned to Rome, and was rewarded with the consulship. At the same time he married Cecilia, daughter of Metellus, the high priest. Sylla was glad to be consul, chiefly because his heart was set on getting command in the war now threatening with Mithridates. one of the most formidable enemies Rome ever had. But he had a rival in Marius, who, though an old man, was just as full of ambition as ever, and, while Sylla was gone to the camp to arrange some matters, he got Sulpicius, one of the most wicked creatures that ever lived, to join him in creating a disturbance, and proclaiming, at the sword's point, whatever laws suited their purpose. Marius made himself commander of the army, put many of Sylla's friends to death, ordered their houses to be plundered, and, with the aid of Sulpicius, got the Senate completely under his control. Then he sent 2 praetors to Nola, where Sylla was quartered with his army, to announce the change. They delivered their orders so haughtily that the soldiers prepared to kill them on the spot, but at last contented themselves with breaking their faces, tearing off their robes, and sending them away with many marks of disgrace. Then Sylla broke up his camp, and prepared to march on Rome at the head of his 6 legions. He was met by ambassadors, who entreated him not to advance with the intention of fighting, and assured him that the Senate would certainly do him justice. He promised to encamp where he was, and even ordered his officers to mark out the ground for the camp. But as soon as the ambassadors were gone, he sent part of his army to take charge of the gate and the wall, and followed with the rest as quickly as possible. The citizens got on the tops of the houses, and threw stones and tiles on the heads of the soldiers as soon as they appeared. When Sylla arrived, he ordered the houses to be set on fire, and, taking a flaming torch in his hand, gave the example. In doing this he had no thought for friends or relations, but was impelled by fury and the desire for vengeance to ruin his enemies, and cared not that the innocent and the guilty alike suffered. He got possession of the city, and, after driving Marius out, called the Senate together and had him and others condemned to death. Sulpicius was betrayed by one of his slaves and killed. For this act Sylla gave the slave his freedom, and then had him thrown down the Tarpeian rock. After reestablishing the power of the Senate and proposing Octavius and Lucius Cinna for consuls, Sylla set forward against Mithridates. His first object was to relieve Greece from tyrants, and he accomplished this after taking Athens by storm and defeating the armies of Mithridates in 2 great battles. Then a treaty of peace was concluded, for Sylla was very anxious to return to Rome, where Cinna was committing such dreadful acts of violence that many prominent people had made their way to his camp for protection. The 2 consuls had quarreled, and Cinna had gone among the dissatisfied allies of Rome and raised a powerful army. Then Marius, who had fled to Africa, hearing of the trouble, returned to Italy, joined Cinna, and, with an immense horde of robbers and ruffians from all parts of the country, advanced on Rome. The Senate were so alarmed that they offered to make way for Marius if he would shed no blood. But he paid no attention to them, and gave the signal for slaughter. His barbarians rushed on like wolves, sparing neither old nor young, men, women, nor children. The hideous massacre lasted for 5 days and 5 nights, during which Marius gazed on the horrid scene and seemed to delight in it. He had died, and Cinna had been killed in a mutiny of his own troops, when Sylla returned at the head of his victorious army, prepared for vengeance on the Marian party, whom he regarded as enemies to himself and to the Republic. After a short but severe fight, he succeeded in making himself ruler, and then all who had taken sides with Marius, or who were even suspected of having favored him, were put to death without mercy. Fearing that any should escape, Sylla even produced a list of those he had doomed to death, and set a price upon their heads. Caius Marius, one of the younger members of the Senate, asked him how these evils were to end, and at what point he might be expected to stop. "We do not ask you," he added, "to pardon any whom you have resolved to destroy, but to remove doubt from those you are pleased to spare." Sylla answered, "I know not as yet whom I shall spare." "Why, then tell us whom you mean to punish," said Marius. Sylla consented, and, without consulting any of the magistrates, at once condemned 80 persons. The people of Rome were very indignant at such an outrage, But without taking any notice of that, Sylla condemned 220 the next day, and as many more on the day after. In an address to the public, he had the impudence to say that he had posted up whatever names he could think of, but those that had escaped his memory should be punished later. He went further in his cruelty, and made a law that any one who gave shelter to a proscribed person should be put to death, without exception, no matter how near the relationship might be. He who should kill a proscribed person was promised a reward of 2 talents, even though it were a slave who slew his master, or a son his father. But the most unjust of all his laws was that which declared the sons and grandsons of condemned persons infamous, and confiscated their property. It was not only in Rome that the lists of people who were to be killed were put up, but in all the cities of Italy. No temple of the gods, no hearth or home, was held sacred at this period. Men were butchered before the very eyes of their wives and children, sons in the arms of their mothers. Many were sacrificed merely because the cruel Sylla had reason to hate them or wished to be revenged on them, but the majority simply because they were rich, so that it became a common saying among the murderers, "His fine house killed this man, a garden that one, a third, his luxurious hot baths." Quintus Aurelius, a quiet, peaceable citizen, who thought that there could be no charge brought against him unless it were the sympathy he felt for others, walked into the Forum one day to read the list of the unfortunates who were to die. Suddenly he came to his own name. "Oh, woe is me!" he cried. "My Alban farm is my offense." He had not gone many steps before a ruffian approached and killed him. At Praeneste, Sylla tried the inhabitants, or went through the farce of a trial, and had them executed singly. But, finding this tiresome, he collected them to the number of 12,000, and ordered them to be cooped up and slaughtered. One person he would have spared, and that was the man at whose house he had been entertained. But the noble fellow said, "I will never owe my life to the destroyer of my country," and, mixing with the crowd, met his death with his fellow citizens. The strangest proceeding was with Lucius Catiline, a wretch who had killed his own brother. He begged Sylla to place the dead man's name on the list of the proscribed, just as though he were still alive. This was done, and in return for the favor Catiline went and killed one Caius Marius, and brought his head to Sylla as he sat on his chair of state in the Forum, then washed his hands in the holy water at the door of Apollo's temple near by, no doubt thinking thus to cleanse himself from the crime. The next thing Sylla did was to declare himself dictator, though there had been no such office in Rome for 120 years. It gave him power of life and death, of seizing property, of forming colonies, of building or destroying cities, of giving or taking away kingdoms. In short, it gave him power unlimited, and he exercised it in a most insolent, despotic manner. He presented bad women, actors, musicians, and the lowest of the freed slaves with territory and the revenue of whole provinces, and compelled women of rank, against their will, to marry some of the most depraved ruffians. We have recounted only a few of the horrible deeds of which Sylla was guilty, but they are enough to show that he was no less wicked than Marius. Sylla held his dictatorship nearly 3 years. Then, having made all the political reforms he thought necessary, he resigned, and left the people to choose consuls again. Strange to say, although the wicked man walked about in the Forum and elsewhere without a guard, nobody seemed to think of taking his life, though killing was such an everyday occurrence. On the occasion of making sacrifices to Hercules, he gave a magnificent entertainment, and the provisions were so abundant that a quantity was thrown into the river every day. The wine was of the finest kind, being at least 40 years old. The feast lasted many days, and in the midst of it Sylla's wife died. But that event did not interfere with his pleasure, for the priest forbade him to approach her, or to have his house defiled by mourning. So he divorced her, and ordered her to be carried elsewhere before the breath was out of her body. He was so superstitious that he obeyed strictly every law laid down by the priest, though he transgressed his own laws by sparing no expense either on his wife's funeral or on his sumptuous banquets. The rest of his life was passed in the society of low people, with whom he sat drinking and feasting for whole days at a time, until he was seized with a loathsome disease that soon put an end to his existence. The very day before his death he had the quaestor Gracchus strangled by his bedside, because the latter wanted to keep the money due the state, hoping that when Sylla was dead he would not be obliged to give an account of it. Sylla was in the 60th year of his age, and had finished the 22nd book of his autobiography just 2 days before his death. Some of his enemies tried to prevent his having the usual honors of burial, but the Senate interfered, and his funeral was the most magnificent ever seen in Rome. His soldiers came from all parts of Italy to be present, and joined in the procession, which was headed by the Senate, the magistrates, the priests, and the Vestal Virgins. Then followed the army, legion by legion, and all marched to the Campus Martius, where the pile was built. Although such a cruel man, Sylla must have been a favorite with the Roman ladies, for they attended his funeral in great numbers, and sent 210 large baskets of spices. Besides these, there was enough cinnamon and choice frankincense to make a full-length figure of the dead man and one of a lictor, both of which were carried in the procession. As soon as the corpse was laid upon the pile, a strong wind arose, which blew up a flame sufficient to consume it in a few minutes. The ashes were deposited beside the tomb of the kings in the Campus Martius, where, according to Sylla's desire, a monument was erected bearing this inscription by himself: "No friend ever did me so much good, or enemy so much harm, but that I repaid him with interest." My young readers must not forget that the wars between Sylla and Marius were of the utmost importance, because they led to the destruction of Roman liberty. But neither of these heroes would have been so powerful had Rome retained her ancient virtues. She was on the brink of ruin because the nobles and the people had become corrupt, and after Sylla was gone, new men arose to imitate his example, and new convulsions to disturb the public peace many times before a remedy could be found to cure the deep-seated malady. End of section 40. Recording by Maggie Travers. Chapter 41 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 41. Crassus. Marcus Crassus lived at the same period with Pompey and Caesar and Cicero, whose lives follow this, and he was one of the best public speakers in Rome. Often when others refused to undertake a case that seemed unimportant, he would give it so much of his time and attention that his fellow citizens looked upon him as one who was ever ready to work for them. Besides, he had a pleasant way of greeting even the humblest of his countrymen, and of calling each by name, that added so much to his popularity. This was unlike many rich men, and Crassus was enormously rich, for not only was he the owner of several silver mines, but he had valuable lands and a host of slaves whom he hired out. They were laborers on his estates, readers, writers, silversmiths, stewards, and household waiters. These he always overlooked himself, for he considered it the duty of a master to see that his servants were properly instructed in their various pursuits. While Cinna and Marius got the power into their own hands, an account of which has been given in their respective lives, the father and brother of Crassus were killed, but he, being very young, was considered unimportant, and so escaped. But he knew that he was living in dangerous times, and therefore, taking with him 3 friends and 10 servants, he fled to Spain, where he had once been with his father, and hid in a cave by the seashore. This cave belonged to a man named Vibius Pacianus, who was so pleased to know that young Crassus was safe, that, after inquiring into the number of occupants of the cave, He ordered his steward to take a certain supply of food every day to a rock which he named, and there leave it, promising him his liberty if he obeyed, but threatening death if he asked any questions or sought to find out for whom the food was intended. Crassus lived in that by no means unpleasant dwelling for 8 months, abundantly supplied with comforts and luxuries sent regularly by the friendly Pacianus, whose servants never saw him or knew whom they were serving. At last news came of Cinna's death, and then Crassus left his hiding place and joined Sylla's army, where his services were very valuable. But Crassus had 2 grave faults. He was avarice and covetous. So when Pompey was honored with a triumph, it made him very angry because he did not also get one. One day, when a citizen announced that Pompey the Great was coming, Crassus asked with a scornful laugh, "How big is he?" Pompey's ability for war was so great that Crassus soon felt how useless it would be to compete with him. He therefore turned his attention to affairs of state, and became very influential. He was ambitious and covetous, as we have said, but not ill-natured or bad-hearted, and he was always ready to serve those who needed him. When Caesar was going to Spain as praetor, his creditors wanted to stop him and take his things, but Crassus promised to see that they were all paid at a given time, and this was a noble act of friendship. Crassus showed himself a good soldier in the war with Spartacus the gladiator. There was at Capua a man who trained gladiators and kept them in confinement, not because they were criminals, but because they were his slaves, and he was cruel. They were for the most part Gauls and Thracians, and were made to fight merely to amuse their master and his guests. At last they determined to bear the imprisonment no longer, and 200 of them formed a plot to escape. It was discovered, but not until 78 had got off. These went to a cook's shop and armed themselves with all sorts of knives, hatchets, and spits, with which they marched noisily through Capua until they reached a place where they were able to defend themselves. On the way they came upon a wagon filled with gladiators' arms. They seized these, and then chose 3 captains, Spartacus being the chief, and giving the name to the insurrection. Spartacus was a brave, high-spirited man, superior to his condition both in intellect and disposition, for, unlike most Thracians, he was humane and gentle. When he first went to Rome to be sold, a snake coiled itself upon his face while he slept, and his wife, who was a kind of prophetess, declared it to be a sign that he would become powerful. Well, the 78 gladiators routed those Capuans who came out to fight them, and so got hold of all the weapons they required in place of the butcher knives. Claudius, with a body of 3,000 men, was sent from Rome, and he besieged the gladiators on a mountain that could be reached by only one narrow, difficult passage, which he kept guarded. The top of the mountain was covered with wild vines, of which the gladiators made strong ladders long enough to reach down a steep, slippery precept on the opposite side to where Claudius had posted his army. By means of these ladders they all got down and made their way around to the Romans, who were taken completely by surprise and lost their camp. This gave the gladiators another supply of arms, with which they equipped a number of sturdy herdsmen and shepherds who had joined them. Other praetors were sent from Rome, but Spartacus defeated them all, and his name began to be a terror in the land. But he was too sensible a man to suppose that his success would long continue against the forces that could easily be raised to oppose him. So he marched his army towards the Alps, intending to send every man to his own home, some to Thrace, others to Gaul. However, with their increase of numbers and repeated successes, they were not willing tamely to disband. They disobeyed their leader and went about ravaging Italy, until the Senate, aroused to a sense of the danger that was likely to follow, sent out 2 consuls, each with a large army. In course of time both were defeated by Spartacus. Then Crassus was appointed general of the war, and a great many of the patrician young men volunteered under his command. It was at Rhegium that he came upon the gladiators, and the first thing he did was to build a wall across the isthmus. This was a most difficult undertaking, but it kept the soldiers busy and the enemy from foraging. So when Spartacus, who had not considered the importance of this great undertaking, suddenly found his provisions failing and himself walled in, he spent the whole of one snowy, stormy night filling up a ditch with earth and boughs of trees, and so passed over a third of his army. Crassus now began to fear that the gladiators would march straight to Rome, But his mind was soon relieved when they separated, for some reason or other, and part of them encamped on the Lucanian lake. He fell upon them without delay, drove them off, and would have put an end to them had not Spartacus come up just in time to rally them. Meanwhile Crassus had written to the Senate to send Lucullus from Thrace and Pompey from Spain to his assistance. He now began to repent that he had done so, for he was always jealous of Pompey, who was a greater commander than he, and feared that he might arrive in time to carry off the honors. He therefore followed up Spartacus and his army with all speed, and gave them battle as soon as they made a stand. When they brought Spartacus his horse, he drew his sword and killed him, saying, "If I am victorious, I shall get many better horses from the enemy. If I am defeated, I shall have no need of this one." Then, through showers of darts and heaps of slain, he made straight for Crassus, but did not reach him, though he killed 2 centurions that fell upon him together. He stood his ground, bravely defending himself, until he was surrounded by the enemy and cut to pieces. Although Crassus had shown himself a good general and had gallantly exposed his person, he was only wreathing a laurel for the brow of Pompey, who met those that were escaping from the field, put them to the sword, and wrote to the Senate, "Crassus has indeed beaten the gladiators in a pitched battle, but I have put an end to the war." On his return to Rome, Pompey had a magnificent triumph for his conquest over Sertorius in Spain, but Crassus could not even accept an ovation, because it would have been undignified, seeing that he had defeated only fugitive slaves. The difference between a triumph and an ovation is explained in the life of Marcellus. Pompey and Crassus were both made consuls. They seemed pleased at first, but it was not long before they began to quarrel to such an extent that they could accomplish nothing of importance to the country. But Crassus, in order to increase his popularity, offered a great sacrifice to Hercules, entertained people at 10,000 tables, and gave them a supply of corn for 3 months. At the close of their consulship, a Roman knight who was much respected mounted the rostrum and announced that he had had a vision, in which he said, "Jupiter appeared to me and commanded me to tell you that you should not permit your consuls to go out of office until they are friends." The people cried out that they must become reconciled to each other. Pompey stood perfectly still and said nothing, but Crassus advanced towards him, and holding out his hand, said, "I am not ashamed, fellow citizens, nor do I think it beneath me, to make the first advances to Pompey, whom you called great while he was but a beardless youth, and whom you honored with a triumph before he was even senator." Somewhat later, Crassus was accused of being mixed up in the conspiracy of Catiline, but he was tried and acquitted by the whole Senate. This was a plot to burn the city, and when the Senate investigated it, they naturally could not believe that a man who owned such an amount of property as Crassus did could desire to destroy it. Now we come to the closing scene in the life of Crassus. He and Pompey were not really friends, although they had shaken hands to gratify an assembly of the people. So when Caesar returned and desired to stand for the consulship, he managed to reconcile the two, because he knew the importance of their influence. Having accomplished that, he formed the well-known league commonly called the First Triumvirate, and that was a sad day for the liberty of the Roman people. Caesar gained most by this league, for it helped him to the very top of the ladder of fame. Pompey agreed to it because he loved power, Crassus because he worshipped gold and saw a way to increase the millions he already had. So Caesar was elected consul, and by means of persuasion and force the other two were associated with him. Pompey was appointed to the government of Spain, and Crassus to that of Syria, but he expected to extend it to India and the very shores of the Eastern Ocean, not for fame, but for riches. He first proposed to attack the Parthians, but they had been friendly to Rome. Consequently, the people opposed it and would not let him depart until Pompey, whose influence was great, acted as escort. Even then Aetius the tribune met him at the gate and tried to stop him by force, but, failing in that, he ran and got a pan of burning coals, on which he sprinkled incense, and called down the most horrible curses of certain strange and dreadful gods on the heads of the army. An imprecation of this kind was seldom used, because it was said not only the person who used it, but his country was sure to be unhappy. Therefore Aetius was much blamed for his rashness. However, Crassus could not be stopped, So he put to sea, and after a stormy and dangerous voyage, and the loss of a number of vessels, reached Brundisium, where he proceeded to Syria. The Romans met with little resistance, because they were not expected, and overran the greater part of Mesopotamia. But then Crassus committed a fatal error. Instead of following up his success and conquering the great city of Babylon, which he might have done with ease, he merely fortified the towns and returned into Syria to pass the winter. There he was joined by his son Publius, who was sent from Gaul by Caesar at the head of 1,000 select horsemen. Instead of devoting the winter to disciplining his army, as a great general ought to have done, Crassus spent his time inquiring into the revenues of the cities and weighing the treasures he found in the temple of Hierapolis, said to have been the richest in the world. In the spring, he took the field again with a splendid army, but part of it, headed by Cassius, the quaestor, tried to dissuade him from going farther, particularly as the soothsayers pronounced all the signs unfavorable. Crassus paid no attention to any of them, but marched straight on to the river Euphrates. While he was crossing, there was a dreadful storm, accompanied by terrific peals of thunder and fearful flashes of lightning, and part of his bridge was destroyed. The spot he had marked out for his camp was struck twice by lightning. A richly caparisoned war-horse, ridden by one of the generals, ran away, jumped into the river, and was drowned with the rider. And when the foremost eagle was moved in order for the march, it turned back of its own accord. These and other bad omens had a very depressing effect on the minds of the superstitious Romans, and it was increased when Crassus let fall the entrails of the animal he was sacrificing. However, his presence of mind did not desert him, and he said with a smile, "See what it is to be old, but my sword shall not slip out of my hands in this manner, I promise you." After crossing the river, Crassus was joined by an artful, wicked Arabian chief named Ariamnes, who led him to ruin. This man expressed so much friendship for the Romans, and flattered them to such a degree, that Crassus believed in him, and allowed him to become his guide because he knew the country so well. The traitor led the way along a smooth, easy road at first, but after a while he struck into a sandy desert, where not a drop of water nor a vestige of vegetation was to be seen for miles. No sooner was the impostor discovered than Ariamnes made his escape into the night. The troops were worn out with their long, fatiguing march, and almost exhausted from thirst, when they were attacked by the Parthian forces under Surena, a man of high position, and one of the most remarkable commanders of his day. Crassus was so dismayed by the suddenness of the enemy's approach that he was scarcely able to draw up his army properly. However, after several changes, one wing was at last placed under Cassius, the other under Publius Crassus, the center being commanded by the general himself. The Parthians came on, filling the air with a horrible din and loud bellowing, for they had instruments covered with leather and surrounded with brass bells, which they beat continually, because experience had taught them that nothing sooner disturbed the enemy than the dismal sounds they produced. Besides, they had a peculiar way of advancing and retreating as occasion required, firing their formidable arrows all the time, and drawing the enemy after them as they chose. From the beginning the Romans fought at a disadvantage, and the battle was desperate and bloody. Young Crassus was sent with a detachment against the Parthian cavalry, and, although he showed himself a true hero, he and all his men were slain. The first knowledge the general received of his son's death was when the Parthians advanced again with loud shouts and songs of victory, holding the head of Publius on the point of a spear. "Does anybody know the family and parents of this young man?" they asked in tones of contempt. "For it is not possible that so brave and gallant a youth can be the son of Crassus, the greatest coward and meanest wretch in the world." This sight broke the spirit of the Romans more than all they had suffered. Crassus, though bowed down with grief, rode up and down the ranks and cried, "Romans, this loss is mine. The fortunes and glory of Rome stand safe in you. If you have any pity for me, who am bereft of the best of sons, show it in your revenge on the enemy. Put an end to their triumph, avenge their cruelty. Be not astonished at this loss. They who aspire to great things must expect to suffer. Lucullus did not defeat Tigrianus, nor Spicio Antiochus, without some bloodshed. Rome has been blessed with great good fortune, but she has also known adversity, and it is through perseverance and fortitude that she has risen to her present height of power." Thus he spoke, but his troops were not inspirited by his speech, and when he ordered them to shout for battle, although they obeyed, their shouts were feeble and unequal, while those of the enemy were bold and strong. The fight lasted throughout the day, and the enemy's pikes did great execution, for they were so large and strong, and were pushed with such violence, that they often pierced through 2 men at once. When night came on, the enemy sent a message that they would give Crassus 1 night to bewail the loss of his son, if he did not in the meantime decide to go and surrender himself to King Arsaces. The Romans were in a dreadful condition. Their wounded were lying on all sides, their dying groans and shrieks of agony filling the air, and preventing those who were able from paying proper attention to the burial of the dead. They could not remove the wounded without being observed by the enemy, and they dared not desert them. Flight was thus rendered impossible. They believed Crassus to be the cause of all their miseries, yet they called on him to speak to them. But he had given himself up to despair, and, having sought an obscure corner, had completely enveloped himself in a cloak, and lay stretched upon the ground. Some of the officers tried to console him, but, finding it impossible to do so, they called a council of war and resolved to retire. This was therefore carried into effect as silently as possible, but as soon as the sick and wounded saw that they were to be deserted, their doleful cries filled the whole army with confusion. Nevertheless they were left, and at the break of day the Parthenians fell upon them and killed 4,000. Their cavalry dispatched a large number of stragglers on the plain, and then surrounded a hill where one of the Roman officers had stationed himself during the night with 4 cohorts, and put to death all except 20, who had cut their way through the enemy, sword in hand, and made their escape. Crassus escaped to Carrhae, and as soon as Serena heard where he was determined to besiege the city, but, not wishing to do so unless he was absolutely certain that the Roman general was there, he sent an interpreter to the walls to summon Crassus or Cassius, and say that Serena desired an interview. When Crassus appeared, the man said that Serena was ready to conclude a peace with him on condition that he would give up Mesopotamia and be upon terms of friendship with the king, his master, for he thought that such a peace would be of advantage to both sides. Cassius answered for the general, and desired that the time and place might be fixed as soon as possible for the interview. The interpreter, having obtained the information he sought, rode off. Next day, Serena led up his troops and began the siege, telling the Romans that if they wanted peace, all they had to do was to deliver up Crassus and Cassius bound. The Romans were very indignant at having been so imposed upon, and at once made arrangements for their general to escape. This ought to have been kept secret, but Crassus told the whole plan to one of his guides, named Andromachus, a perfidious man, who repeated all he heard to the Parthenians. In the night, Crassus marched out to Carrhae with only 4 cohorts of foot soldiers, a small number of cavalry, and 5 lictors, led by the false Andromachus. They got into some difficult places, and made little progress until day dawned, and then it was discovered that the Parthenians were coming up. One of the Roman generals, who, with a small force, had reached a hill not far off, saw the danger Crassus was in, and immediately went to his aid. Then all the soldiers took Crassus in their midst, and, fencing him around with their shields, stoutly declared that no Parthenian arrow should touch their general while any of them were left alive. Fearing that Crassus might escape him after all, Serena resorted to stratagem. He instructed his soldiers to say in the presence of the prisoners that the king did not want to continue the war with the Romans, but meant to treat Crassus generously and to regain his friendship and alliance. These prisoners were soon after dismissed, and of course they reported to their general what the Parthenians had said. After drawing back his troops, Serena, with a few of his principal officers, went over to the spot where the Romans were stationed, and, having unstrung his bow, offered his hand to Crassus and said, "Our king has hitherto, though against his desire, given proofs of his power, but now it would be a pleasure to him to come to terms with the Romans and suffer them to depart in peace." The troops were delighted, and urged the general to go with Serena to complete the peace. But he felt suspicious of the sudden friendship, and hesitated. Then they began to reproach him. "You are very willing to expose us to the weapons of the Parthenians, but you dare not meet them yourself, even though they lay down their arms and ask for a friendly conference." This and other sneering remarks at last decided the fate of Crassus, and as he left he turned back and said, "All you Roman officers that are present will bear witness to the necessity I am under to take this step. When you are safe, pray tell the world that I was deceived by the enemy, and not that I was abandoned by my countrymen." Octavius and Petronius, 2 officers, also a few soldiers, went forward with their general. The first persons they met were 2 of Surena's men, who addressed Crassus in Greek, and bade him send some of his soldiers to make sure that Surena and his company had no weapons concealed about their persons. "That is not necessary," he answered, "for if my life had been of any account I should not thus put myself in your hands." Just then Surena himself, with half a dozen officers, advanced on horseback. "What is this I behold?" he asked. "A Roman general on foot, when we are riding?" He then ordered a horse to be brought, and, as soon as Crassus had mounted, the equerries began to urge him forward. Octavius seized the bridle on one side, and Petronius on the other, while the rest of the Romans tried to draw off those Parthenians who pressed up to Crassus on each side. A scuffle ensued. Octavius drew his sword and killed one of the equerries. Another came forward and was killed also. Petronius received a blow on his breastplate, but was not wounded. Crassus was killed, and his head and right hand were cut off and sent to the Parthenian king. The rest of his escort escaped. Thus ended the tragic expedition that cost the lives of 20,000 Romans and the imprisonment of 10,000 more. It had been undertaken by Crassus, not for the glory of his country, but for the gratification of his ruling passion, love of gold, and he met the fate he deserved. End of chapter 41. Recording by Maggie Travers.
Chapter 42 of Our Young Folks' Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks' Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 42. Lucullus. Lucullus was descended from a Roman family of distinction, and at a very early age was so impressed with the advantages of oratory that he made up his mind to devote himself to that branch. As he grew older, he became remarkable for his eloquence, and made speeches both in Greek and Latin, which showed considerable ability. He had a brother named Marcus, whom he loved so devotedly that he could not be prevailed upon to accept a public office unless he had one also. This brotherly affection pleased the Romans so much that, although Marcus was the younger, he and Lucullus were elected aediles at the same time. Aediles were magistrates who had charge of public buildings, streets, roads, games, and processions. Lucullus was only a youth at the time of the Marian or Social War, yet Sylla, the consul under whom he served, had such a high opinion of his honesty and talents that he employed him in enterprises of great importance. Sylla showed still further confidence in Lucullus when he made his will and appointed him guardian of his son, and neither this nor any other trust was ever betrayed. Lucullus had nothing to do with the miseries Sylla and Marius caused in Italy, for during that whole period he was in Asia on business. Shortly after the death of Sylla he was chosen consul, with Marcus Cotta for his colleague. At that time it was proposed to begin the war against Mithridates again, and Lucullus was so anxious to command the Greek army that he left no stone unturned until he gained his point. As soon as he got his appointment, therefore, he crossed over to Asia with his legion, and there met the rest of the troops that were to compose his army. Some of them had been badly disciplined, but Lucullus soon showed them what it was to have a real commander who would stand no trifling. While he was completing his arrangements, his colleague Cotta was so afraid of being outdone in the triumph of which he felt sure, that he hurried on a battle. But he was defeated both by land and by sea, and nothing remained but for him to call on Lucullus for assistance. The soldiers did not wish their commander to go to Cotta, who, they said, had ruined himself by his own imprudence. But he told them that he would rather deliver one Roman out of the hands of the enemy than gain all the wealth the enemy had. He then marched against Mithridates with 30,000 foot and 2,500 horse soldiers. Just as the challenge was accepted and the signal for battle given, there was a sudden explosion in the air, and an immense bright object, shaped like a barrel and of the color of melted silver, fell just between the two armies. Both were so affected by this wonderful occurrence that they parted without a single blow, and retired to their camps. This took place in Phrygia. Lucullus had been amazed at the size of the enemy's army, and, knowing that it would be impossible for them to get supplies enough for such myriads of men for any length of time, he caused his camp to be stocked with an abundance of provisions, and then resolved to wait. Meanwhile, one dark, stormy night, Mithridates marched over to the country of the Cyzicenians, got there before daybreak, and posted himself upon Mount Adrastia. The Cyzicenians, with Cotta's army, had been beaten in the last battle, and had lost 3,000 men and 10 ships. As soon as Lucullus discovered that Mithridates had escaped, he followed, and posted his forces in the best places for cutting off the enemy's supplies. Then he called the soldiers together and said, "In a few days you shall gain a victory that shall not cost you one drop of blood." But the Cyzicenians, who were friendly to the Romans, were in a state of great alarm when they beheld Mithridates' troops in every direction, and wondered where Lucullus could be. They could see his camp plainly enough, but they had been told by the Persians that those were the Medes and Armenians. So they thought that there was no help for them with such an army on all sides. It was an immense relief, therefore, when a Roman made his way to the town and assured them that Lucullus was near. They could scarcely believe the good news at first, but when some soldiers arrived during the night, they could no longer doubt. Mithridates laid siege to Cyzicus, but Lucullus had so guarded the roads that the Persian could get no food for his soldiers, so he was obliged to lead them off. But Lucullus followed in a dreadful snowstorm, and the cold was so intense that many of his men perished. He overtook the enemy at last, however, slew a great number, and took 15,000 prisoners, besides 6,000 horses and many camels. Mithridates then made his escape to the sea, leaving his generals to get off as best they could, but Lucullus followed again, and again caused great havoc. It is said that in that campaign the Persians lost nearly 300,000 men in all. There was great rejoicing in Cyzicus when Lucullus entered, but he had no time to make a long stay there, for he had resolved to go to the Hellespont to gather a fleet and pursue Mithridates into Bithynia, where he hoped to find him. But the Persian king heard of this, and made all haste to reach Pontus before Lucullus could stop him. A violent storm destroyed so many of his ships that for several days the shore was covered with the wreck which the waves threw up, and the king himself was only saved by pirates, who, when his ship was going to pieces, took him on their little boat, and after passing through great suffering and danger, landed him safe at Heraclea in Pontus. Then Lucullus was advised by his officers to let the war rest a while, but to that he would not consent. He pushed on into Pontus, where one city after another surrendered, much to the dissatisfaction of the soldiers, who preferred to take them by storm, and so secure the plunder. But Lucullus was a mild, merciful man, and always rejoiced when he could gain what he desired with little bloodshed. This ought to have made him a favorite with his soldiers, but it was not so, for he was less popular than many a more brutal general had been. He was resolute, however, and once having started in pursuit of Mithridates, he stopped at nothing until he had chased that monarch into Armenia, where he placed himself under the protection of Tigranes, his son-in-law, who was king of Armenia. Then Lucullus turned his attention to the reforms that were much needed in the Greek cities of Asia. The inhabitants had been for many years so oppressed by bad laws that any change could be only an improvement for them, and they soon had reason to bless that which Lucullus brought about. Their taxes had been so heavy that the poor creatures had been forced, in many cases, to sell their own sons and daughters, as well as the ornaments in their temples, in order to pay them, and, after that was done, had become slaves to their creditors, by whom they had been treated with horrible cruelty. When Lucullus came to their relief, after all the misery they had endured, he made himself universally beloved, and by the end of 4 years he had managed so well as to have freed the cities from debt, and restored estates to their original owners. Meanwhile, Appius Clodius was sent by Lucullus to Armenia as an ambassador, But when he got there, he was ordered to wait for Tigranes, who was then engaged in a war in Phoenicia. He wasted no time, for while he waited, he won over to the Roman interest many princes who had submitted to Armenia out of pure necessity, and a number of cities that Tigranes had conquered sent to let Clodius know that they were friendly to Rome. He promised them all the aid Lucullus could give, but desired them to remain quiet for the time being. Tigranes was one of the haughtiest kings in the world, because he had been prosperous so long that he thought nothing was beyond his reach. He had conquered so many nations that several kings were servants at his court, and 4 in particular ran before him as footmen when he rode on horseback. When he gave an audience, these captive kings were obliged to stand by with clasped hands, which was a token that they had forever resigned their liberty, and were now the humblest of slaves. When Tigranes returned, Clodius was admitted to his presence, and, without appearing in the least awed by his splendor, told him plainly that he had come to demand Mithridates, whom Lucullus claimed for his triumph, and that if he refused to give him up, war would be declared. Such bold speech astonished Tigranes, who for more than 20 years had been used to the most servile conduct on the part of those to whom he deigned to grant an interview. However, he merely replied, "I will not deliver up Mithridates, and if the Romans begin war, I am able to defend myself." He was displeased not only at the way in which Clodius had spoken, but at Lucullus's having addressed him in his letter merely as king, and not as king of kings. Therefore, in his answer, he gave Lucullus no title at all. But he sent Appius some magnificent presents. They were declined. Then more were offered, out of which Appius selected a goblet, and returned the rest. It must not be supposed that the haughty Tigranes had been kind or considerate to the fallen monarch for whom he now proposed to fight. On the contrary, he had treated him with contempt, and kept him a prisoner in a sickly country some distance away. Now, for the first time, he was called to court and treated with respect. When Appius Clodius returned to Lucullus, who was at Ephesus, he found that general enjoying the peace and good laws he had established in the Grecian cities of Asia, by treating the inhabitants to all sorts of shows, processions, and trials of skill between wrestlers and gladiators. But without loss of time he went back to Pontus, put himself at the head of his troops, and prepared for war with Tigranes. He had a long way to march, and subdued several cities on the route, but at last he reached the river Euphrates. It was so swollen by recent heavy rains that Lucullus stood wondering how he could collect boats to form a bridge for the passage of his army. In the evening the water began to subside, and by morning the river had returned to its natural size, which was so unusual that the people of the country declared Lucullus must be more than mortal. His importance was increased by a favorable omen that appeared just after the army had crossed. A number of heifers, sacred to the goddess Diana in Persia, and used only for sacrifice, appeared on the banks of the river while the army was going over, and one of them, leaving the flock, went and stood by a rock which was considered sacred to the goddess, and hung its head when Lucullus approached, as though offering itself for a victim. That animal, as well as a bull, was sacrificed to the Euphrates, and then the army rested before proceeding. The next day Lucullus marched through Sophene, without doing the least injury to those who offered no resistance. When his men wanted to stop and take a fort which was supposed to be full of treasure, he pointed to Mount Taurus in the distance, and said, "Yonder is the fort you are to take. As for these things, they will, of course, belong to the conqueror." And so the Roman army moved on, crossed the Tigris, and entered Armenia. The first man who told Tigranes of the approach of the enemy was executed on the spot, and after that no one had the courage to announce bad news until it could no longer be kept secret. Then Mithrobarzanes, one of the king's favorites, ventured to tell him how near Lucullus was, and the reward he got was a small army of cavalry and foot soldiers, with which he was ordered to take the Roman general alive and tread down his troops. He would have obeyed had he been able, for he fought bravely, but he was slain in the battle, his soldiers took to flight, and most of them were cut to pieces. Then Tigranes returned to Mount Taurus, where he collected such a tremendous force that, as he viewed them, he turned proudly to those nearest him, and said, "My only fear is that I shall have Lucullus alone to fight, and not all the generals of Rome at once." Lucullus, meanwhile, laid siege to Tigrana-Certa, the great city which the king had built, and when the grand Persian army came up, he held a council of war. Some of his officers advised him to quit the siege and meet Tigranes with his whole army, while others thought it would be unsafe to leave so many enemies behind. Lucullus said both were right, so, dividing his forces, he left part to continue the siege under Murena, while he led the other part to the battlefield. He encamped on a large plain with a river in front of him, and his army looked so small as compared with that of the enemy, that the Persian officers laughed at it, and cast lots for the spoils before the battle. Tigranes himself joined in the jeers of his officers. "If the Romans have come as ambassadors, they are too many; if as soldiers, they are too few," he said. Next morning, at daybreak, Lucullus drew out his army, and as they marched in haste to a bend in the river, Tigranes thought they were retreating, and said to one of his generals, with a scornful smile, "Seest thou not, Taxiles, these invincible Romans taking to flight?" Taxiles answered, "Would indeed, O king, that some such piece of ill fortune might be yours! But the Romans do not, when going on a march, put on their best clothes or use bright shields and naked headpieces, as you now see them. This is a preparation for war, of men just ready to engage with their enemies." While Taxiles was speaking, an eagle of the foremost legions moved to the right by command of Lucullus, and the cohorts, according to their divisions and companies, formed in order and proceeded to pass over the river. Then Tigranes changed his tone, and, starting up as from a dream, exclaimed 2 or 3 times, "What, are these men coming upon us?" He then drew up his army in a hasty, disorderly manner, taking command of the main body himself, giving the left wing to the king of the Adiabenians, and the right to the king of the Medes. As Lucullus was crossing the river, some of his officers bade him beware of that day, for it was an unlucky one to the Romans. "I will make it a happy day to the Romans," replied Lucullus. It was the 6th of October, and the anniversary of a defeat of the army. Having thus spoken, Lucullus, armed with a breastplate of steel, formed of bright, shining scales, and wearing a fringed mantle, led on his men, sword in hand, to show them that the fight must be a close one. This was wise, because the Persians could only make use of their great, heavy weapons at a distance, and their armor was so unwieldy that unless they could use their pikes, they had no means of defending themselves or attacking the enemy. Their legs and thighs alone were uncovered, and at those parts the Romans were ordered to deal their blows. But they had not much chance to do so, for with a cry of terror the Persians turned and fled, they and their horses, in heavy armor, falling upon the foot soldiers and creating a panic. Their ranks were so thick and deep that they became entangled, wounded one another, and got trampled down, while multitudes were slain by the Romans, who followed them up and helped to increase the dreadful disorder. Tigranes was among the first to fly, and when he met his son, who was sharing his misfortune, he took off his crown and bade him take it and save himself by another road if possible. Fearing to place it upon his head, the young prince gave it in charge to one of his most faithful servants, who was afterwards taken prisoner by Lucullus. So that, besides killing nearly all the cavalry, and more than 100,000 foot soldiers, the Romans secured a large number of captives and the crown of Tigranes. They lost only 5 men, and had 100 wounded. Never was such a remarkable fight seen in the world, and one of the writers of the day said that the Romans were ashamed of themselves for having tried their arms against such a pitiful enemy. Lucullus followed up his victory, took and burnt many of the royal palaces in Asia, and might have seized the kings themselves, had they not fled like wild beasts, and hidden themselves in the forests. Both Mithridates and Tigranes were so subdued that they never dared to make further resistance against the Roman army. Still, Lucullus could not derive all the advantage from his conquests that he ought to have done, for he was never a favorite with his troops, and after 8 years of hard fighting they declared that they had had enough of hardship, and wanted to go home and enjoy their deserved repose. Then the popular party in Rome, taking advantage of the complaints of the army, accused Lucullus of prolonging the war in order that he might lay up stores of wealth for himself, and at last succeeded in having him removed from command and Pompey made general in his stead. On account of this accusation, many were opposed to allowing a triumph to Lucullus on his return to Rome, but some of the noblest statesmen used their influence to get this honor for him, because they thought he really deserved it. His procession was not as long as many others had been, but it made a splendid display of arms and other warlike implements taken from the enemy. There were the cavalry captives, 10 splendid chariots armed with sharp scythes and followed by 60 high officers of the Persian army. After these were drawn 110 war vessels, with brazen prows, preceding a massive gold statue of Mithridates 6 feet high, on which was his shield set with precious stones. Then came men carrying 20 large silver urns, gold cups, vases, arms, and a quantity of coin. These were followed by 8 mules bearing golden couches, and 56 more laden with silver bullion. The procession closed with 107 other mules carrying 2,700,000 drachmas in silver coin. A grand entertainment was provided for the whole city and all the neighboring villages besides. Now the Senate had hoped that Lucullus was going to support the patrician party, which had suffered a good deal from the tyranny of Pompey, but they soon found their mistake, for he thought he had endured hardships enough, and had returned with the determination to spend the rest of his life in ease and luxury. He built for his own use superb villas near Naples and Tusculum, and had everything in such magnificent style that even the wealthiest men of the day were astonished. His gardens exceeded those owned by any king of his time, and his houses were adorned with the most costly paintings and statuary that could be found. Lucullus was a man of learning and refinement, as was clearly shown by the splendid and costly library he collected. It was so complete that the learned men of the time never lost an opportunity to visit it, and they were always made welcome by the owner. Like most people who become suddenly rich, Lucullus was fond of display. His beds were covered with costly quilts, his sideboards groaned under the weight of silver and gold drinking vessels and dishes set with precious stones, and the variety in cooking of the provisions that were served to him daily were marvelous. When he entertained his friends, the most renowned musicians and comedians were engaged to perform for them at an enormous expense. Once, when some Grecian travelers were in Rome, they were invited to the house of Lucullus a number of times, but at last refused to go because they feared he was incurring too great an expense for their entertainment. When Lucullus heard their excuse, he smiled and said, "It is true, my friends, that some of the preparations are made for you, but the greatest part is for Lucullus." He prided himself upon his extravagance. Nothing gave him more pleasure than to have it spoken of. Quite a moderate repast was set before him one evening when he chanced to dine alone. Thereupon he summoned his chief cook and took him to task for it. "I thought that, as there were to be no guests, my master would not want an expensive supper," said the man, by way of apology. "What!" exclaimed Lucullus. "Didst thou not know that this evening Lucullus sups with Lucullus?" On entering the Forum one day, he met Cicero, who stood conversing with Pompey. They were intimate friends of his, and, after saluting him familiarly, asked, "Are you at leisure to receive us at your house?" "Nothing could give me greater pleasure. Come at once," answered Lucullus. "No, we will wait on you this evening," said Cicero, "on condition that you make no great preparations, but give us only what is provided for yourself." Lucullus objected at first, but, as they insisted, he turned to a servant who accompanied him, and said, "I shall sup tonight in the Apollo." The friends did not suspect the stratagem, but this is what it meant. Each dining room had its own china and plate, as well as style of entertainment. The Apollo was the most magnificent of them all, and when the servants received an order to serve a meal there, they knew it was to cost no less than 50,000 drachmas, and to consist of the very best of everything. Knowing only that Lucullus had merely named the dining room, and not aware of the orders connected with it, Cicero and Pompey were amazed at the splendor of the repast that was laid before them a few hours later. And so Lucullus lived on, taking no part whatever in public affairs, until, as he grew old, he lost his mind. Then the brother to whom he had always been devotedly attached took care of him and his estates. He died in the 67th year of his age, much regretted by the people, who attended his funeral procession in great numbers. End of chapter 42. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi Ceded Land.
Chapter 43 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 43. Pompey. Pompey was an exceedingly handsome man, and his manners were so pleasing and his conversation so agreeable that he early won the affection of his countrymen. He lived at the same time with Lucullus, whose life we have given, but unlike that Roman, Pompey's tastes and habits were plain and simple. Once, when he was dangerously ill and could eat scarcely anything, his physician ordered him a thrush. But as thrushes were out of season, they were not to be found in the markets. Lucullus had them in his birdhouses all the year, and it was proposed to send to him for one. "Does Pompey's life depend upon the luxury of Lucullus?" asked the sick man. Then, without regard to the physician's order, he ate something that was easy to be had. That happened when he was middle-aged. He was only 19 years old when he served under his father in the war against Sylla. Lucius Terentius was his comrade and slept in the same tent with him, but he had been bribed by Sylla to kill him while others set fire to the general's tent. Pompey found it out, and on the night set apart for the horrible deed, he stole softly out of the tent after having gone to bed, and went with a guard to protect his father. As soon as Terentius supposed he was asleep, he crawled over to the bed and stabbed it in many places, thinking that Pompey was there. Then there was a mutiny among the soldiers, which it required all the eloquence young Pompey could command to quiet. Cinna was killed not long after, and Carbo became ruler. This happened after the Romans had experienced so many calamities that any change was welcomed by them. But they soon found Carbo to be a most savage tyrant, and so rejoiced when Sylla returned to Italy. Pompey was then at Picenum, where he raised an army of about 17,000 men. With this force he set out to join Sylla, and succeeded in doing so only after being attacked several times by the opposite party. He was just 23 years old when he elevated himself to the office of general, and Sylla was so struck by his appearance and the excellent condition of his army that he saluted him as Imperator when they met. This was an honorable title, and one that had never before been bestowed on a Roman who had not been in the Senate. Indeed, it was one for which such great generals as Scipio and Marius were fighting. But Sylla felt that Pompey deserved it, and his respect for that young man was so great that he would always rise and uncover his head when he approached. When he had made himself master of Italy and was declared dictator, he rewarded his principal officers handsomely. But to Pompey he gave most, knowing that he owed more to his services than to those of any other man. 3 years later, Pompey was sent to Sicily because the friends of Marius were fortifying themselves there. He retook the island and was then ordered to Africa, where in 40 days he drove out Domitius with his grand army. The Romans were astonished at his wonderful exploits, and on his return prepared to receive him with every mark of honor and kindness. Sylla marched at their head to meet the hero, and after embracing him affectionately, called him Pompey the Great, bidding all who were present to do the same. Now Pompey desired the honor of a triumph, and there can be no question that he deserved one, But Sylla was jealous of his fast-growing power, and said that no Roman who had not first been consul or praetor had ever had a triumph, and that such a proceeding would excite envy among other officers. But Pompey was determined, and said, "Do not forget that more people worship the rising than the setting sun." He meant that his power was increasing while Sylla's was on the decline. Feeling the truth of this remark, and admiring Pompey's spirit, Sylla cried, "Let him triumph, let him triumph," and so the young man had his way. He might then have become a senator if he had chosen, but he preferred to seek extraordinary honors, and his triumph was certainly such. After it was over, he took his place among the Roman knights, which pleased the populace immensely. But Sylla was anxious on account of the height of glory to which he had risen, though he dared not hinder him. He said nothing until Lepidus was raised to the consulship by Pompey's influence. Then, when Pompey passed through the forum with a great train of followers, he cried out, "I see, young man, that you are proud of your victory, and indeed it was a great thing for you to obtain the consulship for Lepidus, the worst man in Rome, in preference to Catullus, the best and most deserving. But beware, for you have made your enemy stronger than yourself." The truth of Sylla's words appeared shortly after his death, for Lepidus desired to become dictator, and armed himself for that purpose against Catullus, who had to call in the aid of Pompey. Lepidus was then driven out of Italy and fled to Sardinia, where he died. After a short season of peace and quiet, the Senate ordered Pompey to Spain to support Metellus against the powerful Sertorius, whose activity and skill made him a most formidable opponent. When Sertorius heard of this addition to the Roman army, he said, "I shall want no other weapons than a rod and ferule to chastise the boy, but I fear the old woman." By the boy he meant Pompey, who was just 30 years old. Metellus was the old woman. Though he spoke thus, he was really afraid of Pompey, and so made his plans with extreme caution. Metellus was less an object of dread, because he had given himself up to a life of luxury and pleasure quite unfit for a soldier. The defeat of Lauron, narrated in the life of Sertorius, was a dreadful blow to Pompey, but he gained the next battle, which encouraged him so much that he hastened to attack Sertorius near the river Sucro. In that engagement he was wounded in the hand, and he would certainly have been captured had he not jumped from his horse and turned it loose towards the enemy. They were so dazzled by the rich trappings that they began to quarrel over them, as Pompey had expected, and so he made his escape. The war continued with little success on either side until Sertorius was murdered by his own officers, when it was brought to a close. Perpenna, who succeeded Sertorius, had taken charge of his private papers, and when Pompey took Perpenna prisoner, he burnt them without reading them, because he feared they might cast disgrace on some of the most powerful men of Rome, and so be the cause of new wars. This was wise and prudent. Pompey returned to Rome when the civil war was at its height, and Crassus was in command of the army. A great battle had just been fought, and 5,000 slaves had fled, but Pompey met them and put them all to death, and then sent this message to the Senate: "Crassus has beaten the gladiators in a pitched battle, but I have cut up the war by the roots." The Romans were delighted to honor a man whom they had learned to love and admire, so they gave him a second triumph, and at the same time he was created consul, with Crassus for his colleague. One of the scenes that pleased them most was when Pompey appeared in the forum with other Roman knights, each to give an account to the two censors of his actions in the war, and to demand his discharge. This custom was always observed, and each knight received, according to his behavior, marks of honor or of disgrace. Pompey advanced, preceded by his lictors, and leading his horse amidst profound silence, everybody staring at him in admiration. The older censor spoke. "Pompey the Great, I demand of you whether you have served all the campaigns required by law. He answered in a loud voice, I have served them all, and all under myself as general. Loud cheers and applause greeted this reply, and the censors conducted the new consul to his home, followed by the multitude. Though Pompey and Crassus were consuls together, they never could agree on any point, but kept up a continual quarrel. When their term of office ended, a knight who had never taken part in public affairs mounted the rostrum one day before a large crowd of people and said, Jupiter has appeared to me in a dream and commanded me to tell the consuls that they must not give up their office until they are friends. Pompey stood still and said nothing, but Crassus went to him, took his hand, and spoke as follows. I do not think, fellow citizens, that I do anything mean or dishonorable in making the first advance to Pompey, on whom you were pleased to bestow the title of great, when he was but a beardless youth, and for whom you voted 2 triumphs before he was a senator. Thus were they reconciled before they went out of office. About this time the pirates had become so powerful in the Mediterranean that they attacked islands and seaport towns, as well as ships, and persons of wealth, high birth, and intellect joined their band just as though their employment were an honorable one. They had watchtowers and arsenals strongly fortified, and their fleets were gaily ornamented as if they took a pride in their villainy. They owned 1,000 ships and 400 cities, and were so powerful that they could insult Roman citizens without fear of punishment. Once they carried off 2 praetors in their purple robes with all their servants and lictors, and at another time seized the daughter of Antony, a distinguished citizen, and would not release her until they had received a large ransom. When a captive declared himself to be a Roman and told his name, the pirates would pretend surprise and fear, fall at his feet, and humbly beseech him to forgive them. Then they would dress him in a Roman gown and place Roman shoes on his feet, so that they might know him another time, they said, and putting out a ship's ladder when they were far out at sea, tell him he was free to go, and wish him a pleasant journey. If he hesitated, he was thrown overboard. Of course, trade and navigation came to a standstill when every ship was in danger from pirates, and there was reason to fear a famine in Rome. So at last Pompey was sent to clear the seas. This wonderful achievement was performed in 4 months. 20,000 pirates were taken prisoners, and the rest were compelled to retire to Cilicia, which was too far from Rome for them to do further damage. The prisoners were not put to death. Pompey was too humane for that. He gave them small tracts of land in various scantily populated regions, thus offering them a chance to become honest citizens. When the news was brought to Rome that the war with the pirates was finished, Pompey was considered such an able general that he was appointed over Lucullus to carry on the war against Mithridates and Tigranes, with more power than had ever been entrusted to any Roman general before. On his arrival in Asia, he altered everything that Lucullus had done, merely to show that the latter no longer had authority, which was, of course, very galling to that general, for he had so disabled Mithridates and Tigranes that they could offer little opposition to Pompey, who got credit for the conquest that really belonged to Lucullus. Nevertheless, Pompey made some hard fights in different parts of Asia, and won some brilliant victories before the war ended. Then, crowned with glory, he turned homeward, stopping in Greece by the way. At Mytilene, he witnessed the exercises of the poets, all of whom selected the actions of Pompey for their theme this year. He was so much pleased with their theatre that he took a plan of it, intending to build one similar but larger in Rome. Then he visited several other Greek cities, and lastly Athens, to which he presented 50 talents for improvements. Rumors had reached Rome that Pompey was coming back with a powerful army for the purpose of establishing himself as sole ruler. But as soon as he landed in Italy, he mustered his soldiers, bade each farewell, and sent him home, only requesting that none would fail to take part in his triumph. Then he went to Rome as a private citizen, and the whole city turned out to meet him with loud shouts of greeting. His triumph lasted 2 days, and Rome had never witnessed one more splendid. Pompey's greatest glory was not in the fact that he had triumphed 3 times, for other Romans had done likewise, but that he seemed to have led the whole world captive, for his first triumph had been over Africa, his second over Europe, and his third over Asia. At this time, Caesar was laying the foundation for future greatness. He had just returned from Spain and wanted to be consul, and in order to accomplish this, it was necessary that Crassus and Pompey should be friends, so that both would uphold him. He therefore set to work to reconcile them, which would have been all very well if the intention had been good, but it was only to serve himself that he wanted, and the union he formed, which is known in history as the First Triumvirate, proved a fatal blow to the constitution of Rome. Then Pompey and Caesar became fast friends, and carried everything before them. Cicero and Cato were not on their side, so the former was banished and the latter was sent to Cyprus, it being necessary to get both out of the way. In effecting all this, Pompey had taken into his service Clodius, one of the vilest wretches that ever lived, but in course of time he quarreled with him, and Cicero was recalled. For a while Pompey's popularity with the populace had not been so great as formerly, but he regained their goodwill when he was entrusted with the care of supplying the city with corn in a time of scarcity. It was Cicero, the great orator, who induced the Senate to appoint Pompey to that position, which was a most important one, because it gave him control over the merchant as well as the farmer. He sent agents to various places and went himself to Sicily, Sardinia, and Africa, working with such success that he filled the markets with grain and covered the sea with his ships. So not only was there plenty in Rome, but she was even in condition to supply the wants of her neighbors. Now Pompey married Julia, Caesar's sister, and Caesar married Calpurnia, the daughter of Piso, who was consul. These 2 men continued to be fast friends, but Caesar was sent to Gaul with an army, and Pompey gave great offense by devoting himself to his wife and traveling about with her, instead of giving his whole attention to his country. But he gained public favor by opening his theater and treating the people to all sorts of games, shows, gymnastics, and music, besides a battle of lions and one of elephants, which was witnessed with wonder and delight. A change had taken place in public affairs at Rome, and those who stood for offices now fought for them or got them by means of bribes. Some of the more honest citizens were so indignant that it was proposed to appoint a dictator, and Pompey was the man selected. But fearing that as dictator he might become a tyrant, it was decided after a great deal of debate to appoint him sole consul. Before this happened his wife had died, so one bond between him and Caesar was broken, and not many months after he became sole consul he married Cornelia, the daughter of Scipio, a young, beautiful, and highly accomplished lady. Meanwhile Caesar had made himself famous in Gaul, and his friends declared that his services to his country were so great that he deserved at least a second consulship. Pompey opposed this, saying that, as there was no doubt that Caesar wished to be released from command, he ought to return home to stand for office. The fact was that Pompey had no desire to share his government with anyone, so, in order to weaken Caesar, he demanded back the 2 legions he had lent him, under pretense that he was about to engage in a war with Parthia. Caesar was not deceived, but returned the soldiers loaded with costly presents. Not long after, Pompey was attacked by a dangerous illness. This was at Naples. He recovered, and the citizens offered sacrifices to celebrate the happy event. Others imitated the Neapolitans until there was not a town or village in all Italy that did not rejoice publicly on account of Pompey's recovery. As he journeyed towards Rome, he was greeted by crowds of people who assembled from different quarters with garlands on their heads and lighted torches in their hands to see the hero, whose path they strewed with flowers. Such a display of affection was no doubt gratifying to Pompey, but it is said to have been one of the chief causes of the civil war, for it turned Pompey's head, and so increased his confidence in himself that he felt contempt for Caesar's power, and believed that it would be very easy to subdue him. When anyone expressed anxiety about a war, and wondered where forces were to come from should Caesar choose to advance on Rome, he said, "If in Italy I do but stamp upon the ground, an army will appear." Caesar was not idle. He slowly advanced towards Italy, and not only sent his soldiers to vote in the elections, but bribed such men as Paulus, Curio, and Mark Antony to take his side. The time for which Caesar had been appointed to command was drawing to a close, and when the question of his removal arose, Curio made the demand that either Pompey's army should have a new commander, or that Caesar's should retain theirs. Marcellus then rose and pronounced Caesar a robber, who should be looked upon as an enemy to Rome unless he would disband his army. Curio, with the assistance of Antony and Piso, demanded that it be put to the vote. The result favored Pompey, and the people clapped their hands for joy. Pompey was not present, because it was not lawful for generals in command of an army to enter the city, so Marcellus, accompanied by the Senate, went solemnly to meet him, and addressed him thus: "Pompey, I charge you to assist your country, for which purpose you shall make use of what troops you have, and levy what new ones you please." Other senators spoke to the same purpose, but Antony, who was in favor of peace, read a letter of Caesar's in which he proposed that both he and Pompey should dismiss their armies and let the people judge which of them should rule. This proposition met with so much favor that Pompey found it more difficult to levy an army than he had supposed. Cicero then tried to bring about a reconciliation, and proposed that Caesar should give up Gaul, disband all his army except 2 legions, and wait for another consulship. But Pompey and his friends would not agree to any such thing. Just then news was brought that Caesar was marching on Rome. That general was indeed on the road, but when he reached the banks of the Rubicon, he hesitated whether to advance or recede. At last he exclaimed, "The die is cast," and led his army over. Such consternation had never filled Rome before, and the Senate and magistrates ran to Pompey to find out what he meant to do. Tullus asked what forces he could command. After a moment's pause, Pompey said, "I have 2 legions that Caesar sent back, and believe that I shall shortly be able to make up a body of 30,000 men." "O Pompey, you have deceived us," cried Tullus. "Let a messenger be at once sent to make terms with Caesar." "Now stamp upon the ground and call forth the forces you promised us," bade Favonius. Pompey made no answer to this raillery, and Cato said, "Let us choose Pompey for general with absolute authority, for the men who do great evils know best how to cure them." He echoed the opinion of all Rome in calling the war which Pompey had brought about an evil, but there was no help for it now, so he went in command of forces to Sicily, while the rest of the senators departed, each to his separate post. Thus was the whole of Italy up in arms, though no one could say what it was best to do. People from the suburbs flocked to Rome, while those within the city were quitting it as fast as possible, and such was the confusion that everybody interfered with Pompey's plans, each giving advice according as he was affected by doubt, fear, or grief. Then again, all sorts of rumors about the enemy filled the air, and those who reported them to Pompey were angry if he did not believe and immediately act upon them. At length, almost beside himself with the uproar, Pompey determined to leave the city, and commanding the Senate to follow, he did so as soon as it was dark. The consuls did not even wait to offer the customary sacrifices to the gods before going to war, so anxious were they to be with the general whom they loved, even when they found fault with his management. A few days later Caesar entered Rome, but he behaved with so much kindness and consideration towards the inhabitants that their fears were soon at rest. He took all the money he wanted from the public treasury, and then went after Pompey resolved to drive him out of Italy before he could be joined by his forces from Spain. Pompey hastened to Brundusium, where he had a number of ships, and having fortified the town, waited there until his whole army had embarked. Then, after sending his father-in-law Scipio and his son Cneius to Syria to provide war vessels, he went on shipboard himself and sailed away. Caesar was surprised at the end of 60 days to find himself master of Italy, and without having caused the least bloodshed. But he could not follow Pompey because he had no ships, so he marched to Spain, hoping to win over the forces there. In this he succeeded, and then passed the Alps again, and proceeded through Italy to Brundusium. Thence he crossed the sea and landed at Auricum. One of his prisoners, who was a friend to Pompey, was then sent to propose that both armies should be disbanded within 3 days and all return to Italy. But Pompey, who had got together a grand army of the very flower of Italy, suspected a snare, and so hastened to the sea and secured all the forts and shipping stations. Then Caesar was forced to give battle or run the risk of starvation, because Pompey's men were so placed that he could get no supplies. So he daily attacked Pompey's entrenchments, and usually had the advantage. But one day he was in danger of losing his army, for Pompey put his entire detachment to flight and killed 2,000 men. Provisions began to be scarce with Caesar, so he marched on to Thessaly, and Pompey's men were so rejoiced at this, as well as at their recent victory, that they urged him to follow. But some of the officers advised him instead to return to Italy, take possession, and proclaim himself victor. That he could not do, because Scipio and others of high dignity would then be left to the mercy of Caesar. So he decided that the next best thing for Rome was to keep the war as far away from her as possible. He therefore followed Caesar with the intention of avoiding a general battle, but of wearing him out with sieges. However, after a time he yielded to the demand of his officers and began an engagement, though against his better judgment. When Caesar saw Pompey's army drawn up for battle, he exclaimed, "The long-wished-for day is come on which we shall fight with men and not with want and famine." He then ordered the red mantle, the signal of battle among the Romans, to be hoisted before his tent, and his soldiers no sooner saw it than they ran to arms with loud shouts of joy. It is unnecessary to give all the details of this memorable battle. Pompey had twice the number of men that Caesar had, and the fight was a desperate one on both sides. There were the same arms, troops marshaled in the same manner, the same standards, the strength and flower of one and the same nation turned upon itself. The 10th Legion, which Caesar commanded, signalized itself, as it always did, and towards the close of the battle put the enemy to flight. Utterly disheartened and bowed down by grief, Pompey quitted the ranks and retired to his tent, where he sat down without speaking a word until some of Caesar's men entered. "What, into my camp too?" he exclaimed. Then rising, he mounted his horse and rode away. He had very few people with him, and finding that he was not pursued, he left his horse and walked slowly on. It must have been a sad moment for a man who for 34 years had been used to conquer, when he found himself in his old age defeated and forced to fly from the battlefield. He passed on to Tempe, where, in a state of exhaustion and burning with thirst, he threw himself upon his face and drank a deep draught from the river. He then went on to the sea-coast and passed the night in the cabin of a poor fisherman. Next morning he went on board a boat, taking with him the free man who had accompanied him, and bidding the slaves go to Caesar and fear nothing. A merchant ship chanced to be lying off, just ready to set sail, and Pompey hailed it. The commander was a Roman citizen named Petitius, who knew Pompey well, and no sooner did he recognize the fallen hero than he took him on board and treated him with the utmost kindness and consideration. They sailed by Mitylene, where Cornelia awaited her husband. She was overwhelmed with grief when she beheld him with but one ship, and that not his own. But he consoled her as best he could, and assured her that he was ready to try his fortune again. For that purpose he sailed about and collected a navy, with which he determined to claim the hospitality of young King Ptolemy in Egypt. On arriving in Africa, he found that the king was posted with his army at the city of Pelusium. He sent a messenger to announce his arrival. Ptolemy was very young, so calling a council of his prime minister and ablest officers, he asked their advice. Some were for giving Pompey an honorable reception, while others advised the king to order him to depart, saying, if you receive him, you will have Caesar for your enemy and Pompey for your master. If you order him off, he may one day seek revenge, and Caesar may resent your not having put him in his hands. The best method, therefore, is to send for him and put him to death. Thus you will do Caesar a favor and have nothing to fear from Pompey. Dead men do not bite. It was therefore decided that Pompey should be put to death, and Achillas was appointed to do the deed. He went in a small boat with Septimius, who had once been an officer under Pompey, and several others. They rowed up to the side of Pompey's ship, and Septimius greeted him in Latin, called him Imperator, the highest title a Roman could have. Achillas saluted him in Greek and invited him to step into his boat, saying that the water was too shallow near the shore for his vessel to go in. Pompey had his misgivings, but as by this time the coast was covered with troops, and several of Ptolemy's ships were ready to sail, there was nothing for him to do but obey. He therefore embraced Cornelia, who wept bitterly, and ordered one of his liberated slaves named Philip, and a servant named Cenes, to get into the boat before him. As he stepped in himself, he turned to his wife and repeated this verse of Sophocles: He that once enters at a tyrant's door becomes a slave, though he were free before. These were the last words he ever spoke to his friends. As the boat was rowed to shore, Pompey noticed that not a man in it either spoke to him or showed him the slightest civility. That alarmed him, but he looked at Septimius and said, Methinks I remember you to have been my fellow soldier. Septimius answered only with a nod, and Pompey did not venture another remark. When he was about to step ashore, he took hold of Philip's hand to steady himself, and as he did so, Septimius ran him through the body. Pompey seized his robe and covered his face, not allowing a single groan to escape his lips, while Achillas and others dispatched him with many blows. Cornelia, who had been watching her husband from the galley, gave a shriek that was heard on shore when she witnessed the murder. Her friends weighed anchor immediately, and a brisk gale carried them out to sea so fast that the Egyptians did not think it worth while to pursue them. Having cut off Pompey's head, the murderers threw the body out of the boat naked, but Philip washed it and wrapped it in one of his own garments. Then, after hunting about for a long time, he found some rotten planks with which he set to work to build a funeral pile. While he was thus engaged, an old Roman citizen who in his youth had served in the wars under Pompey came up to him and asked, Who are you that are preparing the funeral of Pompey the Great? I am his freedman, answered Philip. Nay, then you shall not have this honor alone, returned the other. Let me too, I pray you, have my share in this pious office, so that I may not repent of having passed so many years in a foreign land. Let me have the honor of touching and wrapping up the body of Pompey, the greatest general Rome ever had. Not long after, Caesar arrived in Egypt, and when Pompey's head was presented to him, he turned aside and shuddered. When Pompey's seal was laid before him, he burst into tears. Achillas he put to death, and King Ptolemy, being defeated in a battle on the banks of the Nile, ran away and was never heard of afterwards. The ashes of Pompey were carried to his wife Cornelia, who buried them at his country seat near Alba. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman, Chapter 44. Cicero. Not much is positively known about the parents of Marcus Tullius Cicero, but he was born in the same year which gave birth to Pompey the Great. He became prominent at a very early age, for he was so quick and bright at school that the other boys wondered at him and mentioned him so often at home that their fathers would visit the school on purpose to hear the clever pupil recite. He wanted to learn everything, but particularly poetry, for which he showed peculiar taste. His poem on the fable of Glaucus, which he wrote when a boy, still exists, and later in life he had the name of being not only the best poet, but the best orator in Rome. Even at the present time, his orations are considered perfect samples of rhetoric, but his verses have been cast into the shade by those of the many great poets that have followed him. Scaevola, a celebrated lawyer, taught Cicero all about the laws and politics of Rome, and his knowledge of military affairs, which was considered an important part of every Roman boy's education, he gained in actual service under the consul Strabo, father of Pompey the Great. But he preferred to study philosophy and rhetoric, and returned to them just as soon as he could, devoting part of each day to declaiming in Greek and Latin. His introduction into public life was made in defense of Roscius Amerinus, one of Sylla's emancipated slaves. Roscius was accused of having murdered his own father. Cicero defended him and won the suit. This happened when Sylla was at the height of his power. So, thinking it prudent to get out of the way, after having defended a man whom Sylla had accused, Cicero determined to travel. He visited Greece, where he studied under the most learned men of the day. Then he went to Asia and mingled with the great philosophers and rhetoricians. Like Demosthenes, Cicero began by having serious defects, both in manner and delivery. But he took lessons of Roscius the comedian and Aesop the tragedian until he became so excellent in the art of oratory that when he was leaving Athens, a learned scholar said to him, "You have my praise, Cicero, and Greece my pity, since those arts and that eloquence, which are the only glories that remain to her, will now be transferred by you to Rome." He was 30 years of age when he returned to his native city, so much improved in public speaking that he excelled all the other orators, and soon became the most popular of them. He was appointed quaestor, or public treasurer, at a time when there was great need of grain in Rome, and was sent to Sicily to procure it. At first the people complained of him, but he proved himself so just and reasonable that they afterwards declared they liked him better than any quaestor Rome had ever sent them. He gained further favor with the Sicilians by his prosecution of Verres, who had been their praetor and had filled the office very badly. Verres was convicted, and the Sicilians were so grateful to Cicero that later, when he became aedile, they sent him all sorts of presents from their island. Cicero owned a modest country seat near Naples and another at Pompeii, but he lived most of the time on the Palatine Hill in Rome, so that people who desired to visit him needed not to make a journey. He had the good taste to live simply, though his wife had brought him a fortune, and he had besides plenty of money of his own. His companions were literary men, Greek and Roman, and he held a levee every day, as Pompey did. 2 years after he became aedile, he was raised to the office of praetor, and presided at the courts of justice with great dignity and honor. But it had long been his aim to become a consul, and he relied on Caesar and Pompey to raise him to that office. They succeeded in doing so, and he won the blessings of his countrymen by crushing the conspiracy of Catiline. This he could only have done as consul, and he stood for that office in a complete suit of armor under his tunic, because he knew that Catiline and his party had determined to assassinate him. Their scheme was to put Cicero out of the way, make Catiline consul, and thus get complete control of the government into their hands. It was bold and outrageous, but they might have succeeded had not the plot been revealed to Cicero, who exposed it in an oration, and thus saved Rome and drove Catiline from the city. When the people became aware of the danger they had escaped, they saluted Cicero as the father and deliverer of his country. And when he walked home from the marketplace after witnessing the execution of Catiline's principal assistants, all the houses were illuminated in honor of him, and he was followed by a train of the most distinguished of the citizens. His authority at that time was very great, but he excited the envy of not a few because he was continually praising himself, and people grew tired of hearing him repeat again and again the benefit he had done his country in crushing Catiline. On the other hand, it must be admitted that, though he loved to sound his own praises, he did not envy others, and was always ready to give them whatever credit they deserved. This may be seen in his writings and in some of his sayings. For example, he called Aristotle a river of flowing gold. Of Plato's dialogues, he said, "If Jupiter were to speak, it would be in language like theirs." When asked which of Demosthenes' orations he preferred, he answered the longest. When Caesar was in power, Cicero obtained from him the Roman citizenship for a learned Greek, whose instruction he advised many youths to seek, and he gave several other instances of how highly he esteemed the merits of the virtuous and the wise. These are some examples of his bright repartee. When Crassus was going to Syria, he wanted to leave Cicero his friend. Therefore, on meeting him one day, he told him that he would sup with him. Cicero accepted the offer politely. A few days after, Vatinius sent word that he wanted to make friends with him. "What?" said Cicero. "Does Vatinius too want to sup with me?" This showed that he understood why Crassus wished to partake of his hospitality. A report was brought to Cicero of the death of Vatinius, and when he heard that it was false, he said, "May the rascal that told the news perish, because it is not true." There was a man named Octavius who was suspected of having African blood in his veins. He said one day, when Cicero was pleading in court, that he could not hear him. "That is strange," returned the orator, "for you have holes in your ears." This was a mark of slavery among some nations, but the Africans wore earrings for ornament. There was a young man accused of having killed his father with poisoned cake. He was very insolent to Cicero, who cross-questioned him and offered angry threats. "I had much rather have your threats than your cake," said Cicero. Publius Cestius had taken Cicero to defend him in an important case, but would not permit anyone to talk but himself. And when the judges were about to acquit him, Cicero called out, "Make the best use of your time today, Cestius, for nobody will listen to you tomorrow." Marcus Appius said in the introduction to one of his pleadings that his client had desired him to try all that industry, eloquence, and fidelity in his cause could do. But when he finished, Cicero said, "What a hard-hearted man you are not to do any one thing that your client asked of you." It need scarcely be said that Cicero excited a great deal of ill feeling by such cutting remarks, because they were often made merely for the sake of raising a laugh. Lucius Cotta was censor when Cicero stood for the consulship. Cotta was known to be a great lover of wine, and often drank to excess. During the canvass, feeling thirsty, Cicero called for a cup of water. His friends stood close about him while he drank. "That is right," he said, "conceal me, for otherwise the censor may call me to account for drinking water." Cicero had some enemies, but the most powerful of them all was Clodius, a bold, bad man, descended from an illustrious Roman family. Clodius hated Cicero so much that he determined to ruin him, and with that object in view caused the old law to be renewed, which declared any one guilty of treason who had a citizen put to death without trial. This was a blow aimed at Cicero, who had executed those engaged in the Catiline conspiracy. When Cicero was accused of this crime, he put on mourning and went around among the people humbly begging their grace. Nearly all the knights followed his example, and there were no fewer than 20,000 young men of the best families walking about Rome in mourning attire, with hair untrimmed, supplicating the people for Cicero. But Clodius, with his lawless band of ruffians, met them at every turn and pelted them with dirt and stones. At last matters came to such a pass that it was clear Cicero must either leave the country or fight. He applied to Pompey for assistance, but Pompey slipped out of the back door and avoided the interview. Cicero had often befriended him, therefore he dared not refuse. But as he was now Caesar's son-in-law, and as Caesar was no friend to Cicero just then, he preferred not to side with the orator. Cicero next applied to the consuls. One advised him to wait until Clodius fell into disfavor. The other treated him roughly. But his friends, one and all, advised him to go into exile. So one night he started by land, escorted by a party of friends, and traveled until he reached Brundusium, whence he set sail for Greece. No sooner did Clodius discover that he was gone than he pronounced a decree of exile against him, and then destroyed his farm, burned his villa and his city house, and on the site of the latter built a temple to liberty. But in course of time Clodius made himself so obnoxious to the good citizens that Pompey went about among Cicero's friends, urging them to get him recalled to Rome, and the Senate declared that they would attend to no business whatever until that was done. Then Lentulus, the consul, used his efforts in Cicero's favor, and there was a bloody scene in the Forum in consequence. Milo, the tribune, summoned Clodius to trial for acts of violence, but the people, collected in a body, drove Clodius out of the Forum and gave a unanimous vote for the recall of the exiled Cicero. So, at the end of about 16 months from the time he had left, the orator returned to his native country, where he was received with every mark of honor. The Senate met him at the city gates, and his entry resembled a triumph. Not long after, Milo killed Clodius, and Cicero was called upon to defend him against the charge of murder. But Cicero was a timid man, and when he beheld the crowd that had gathered to hear him, he was seized with a fit of trembling that seriously affected his delivery. That speech was said to be the worst he ever made, and was probably the reason why Milo was condemned. 5 years after his return from exile, Cicero went to Cilicia as governor, and did such good service in driving the bandit tribes from the neighboring mountains that he was saluted by the soldiers with the title of imperator. When he went back to Rome, he would have asked for a triumph, but the civil war was just on the eve of breaking out, and everything was in commotion. He tried very hard to reconcile the two leaders, Pompey and Caesar, but failing to do that, showed himself miserably changeable and undecided, first favoring the one, then the other. Whither shall I turn, he says in his epistles. Pompey has the more honorable cause, but Caesar manages his affairs with the greater address, and is more able to save himself and his friends. In short, I know whom to avoid, but not whom to seek. He joined Pompey's camp in Greece after a time, but on account of ill health was not present at the battle of Pharsalia. At the battle, Pompey was defeated and had to fly. Then Cato desired Cicero to command part of the army, but he declined, and announced that he would take no further share in the war. Thereupon some of the young warriors drew their swords, called him traitor, and would certainly have dispatched him on the spot had it not been for Cato, who interposed and led him out of the camp. Cicero then went to Brundusium, but when he heard that Caesar was coming, he began to tremble, for he did not know how the mighty conqueror would receive him. However, his fears were allayed when Caesar appeared, for he saluted him as a friend, and then walked by his side and conversed with him. Soon Rome became a monarchy, with Caesar as ruler, and Cicero withdrew from public affairs and devoted himself entirely to philosophy and literature. He spent the greater part of his time at his country house near Tusculum, where for recreation he would write poetry, sometimes producing as many as 500 verses in one night. He rarely went to town unless he wished to pay his respects to Caesar or to vote him some new honors. It was the assassination of Caesar which called him to public life again and made him hope for political influence. But Mark Antony took Caesar's place, and as he was no friend to Cicero, the orator could do nothing for the moment. It was then that he composed some admirable orations known by the name of Philippic, which are familiar to students of classical literature. However, his ambition revived when he found young Octavio Caesar disposed to be his friend, and with him he tried to bring about a war against Antony. But he was deceived, for as soon as Octavius had managed to obtain the consulship, he formed an alliance with Antony and Lepidus, who had been Caesar's friend, and Cicero's was one of the first names that appeared on the list of those they condemned to death. While these things were taking place, Cicero was at Tusculum, and as soon as he heard of them, he set out for a certain seaport, whence he hoped to set sail for Macedonia and join Brutus, who had formed an army there. He did embark and sailed some distance along the coast. He then changed his mind and traveled by land. At times he thought of killing himself, but after much uncertainty and various half-formed plans, he at last went to Capitae, where he owned a pleasant house near the seaside. As his vessel was rowed to shore, a flock of crows alighted on the sails, some cawing, others pecking at the ropes. This was considered a bad omen, but Cicero went to the house and lay down upon a lounge to rest. The crows followed, some settling on the window sill, while one or two hopped on the lounge and tugged at the covers. Cicero's servants were so impressed by these ill omens that they asked one another, "Shall we stay to be spectators of our master's murder? Shall we not protect him, so innocent and so great a sufferer as he is, when the brute creatures give him marks of their care?" So partly by persuasion, partly by force, they got him into a litter and carried him down towards the sea. The assassins, who had been sent from Rome, headed by Popilius, a tribune whom Cicero had once defended against a charge of murder, soon arrived. They went to the house and burst open the door. Not finding the orator, they questioned a youth whom he had educated, and were told that he was in a litter then on its way to the sea. They ran in the direction pointed out, and when Cicero saw them approaching, he ordered his litter to be set down. The poor old man, now in his 64th year, looked straight at the murderers, and some of them were so struck by his misery that they covered their faces, while Herennius the centurion raised his sword and with one powerful stroke cut off his head. The hands which had written the Philippics against Antony were also cut off and carried to Rome. Antony was holding an assembly for the election of magistrates, and when he beheld the head and hands of Cicero, he said, "Now let there be an end of all executions." They were exposed together in a public place, and men wept when they beheld them, and thought of the pure, amiable character that had met so cruel and unjust a death. About 59 of this great man's orations have been preserved, though he wrote many more, which, with his other literary works, will give to those who care to study them a much better insight into the thoughts and feelings of Cicero than they can get in these pages. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in their public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 45, Caesar. In the lives of Marius and Sylla, mention has been made of Julius Caesar, but as he was one of the most renowned of the Romans, there is much more to tell about him. He was descended from the illustrious and noble Julian family, many of whose members distinguished themselves at different periods in Italy, but he was the most famous of them all. As a boy, he was considered remarkably intelligent, and he was always so eager to learn that he gave promise at an early age of future greatness. He was scarcely 20 years old when, after a season of disturbance in the government, Sylla became ruler of Rome, and he was forced to fly for his life. Sylla had reasons for disliking him, the principal of which was his relationship to Marius, who governed the opposite party, for Caesar and Marius were first cousins. So many people were put to death merely for not siding with Sylla that Caesar could not be ignorant of his own danger. So he left Rome and hid himself in a foreign country. After a time, Sylla's power grew weaker, and then Caesar returned and soon became very popular with his countrymen. As a proof of this, he was elected to the office of high priest when Metellus, who had held it, died, although two men of the highest reputation and great influence with the Senate were candidates at the same time. Not long after, Caesar was appointed to the government of certain provinces in Spain, but he had spent so much money in entertainments and public shows that he was in debt, and his creditors refused to let him go until he had settled with them. He would not have known how to help himself had it not been for Crassus, one of the wealthiest men in Rome, who pledged himself to pay all his debts, whereupon he was allowed to depart. When crossing the Alps, he passed some villages whose inhabitants looked poor and miserable, and one of his companions said, "I wonder if those people want offices, or feel envious enough towards the great to quarrel with them." To which Caesar answered, "I assure you, I had rather be the first man among these fellows than the second man in Rome." One day, when reading the history of Alexander, he burst into tears. His friends were surprised and asked what ailed him. "Have I not just cause to weep," he asked, "when I consider that at my age Alexander had conquered many nations, while I have not a single exploit to boast of?" But his ambition was soon gratified, for he conquered several tribes in Spain and made them subject to Rome. Besides, he settled many quarrels and established such excellent laws that the provinces he had won were made happier by his presence. He became rich himself, and divided so much booty among his soldiers that they saluted him as Imperator, the highest title ever bestowed upon a Roman. Then he returned home, and having paid off all his debts, desired to stand for the consulship. Rome was divided into two great parties at that period, one led by Pompey and the other by Crassus, but knowing that his chances would be less if opposed by either, Caesar brought about a reconciliation between the two leaders. The union thus formed between them and himself is known in history by the name of the First Triumvirate, and plunged the country into civil war. Caesar walked to the place of election between Pompey and Crassus, and was declared consul with Bibulus for his colleague. The first thing he did after entering upon his new office was to make certain laws about the division of property and of grain, which so pleased the poorer classes that he became more popular than ever. Bibulus was consul in name only, for he could do nothing against so powerful a person as Caesar. Therefore, finding that he was in danger of being murdered when he offered any opposition, he shut himself up in his house until his consulship expired. At that time Pompey filled the forum with armed men, and thus got the laws passed which Caesar had proposed, merely to gain favor with the populace. In the same manner he secured for Caesar the government of Gaul and Illyricum for 5 years, with an army of 4 legions. During his consulship, Caesar was guilty of one disgraceful deed, and that was getting such a depraved creature as Clodius elected tribune. His motive was to ruin Cicero, for it was through the influence of the bold, bad Clodius that the orator was banished. But this was before the wars of Gaul. We have now to follow Caesar in a different course, and to show that after he went to Gaul he was equal as a warrior and general to the greatest the world had ever produced, and superior to many. In less than 10 years he took by storm 800 cities, conquered 300 nations, and fought with 3 millions of men, 1 million of whom he killed, and another million he made prisoners. So great was his influence over his soldiers that those who had been in no way remarkable before became heroes under his command, enduring the most dreadful sufferings and dangers that they might receive their reward from his hands. And he did reward them most liberally, storing up all the riches he got in the wars for that purpose alone, and never keeping more than his share for himself. Besides, he set them an example of courage and endurance by always exposing himself to danger, and indulging in no comforts that they had not. This was the more remarkable because he was a small man, his constitution was delicate, and he was subject to violent headaches and epileptic fits. He tried to strengthen himself by long marches and simple diet, and did in that way keep off many an attack. He usually slept while on a march in a chariot or litter, so that no time might be lost, and he traveled so fast as to excite surprise. He had been such a good rider from childhood that he usually sat with his hands joined together behind his back while his horse went at full speed. During his wars in Gaul, he dictated letters to several people at once while riding, and it is said that he was the first person who sent letters to his friends who were in the same city with him when business was urgent. This was done to save the time that a personal interview would have required. Caesar won 2 victories in Spain, then left his army in their winter quarters and went to the river Po, anxious to find out what was going on in Rome. While he was there, numbers of Romans paid their respects to him, and to each he gave a handsome present or some promise for the future. Thus the number of his friends constantly increased. Suddenly he was summoned to join his army, and at their head won 2 such glorious victories over the Belgae and the Nervii that the Senate of Rome ordered sacrifices to be offered and all sorts of festivities to be kept up for 15 days in honor of them. After settling the affairs of Gaul, Caesar went back again to Lucca near the river Po for the winter, and did a great deal of mischief while there in this way. He had so much money that he could control the elections by bribery, so anybody whom he wanted in office he supplied with funds to buy votes, and of course in that way his power became greater and greater all the time. Among the distinguished persons who went to visit him at Lucca were Pompey, Crassus, Appius, the governor of Sardinia, and Nepos, proconsul of Spain. At one time there were assembled 120 lictors with their masters, and more than 200 senators. All these met in council with Caesar at their head, and fixed upon this plan. Pompey and Crassus were to be consuls again for another year, and Caesar was to have a fresh supply of money and continue in command of the army for 5 years longer. It seems absurd for the Senate to have voted Caesar more money when he already had so much, and the honest men of Rome shook their heads and sighed. But what could they do? If Cato had been present, he would have spoken out boldly against such a decree, but he had been sent on an expedition to Cyprus on purpose to get him out of the way, and Favonius, who attempted to speak, was silenced because some of the people feared Pompey and Crassus, and others hoped so much from Caesar that they were ready to grant him almost anything he might have demanded. On his return to his army in Gaul, Caesar found another furious war on his hands, for two of the most powerful German tribes had crossed the Rhine to fight him. He killed 400,000 of them, and then pursued those that fled, because he wanted to have the honor of being the first Roman who ever crossed the Rhine with an army. So in the short space of 10 days he built a bridge that was a wonder to all who beheld it, and having crossed over with his army, drove two of the most warlike of the German nations to the woods where they concealed themselves. Then he laid the country waste, sparing only those parts where the people declared themselves friendly to Rome, and at the end of 18 days went back to Gaul. His expedition to Britain was the most remarkable of all, and showed a great spirit of daring, for no other fleet had sailed into the Atlantic to make war, and it was not positively known that such an island as Britain really existed. Some writers had represented that there was in the north an immense territory, while others had stated that no such land existed at all. Therefore Caesar may be said to have extended the Roman Empire beyond the known world, for he went to Britain twice, and fought several battles, doing much damage to the inhabitants, but finding little to take, for they were too miserably poor and wretched. However, he received several hostages from the king, imposed a tribute on the island, and then went back to Gaul. Sad news awaited him there, for his daughter Julia, who was Pompey's wife, had just died, and the great conqueror was much afflicted when he heard of it. As winter came on, Caesar went again to Italy, but he was soon recalled by a general uprising of the whole of Gaul, and although the season was a most severe one and the rivers were all frozen up, he performed some of the most wonderful feats that ever were known, appearing now here, now there, with such rapidity that the enemy never knew exactly where or when to expect him. At last the Gauls became convinced that Caesar's troops could neither be conquered nor resisted, so they laid down their arms, and their principal general, approaching Caesar as he sat on his throne, threw off his armor, and placing himself at his feet, remained in silence until led away by the guard, who were ordered to keep him in safety to appear at the triumph. By this time Crassus was dead, and the government of Rome had become so corrupt that tables were publicly spread out, where candidates for office sat to pay the people for their votes, and there was often much bloodshed in the forum before an election could be decided. Many declared openly that they preferred a monarchy to such scenes, and hinted at Pompey as the person they preferred for their ruler. But Pompey pretended that he did not wish to become dictator, though he was all the while working for that position. Cato understood him, and to prevent his taking any violent steps, persuaded the Senate to declare him sole consul. This was done, and he continued at the same time to govern Spain and Africa, where he had stationed his armies. This arrangement did not suit Caesar or his friends, all of whom were jealous of the favor shown to Pompey. So Caesar paid the debts of one tribune, sent money to another to build a public hall, and was so generous to many of the prominent men that his party increased wonderfully. This alarmed Pompey, who proposed that a successor be appointed to Caesar in Gaul, and at the same time demanded the troops he had lent him. They were immediately returned, each man receiving a handsome sum of money from Caesar as he bade him farewell. The messengers who had been sent for these troops were so anxious to flatter Pompey that they told him he had nothing to fear from the army in Gaul, that they all preferred him to Caesar, and would declare for him as soon as they entered Italy. This deceived Pompey so that he did not deem it necessary to levy troops, and when Caesar sent to demand a longer term as commander, he was refused. He then made this proposition, that both he and Pompey should lay down their arms and become private citizens, thus leaving it to their country to decide what reward for his services each should receive. This seemed so fair that Curio, who made the demand in Caesar's name, was loudly applauded, and wreaths of flowers were showered at him. Scipio, Pompey's father-in-law, rose and proposed that if Caesar did not lay down his arms within a certain time, he should be declared an enemy to his country. Then a vote was taken to decide whether Pompey or Caesar should disband his soldiers, and almost all the people were in favor of having the latter do so. But some of the senators became excited and talked angrily, while all were so grieved at the turn of affairs that they left the forum and put on mourning. Matters were not improved, and by no means settled, for when somewhat later Caesar sent another proposition, such a violent uproar was the consequence that Antony and Curio, who spoke for him, were driven out of the Senate house with insults and forced to make their escape from Rome in a hired carriage disguised as slaves. Caesar wanted no better excuse for his future actions, for Antony and Curio were men of high standing, and it was easy to arouse the indignation of the soldiers by showing them how impossible it had become for anyone who favored him to raise his voice in Rome with safety. So he ordered an attack on Ariminum, a large city of Gaul, and sent troops under command of Hortensius with orders to take it with as little disturbance and bloodshed as possible. He followed with the rest of his army and marched straight to the river Rubicon, which divided Gaul from the rest of Italy. But there he hesitated and began to weigh the difficulties and the daring of his enterprise. Many a man would have been daunted. Not so Caesar. His courage rose with the occasion, and he cried out, "The die is cast," as he proceeded to cross the river. He traveled so fast that Ariminum was taken that very day. And as he advanced, not only individuals, but the population of whole cities fled before him in terror and crowded into Rome. Pompey was amazed when he heard that Caesar was coming with his army, and as the news spread from house to house, it struck terror to every heart, causing the wildest confusion throughout the city. Pompey had boasted in the Senate that if he but stamped his foot, all Italy would arm in defense of her territory. "Stamp your foot now," said Favonius tauntingly. Although Pompey had as many soldiers then as Caesar had, his friends were so alarmed at the reports constantly circulated that they forced him along with the general current. He issued a decree that from such a state of tumult nothing was to be expected but war, and after ordering the Senate and every man who preferred his country and liberty to the rod of a tyrant to follow him, left Rome. The consuls and most of the senators did likewise, but when they heard how kindly Caesar treated those he had conquered, many of them returned. The account of how Caesar pursued Pompey, who fled from place to place and then went out to sea, is given in Pompey's Life, so it need not be repeated here. Within 60 days from the time he entered Italy, Caesar had made himself master of the country, and then he went to Rome, where, to his surprise, quiet had been restored. He helped himself to what public money he wanted, though Metellus, the tribune, did his best to prevent it, and set out at once for Spain for the purpose of making himself master of Pompey's army there. Though often in great danger of defeat, he succeeded at last, and none of the soldiers escaped except the generals who fled to Pompey. On his return to Rome, he was created dictator, but within 11 days he resigned, declared himself consul, and was off to the wars again. He marched so fast that part of his army was left behind, while in the very depth of winter he put to sea and took 2 important towns of Greece, and then sent his ships back for the rest of the troops. But they were getting tired of so much fighting and marching, and many of the men were growing old and longed for peace and repose. So they exclaimed, "Whither will this man lead us again? Will he never let us be quiet? He carries us from place to place as if we had limbs of stone and bodies of iron. But even iron yields at last to repeated blows, and our very shields and breastplates cry out for rest. Our wounds, if nothing else, should make him see that we are but mortal men, subject to the same pains as other human beings. The gods themselves cannot force the seasons or clear the winter seas of storms, and yet he pushes forward as though he were flying from an enemy rather than pursuing one. Thus they complained, but still they followed their general, for they would have considered themselves traitors had they done otherwise, and he led them against Pompey. A great battle was fought, and Caesar lost so many men that when he retired from the field at night, he said, "The victory today would have been of the enemy's side if they had had a general who knew how to conquer." Caesar was almost as miserable as though he had been defeated, for he knew that he had not conducted the war properly, and spent the whole night lamenting the mistakes he had made. He asked himself again and again why he had settled down to fight with Pompey in a barren country, where it was impossible to get food enough for his army, when he might have marched into a fertile one and taken possession of some of the wealthiest cities in the world. In the morning he raised his camp and marched towards Macedonia, where Scipio was stationed, and Pompey's men, thinking that he was running away because he was beaten, wanted to follow him. But Pompey was too prudent to risk so much. He preferred to tire out Caesar's men by following at a safe distance and laying a siege whenever a good and safe opportunity offered. He would have been wise had he stuck to this decision, but he allowed himself to be influenced by his officers, and so marched forward until he joined Scipio, and the two armies combined were so numerous that even Caesar was dismayed when he beheld them drawn up in line of battle on the plain of Pharsalia. It was Pompey then who made the attack, and the battle fought on that day was one of the most desperate ever seen. Caesar, at the head of the 10th Legion, broke into the enemy's ranks and drove all before him. When Pompey saw his cavalry flying, he was beside himself, for he knew that all was lost. Retiring to his tent, he sat down without speaking a word and buried his face in his hands. When the enemy engaged with his men just on the fortifications around the camp, he seemed to become suddenly alive to his position, and starting up exclaimed, "What, into my very camp?" He then disguised himself in old clothes and stole away. His journey to Egypt and his death there are related in his life. Most of the infantry that were taken prisoners were joined to Caesar's legions, and many distinguished persons were pardoned. Among these was Brutus, of whom more will be said hereafter. To the Thessalians Caesar granted liberty for the sake of the victory he had won on their soil, before going in pursuit of Pompey. Pompey had been assassinated before Caesar reached Alexandria, and when his head was brought to him, he turned away in disgust. Ptolemy, the king of Egypt, handed over to Caesar all the soldiers he found wandering about his country who had fought under Pompey, and they not only received favors, but were taken into the service of Caesar, who wrote to his friends in Rome, "The greatest pleasure I have for my victory is the being able to save so many of my fellow citizens, even though they have borne arms against me." The king of Egypt had a sister named Cleopatra, with whom he was not at all friendly, and indeed had banished her from his country. When she heard that such a great warrior as Caesar had come to Alexandria, she had herself carried to his palace, rolled up like a bale of goods, and so interested him in her behalf that he induced her brother to let her share the government with him. Later, during the war with Caesar fought in Egypt, the king was killed, and Cleopatra became queen. The great general next went over to Asia, where Pharnaces, the son of Mithridates the Great, was engaged in a war. He totally defeated his army and finished up the war so quickly that when he wrote an account of it to his friends in Rome, he put it in 3 well-known Latin words: Vini, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. By the end of the year, Caesar was back in Rome, where he had been appointed dictator for another year, consul for 5 years, and tribune for life, so his authority was almost without limit. After the battle in Thessaly, the friends of the Roman Republic had gathered in Africa under Cato and Scipio, so Caesar could not rest until he had made a campaign in that country. After several battles, he at last gained a complete victory and returned to Rome, where he had one of the most magnificent triumphs that ever was seen. When it was over, he gave splendid presents to the soldiers and feasts to the citizens, whom he entertained at 22,000 tables. The last of Caesar's wars was fought in Spain against the sons of Pompey. They were young, but they had collected such a numerous army and fought with so much skill and courage that Caesar was in great danger. He was victorious at last, however, and when the battle was over, he said to his friends, "I have often fought for victory, but this is the first time I ever fought for my life." Then, although the Romans were displeased because Caesar boasted of having destroyed the children and family of Pompey, one of the greatest of their statesmen, they were so tired of war that they made him dictator for life, hoping that the government of a single person would bring them peace. He was called the father of his country, and flattery poured in upon him from all sides, for even his enemies paid him compliments now, when his conduct was all that even they could desire. For he not only pardoned those that had fought against him in the field, but on some of them he bestowed honors. Among these were the two praetors, Brutus and Cassius. When his friends proposed that he should have a bodyguard, he refused, saying that he would try to gain the affection of the people, which would be the best and surest guard he could possibly have. So he did everything to please them, and in order to gain favor with the army, he sent colonies to people and rebuild Carthage, Corinth, and other places that he had destroyed. But Caesar was not a man who could sit still and enjoy the fruit of his great exploits. He was constantly making plans, which, if he had carried them out, would have brought almost the whole of Europe under Roman rule. All human designs, even though they may be excellent, as some of Caesar's certainly were, are limited. But fortunately one of the best was carried into effect after Caesar got through with his wars, and that was the correcting of the calendar. He called in the best philosophers and mathematicians of his time, and they formed such an exact calendar that it is in use to this day in Rome. Now we come to the closing scene in Caesar's life, for he enjoyed the lofty position for which he had fought so hard little more than a year. Various causes hurried on his end. He had offended the Senate by receiving certain honors they conferred on him without rising from his seat, as he ought to have done. Then he had given offense by showing favor to people who were not worthy, merely for his own gratification. On one occasion Mark Antony offered him a crown. He refused it, and the next morning his statues were crowned. The tribunes imprisoned the people who had done this, but Caesar turned them out of office for it. This proved that he was really anxious to be called king, though he had pretended that such was not the case. So he became unpopular, and a conspiracy, in which Cassius and Brutus played the chief part, was formed against his life. His superstition was aroused because of several bad omens. Among these was the absence of his victim's heart when he was sacrificing, strange lights in the heavens, noises in the night, and wild birds that perched on the forum. A soothsayer bade him prepare for great danger on the Ides of March. That day, when on his way to the Senate, he met the soothsayer, and with a light laugh said, "The Ides of March are come." "Yes, they are come," was the answer, "but they are not gone." Calpurnia, Caesar's wife, who was by no means a weak-minded woman, had a horrible dream on the night before her husband was murdered, and begged him with tears in her eyes not to go to the Senate house. Finding that he was inclined to neglect her warning, she urged him to consult his fate by sacrifices. He did so, and as the priests pronounced all the signs bad, he resolved to send Antony to dismiss the Senate. But one of the conspirators ridiculed him for listening to a woman's fears, and urged him to go to the Senate because the business to be transacted that day was of the utmost importance. So Caesar felt ashamed of the weakness he had shown, and yielded. When he entered, the Senate rose to do him honor, and as he took his seat, the conspirators gathered close about his chair. Cimber offered a petition, which Caesar seemed unwilling to grant, and while he was speaking, Cimber seized his robe and pulled it from his shoulder. This was the signal for attack. Casca struck the first blow at the neck of Caesar, and all the other conspirators rushed on him, so eager to share in his death that they actually wounded one another. He fought at first, but when he beheld Junius Brutus among his enemies, he was so grieved that he drew his cloak about him, and having covered his face, fell without a struggle. He received 23 wounds, and his blood bathed Pompey's statue, at the foot of which he breathed his last. Brutus turned to the Senate and tried to explain the reason for the dreadful deed, but they were so dismayed that they fled, and the wildest confusion prevailed throughout the city when Caesar's death was made known. Brutus, Cassius, and all who were suspected of having taken part in the murder were obliged to hide themselves or leave Rome, and their houses were burned to the ground. An account of the sufferings and death of Brutus will be found in his life. Caesar lived only 4 years after Pompey, and was 56 at the time of his death. It is said that for 7 nights after that event a comet was visible in the skies, and was looked upon as a sign that the soul of Caesar was received among the gods. Caesar was, besides a great general, one of the most intellectual men of ancient times, and his writings, which have many remarkable features, have been admired by students even up to the present day. His name became a title of honor for the Roman emperors, of whom there are 12 that bore it mentioned in history. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 46. Cato the Younger. Cato belonged to a very distinguished family in Rome, the first member who made himself famous being his great-grandfather Cato the Censor, whose life we have given. Cato the Younger was left an orphan at a very early age, and his uncle Livius Drusus took care of him, as well as of his brother Scipio and his sister Portia. He was not quick or particularly bright as a child, but he never forgot what he learned, probably because it gave him so much trouble to study his lessons. He was remarkable for excellent judgment and firmness, quite rare in so young a person, and he was fortunate in having Sarpedon for his instructor, for he was a well-bred, agreeable man who preferred to govern by reason and kindness rather than harsh treatment. Cato was so popular among the Roman boys that when Sylla gave the exhibition known as Troy, which was a tournament among the sons of noblemen, they accepted his son for captain of one side, but for the other captain they would have nobody but Cato, though several others were proposed. Sylla, who had been a friend to the father of Cato, often sent for the two sons to visit him, and would talk familiarly to them, though he seldom did so to others. Sarpedon always accompanied the boys to Sylla's house, and liked to take them there, because he thought it would be to their advantage to gain favor with so prominent a person. When Cato was about 14 years of age, affairs at Rome were so disturbed that the house of Sylla, who was dictator, looked more like a place of execution than anything else, so many people being daily tortured and put to death there. Seeing the heads of several illustrious persons carried out, one time young Cato asked his teacher, "Why does not somebody kill this dictator?" "Because they fear him more than they hate him," was the answer. "Why then do you not give me a sword," asked the boy, "that I may kill him and deliver my country from slavery?" Sarpedon was so struck by his pupil's stern, angry countenance as he uttered this speech that he watched him very closely after that, lest he should be guilty of some rash act. He was asked one day whom he loved most. "My brother," he replied. "Whom do you love next?" was asked. "My brother," said Cato. "Whom do you love third?" Again Cato answered, "My brother," and so he would have repeated had he been questioned 100 times more, for he loved nobody in the world as he did Scipio, and the affection increased with years. When Cato became a man, he was made a priest of Apollo, and then he took his share of his father's estate and went to live in a house of his own. He had plenty of money, but he chose to live in the simplest possible manner and to devote himself to study. He took the most violent exercise to strengthen his body, and went bareheaded in all sorts of weather. His journeys were made on foot, even though his companions rode on horseback, because he preferred to accustom himself to hardships. He first distinguished himself in the Servile War, which took its name from the slave Spartacus, who was the ringleader, and Gellius, who was praetor, wanted to reward him, but he refused, saying, "I have done nothing that deserves such notice." He was then appointed military tribune to Macedonia, and when he reached the army, the general gave him the command of only 1 legion. He at once set to work to discipline his soldiers, and succeeded so well that they became a terror to their enemies. They were devoted to Cato, who never commanded them to do anything without first doing it himself, and were never so happy as when he praised them. While he was in Macedonia, he received news that his brother was ill at Enos in Thrace. The sea was very rough, and no large vessel was at hand, but Scipio needed him, and he was determined to go to him at all hazard. So, with 2 friends and 3 servants, he sailed in a little trading boat. he narrowly escaped drowning, and arrived at Enos to find that he had risked his life for nothing, for Scipio was dead. This was a dreadful blow to Cato, who gave way to such compassionate grief that those who had witnessed his fortitude on other occasions were astonished. He wept, he groaned, he embraced the dead body again and again, and refused to be comforted. Although so simple in his tastes, Cato spent vast sums of money on his brother's funeral, and erected a marble monument to his memory at Enos that cost no less than 8 talents. He then returned to the army, and when his time of service ended, the soldiers embraced him and parted from him with tears, spreading their garments at his feet and kissing his hands as he passed along, an honor that had seldom been paid to any Roman commander. Before going home, he made a visit to Asia to study the customs of the people. The following was his manner of traveling. Early in the morning, his baker and cook would go forward to the place where he intended to pass the night. If they found no friend or acquaintance of their master, they would take lodgings and prepare his supper at an inn, without giving trouble to anyone. If there happened to be no inn, they would ask the magistrates for lodgings, but they traveled with so little display that people often refused to believe they were Cato's men, and he would arrive to find no supper ready. Indeed, when he appeared, it was no better, for he seemed an ordinary person to whom it was not necessary to pay attention. Sometimes he would take the magistrates to task and say, "Foolish people, why do you not learn to be more hospitable? All your visitors will not be Catos, so do not by your ill manners give them an excuse for taking from you by force what you give so unwillingly." He met with a humorous adventure at Antioch. On his arrival there, a crowd stood at the gates, the young men being ranged in a row on one side, and the boys in their best clothes on the other, while the priests and magistrates stood in white robes with garlands on their heads. At first Cato was displeased, because he thought his servants had announced his coming. However, the people had evidently gathered to do him honor, so he desired his friends to alight and walked with them towards the city gates. When they were near enough to be spoken to, an elderly man, with a staff and crown in his hand, advanced, saluted Cato, and asked, "How far behind is Demetrius, and when may we expect him?" Demetrius was Pompey's favorite, and just at that period Pompey was at the height of his glory. Then Cato knew that the honors were not meant for him, and his friends laughed heartily at his mistake. But as he passed through the crowd, he said with a sigh, "Alas, poor city!" Some time later, the people of Antioch were ashamed of the way they had treated Cato. It was when Pompey insisted on showing that he regarded him as a more honorable person than himself, and praised him for the very simplicity that had made them neglect him. Pompey did not love Cato, and did not desire to share his power with him, but he could not help admiring and esteeming him. After Pompey showed such respect for Cato, every city through which he passed did the same, and he was feasted on all sides. On his return to Rome, he was made quaestor or public treasurer, but he would not enter upon the office until he had studied its duties, and when he knew them, he brought every one to account who had misused the public money, and turned out every servant who did not do his work faithfully and honestly. At first many complained, but they soon found that, although they were not so heavily taxed as before, the state had never been so rich, so they were satisfied, and as time went on, there was no man in Rome whom the people trusted as they did Cato. He had often refused to be tribune because he did not desire that office, but when the time came that Rome was in danger, he worked hard to get it, in order that he might defend her liberty and her government. For the office of tribune gave great control, and a man holding it could, with his single vote, decide a point one way or another. Cato was not remarkable as an orator, but at the time of Catiline's conspiracy he proved that he could speak with force when occasion called for it. Catiline had formed a plot to destroy Rome by open warfare, but Cicero exposed him, and he was forced to fly. The others who were connected with Catiline called him a coward, and resolved to set the town on fire, overthrow the empire, and cause other nations to make war on Rome. Cicero did not rest until he had found out every conspirator, and then laid the matter before the Senate. Caesar, who was an excellent speaker, and for reasons of his own not averse to political changes, made such an eloquent appeal in behalf of the conspirators, claiming for them a fair trial as citizens of Rome, that the senators were almost convinced of the justice of their cause. It was on that occasion that Cato made the only speech that has been preserved to the present day. He asked Caesar and others who were inclined to mildness how they dared advise a trial of traitors who were on the point of ruining the commonwealth. He charged Caesar with being guilty himself, otherwise he would not attempt to rescue from justice the unnatural wretches who had sought to ruin their country. So earnest and eloquent was Cato that he carried his point, and all the prisoners were condemned to death on the spot. Not long after this, Cato won the highest reputation by his opposition to the first triumvirate, or the bond made by Caesar between Pompey and Crassus, by which they hoped to get complete control of the state. Cato fought hard at this period, and his life was in danger when Metellus, the tribune, filled the forum with armed men in order that he might carry his law favoring Pompey. After the trouble subsided and Metellus had departed for Asia, the Romans saw the danger they had escaped and blessed Cato as their preserver. When Pompey returned, he tried to be friendly with Cato because he thought that thereby his power would be increased. But Cato would not agree to any measures that did not seem of benefit to his country. Then Pompey turned to Caesar, and these two powerful Romans worked together so successfully that Cato lost influence with the people. So when Caesar proposed certain laws about the division of grain and lands, everybody took an oath to observe them, except Cato, who did not think them wise or just. But it was ordained by the Senate that any man who should attempt to alter the laws or refuse to take the oath should be severely punished. Cato's wife, children, and all his friends begged him to yield, but it was Cicero who forced him to do so, by using the argument that was sure to have effect, the safety of his country. For, said he, though Cato have no need of Rome, yet Rome has need of Cato, and so likewise have all his friends. Then Caesar was appointed to the government of Illyricum and all Gaul for 5 years, though Cato opposed it, saying, "You are placing a tyrant in your fortress." But for the time being he had lost his influence with the people, and Clodius, a very bad man, was declared tribune, while Piso, Caesar's father-in-law, and Gabinius, one of Pompey's creatures, became consuls. Still the men in power feared Cato, for they knew how much it had cost them to get the upper hand over him. Besides, he was a friend to Cicero, whom Clodius hated. So it was decided to get him out of the way, and thus silence Cicero's eloquence. He was therefore appointed to the government of Cyprus. He went there against his will, but fulfilled his office with so much ability and success that on his return to Rome he placed nearly 7,000 talents of silver in the treasury. That was an enormous sum of money, being equal to about $8 millions. The news of his success had reached Rome from time to time, and both banks of the Tiber were crowded with people who were anxious to do him honor when he went back home. The magistrates, the priests, and the whole Senate were there too, but Cato rode up the stream in a royal galley, never stopping until he reached the dock. When the money he had brought was carried through the streets, everybody gazed at it in astonishment, and when the Senate assembled, they praised him and voted him the right of appearing at the public shows in a purple-bordered gown, and an extraordinary praetorship. This last was a great honor, because Cato was but 38 years of age, and no man could be praetor until he was 40. All these honors were declined. Not long after this, Pompey and Crassus, by agreement with Caesar, who had crossed the Alps to confer with them, had themselves declared consuls. Cato felt sure that with such men at the head of the government, Rome was in danger. So he resolved to stand for praetor, or public treasurer, knowing that he could do much in that office to diminish their power. Pompey and Crassus were aware of that also, and assembled the Senate unexpectedly, giving notice only to a few of the senators. They then declared that those who were chosen praetors should at once enter upon their office without waiting, as was the custom, to see whether they should be accused by the people of having accepted bribes. In spite of this and other precautions, Cato was elected. Thereupon Pompey cried out, "It thunders!" Thunder was considered a bad omen among the Romans, so the assembly broke up at once, though nobody else had heard the sound. Afterwards, by means of bribery, Vatinius was elected praetor in place of Cato, but those who had been paid to vote for him ran away and hid themselves, while Cato, who had made a speech warning the people against Pompey and Crassus, was followed to his home by an immense crowd who cheered him as he walked along. Disturbances continued during the year, and corrupt practices in the elections grew to such an extent that when at last Cato became praetor again, he moved that a law be passed in the Senate compelling every man who obtained an office to declare upon oath how he had managed it. This was unpopular because no one would dare to offer bribes if he had to confess them, and if he did not get votes in that way, there was little chance of gaining the election. So one morning when Cato was going to the tribunal, a crowd of unruly people ran after him, calling names and throwing stones, so that it was with difficulty he made his escape unhurt. He succeeded in putting a stop to the bribery in this way. A certain sum of money was collected, and it was agreed that the candidates for office should use it in canvassing for votes. But if any man were found guilty of having offered a bribe, all the votes he brought in were to be destroyed. To see that it was fairly conducted, Cato was chosen to stand by the tribune who received the votes and examine into every proceeding connected with the election. He did it honestly, but it made him unpopular with the chief men of Rome, who looked upon him as a sort of spy upon their actions. Pompey was one of these, and he did not hesitate to make some very harsh and insulting remarks about Cato. Yet when affairs in Rome had gone from bad to worse, and the Senate moved to create Pompey sole consul, hoping thus to reestablish a lawful government, Cato voted for him. When Pompey heard of it, he sent for Cato, thanked and embraced him warmly, and begged his assistance in the management of his difficult office. Cato answered, "Nothing that I have ever said was spoken out of hate to you, Pompey, nor is what I do now out of love for you. All is for the good of the commonwealth. If you ask my advice in private, I will give it freely, but in public, whether you ask or not, I will speak my opinion openly." And so he did, always. Meanwhile, Caesar, though in Gaul, was gradually but steadily and surely increasing his power in Rome. Cato warned Pompey more than once, but so great was the latter's confidence in the friendship of the conqueror that he paid no attention to the warnings. As it was Cato's habit to speak his mind freely, he openly found fault with Caesar's actions in Gaul, whereupon that general sent a letter to the Senate full of charges against Cato. Cato laughed at them and made each appear absurd as it was read aloud, and at last exclaimed, "It is not the sons of the Britons or the Gauls that we have to fear, but Caesar himself, if we are wise." This made such an impression on the Senate that it was at once decided to send someone to replace Caesar. Then his friends demanded that if that were done, Pompey should lay down his arms and give up his provinces too. "What I have foretold has come to pass," exclaimed Cato, but he could not do much, for Caesar was so exceedingly popular with the people that, though the Senate saw the justice of Cato's remarks, they were afraid to oppose the general. But when news came that the latter had seized Ariminum and was marching on Rome, then everybody turned to Cato in despair. "It is too late," he exclaimed. "If you had believed me or listened to my advice, you would not now be standing in fear of one man, or obliged to put all your hopes in one only." Pompey said, "It is indeed true that Cato has spoken like a prophet, while I have acted too much like a friend." Cato advised the Senate to put everything in the hands of Pompey, saying, "Those who can raise up great evils know best how to cure them." But Pompey did not feel that his forces were numerous or strong enough to oppose Caesar, so he left the city. Cato followed Pompey into exile, but from that time to the end of his life he was so sad and dejected on account of the misfortunes that had befallen his country that he never cut his hair, shaved his beard, or wore a garland. His advice to Pompey was of great value, and he got much honor for himself on account of his humanity. For not only did he postpone battles as long as possible, but he persuaded Pompey to ordain that no city subject to Rome should be destroyed, and that no Roman should be killed except in battle. In Pompey's life will be found an account of his engagements with Caesar, also of his death in Egypt. Afterwards his men declared that nobody should lead them but Cato, and he consented to do so. But it was necessary to increase his strength, and for that purpose Cato resolved to join his forces with those of Scipio, Pompey's father-in-law, who had made friends with Juba, the king of Mauritania. So Cato set out across a desert country in the depth of winter, determined to lose no time. He had a great number of asses in his train to carry water and food, also many horses and carriages. Still the troops suffered much during their 7 days' march. Cato set them an example of endurance which they would have been ashamed not to follow. He was always foremost and never made use of a horse or chariot during the entire journey. At last he reached Utica with his 10,000 men and joined Scipio. Then Scipio, who held a higher office in Rome than Cato did, was on that account appointed commander-in-chief. He was inclined to kill all the people of Utica and burn the city, but Cato opposed it so strongly that he succeeded in preventing the cruel deed. Then the inhabitants requested him to take the command of the town and protect them against Caesar, to which Scipio agreed. Utica was a very important city in Africa, so Cato set to work to fill it with supplies, repair its walls, and fortify it with ditches and ramparts. He also armed the young men and posted them in trenches, while the rest of the inhabitants were kept close within the walls. Meanwhile Scipio marched against Caesar and gave him battle at Phaspus. A terrible defeat was the result, and opened the way for the great conqueror to march on into Africa. When the news of this defeat reached Utica, the people were almost distracted. So was Cato, but he appeared calm, and made a speech so full of hope and determination that confidence was restored, and the belief grew strong that it was not possible for even Caesar to conquer such a man as Cato. A large body of cavalry had escaped from Scipio's army and soon arrived at Utica. Cato desired to make use of them for the defense of the city, but they refused to act unless he would drive out or destroy all the people, saying, "They have Carthaginian blood in their veins, and will certainly prove traitors." Cato would not listen to so cruel a proposal, and so the cavalry rode off. But he followed, and with tears in his eyes, entreated them to return, if only for one day, so that those who desired to leave Utica might get off safely. They consented, and were placed at the gates and in the fortress. Then the council of Utica sent for Cato, and after thanking him for treating them in the upright manner he had done, told him that they had resolved to send messengers to Caesar to ask him to have mercy on Cato and on them. Should he refuse, they added, we will fight for Cato as long as we have breath. After thanking them, Cato said, I advise you to send without delay to intercede for yourselves, but for me intercede not. It is for the conquered to ask for mercy, and for those who have done an injury to beg pardon. For my part, I have never been conquered, and have had victory over Caesar in all points of justice and honesty. It is Caesar who ought to be looked upon as the defeated man, for he now shows himself guilty of the designs against his country, which he has constantly denied. As he walked away, he was informed that Caesar was coming. Ah, he said, he expects to find us brave men. Scipio was all this time at anchor under a promontory near Utica, and Cato now provided ships for all those Romans who desired to join him, even persuading many who were loath to leave him to go. He saw them all embark, and then turned away without a word. That evening he supped with a large party of Uticans, and afterwards took his usual evening walk with his friends. When he went to his room, he read Plato's book on the immortality of the soul, but he had not been thus occupied very long before he looked up and asked a servant who had taken away his sword. He received no reply and went on reading, but presently he asked the same question again in a louder tone, and became so angry at getting a vague answer that he struck the servant and demanded the weapon. Thereupon his son, who, having observed something strange in Cato's manner, had cautiously removed the sword, entered with some friends. Cato looked at them fiercely and said, "Am I deranged, that I must be disarmed and hindered from using my own reason? And you, young men, why do you not bind your father's hands behind him, that when Caesar comes he may find him unable to defend himself? I need no sword to dispatch myself, for if I but hold my breath for a while, or strike my head against the wall, it will do as well." His son then left the room weeping. To two of the friends who remained, Cato spoke thus: "Do you also think to keep a man of my age alive by force, and to sit here and watch me? Or have you any arguments to prove that it is no dishonor for Cato to beg mercy of his enemy? If so, speak, and let me unlearn what I have been taught, and by Caesar's help grow wiser. Not that I have determined upon anything regarding myself, but I would have it in my power to do that which I think fit to decide upon. Meanwhile, do not trouble yourselves about me, but go and tell my son that he cannot compel his father to what he fails to persuade him to." So they retired, and the sword was sent in by a little boy. "Now I am master of myself," said Cato as he received it, and carefully examined the blade. He then returned to his book, and after reading for a while fell asleep. Towards morning a noise was heard in his room. His son rushed in with some friends and found Cato on the floor in a pool of blood. He had stabbed himself in the breast and had fallen from the bed, throwing over a little table as he did so. He was not dead, and an attempt was made to bind up the wound, but he no sooner recovered consciousness than he tore it open and instantly expired. In less time than one might believe it possible, the people of Utica had crowded about the dead man's door, calling him their benefactor, their savior, the only free and unconquered man. Caesar was approaching, but neither fear of him nor their own party troubles could prevent their turning out in a body to do honor to Cato. They adorned his body, made him a magnificent funeral, and, after turning out in procession, buried him near the sea. When Caesar heard that Cato, with his son and a few others, had stayed at Utica, though the rest of the Romans had been sent away, he hurried forward with his army, for he had great regard for Cato. Upon being informed of his death, he exclaimed, "Cato, I envy thee thy death, since thou couldst envy me the glory of saving thy life." What Caesar would have done had Cato been willing to owe his life to him cannot be known, but it is probable that he would have been merciful. Cato was 48 years old when he died, and his name has come down to us of modern times as that of one of the purest statesmen and one of the most upright and persevering defenders of the liberties of Rome. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of Our Young Folks' Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks' Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 47. Marcus Brutus. Marcus Brutus was remarkable for his honesty, his excellent disposition, and his fondness for study. He was a nephew of Cato, the philosopher, whom he loved and always tried to imitate. He was still a young man when he went with his uncle Cato to Cyprus to fight King Ptolemy. He conducted himself so well that he was highly praised on his return to Rome. When the empire was divided into two parties under Pompey and Caesar, it was generally believed that Brutus would join the latter, because in former times his father had been put to death by Pompey, but he took into consideration the public good rather than his own private feelings, and, believing Pompey to be on the right side, took part with him. He was sent to Cilicia as a lieutenant, but finding little opportunity for service there, he went to Macedonia, where Pompey and Caesar were just preparing for a great battle. When he arrived, Pompey was so surprised and pleased at his joining him that he embraced and saluted him before all who were present as a person of great importance. Brutus spent his whole time, except when in Pompey's company, in study, and although it was midsummer, exceedingly warm, and he had sometimes to wait a long while before his tent was brought after him, he always managed to find a quiet spot where he could read and write. Caesar was so fond of Brutus that he ordered his commanders never to kill him on the field, but if possible to take him alive, charging them at the same time rather to suffer him to escape than to do him the least injury. So, after the famous battle of Pharsalia, when Pompey, being defeated, managed to escape to the sea, Brutus likewise fled, and made his way to Larissa, whence he at once wrote to Caesar. He received a reply to his letter, in which Caesar forgave him, expressed the greatest delight at his safety, and bade him come to him. He obeyed, and was welcomed by the great conqueror as one of his best friends. Nobody knew what direction Pompey had taken when he escaped from Pharsalia but Brutus, who suggested Egypt, and gave his reasons for doing so. He was right, but, as we know, poor Pompey had met his fate before Caesar reached Ptolemy's kingdom. Having secured Caesar's forgiveness for himself, Brutus sought it for his friend Cassius, and won it, for when he pleaded, he did it with his whole heart and soul, and seldom failed. The first time Caesar ever heard him speak in public, he said, "I know not what this young man intends, but whatever it be, he intends strongly." Caesar had so much confidence in Brutus that when he made his expedition into Africa against Cato and Scipio, he left him to cover Cisalpine Gaul. Brutus showed himself worthy of the trust, and when the conqueror returned, he was gratified to see how his glory had increased in the cities over which Brutus ruled, for while people in other provinces were miserable on account of the harshness and cruelty of their governors, those under Brutus were happy and contented. Caesar rewarded Brutus by appointing him praetor, but in so doing he offended Cassius, who thought that he ought to have been first in that office in consideration of the service he had done the state. Some ill feeling was aroused in this way against Brutus, and Cassius treated him with indifference for several months. It was his hatred of Caesar which prompted him at last to seek Brutus's friendship again. Cassius, having determined to crush the dictator, knew that he could scarcely hope to succeed unless Brutus, who stood well with the people, would help him. So he went among his friends, and pointed out to them the danger of Caesar's fast increasing power, and sent them, one after another, to Brutus to poison his mind against the man who loved him and who hoped to make him his successor. When this was done, he went himself to Brutus and made friends with him. He was plotting the assassination of Caesar, and knew that if Brutus took part, the act would be justified in the eyes of the citizens. On taking leave of Brutus, he asked, "Do you expect to be present in the Senate on the calends of March? For Caesar's friends intend to crown him king on that occasion." Brutus answered that he would not be there. "But what if they should send for us?" asked Cassius. "It will be my business then," answered Brutus, "not to hold my peace, but to stand up boldly and die for the liberty of my country." "But what Roman will suffer you to die?" asked Cassius with emotion. "From you they expect tyranny to be crushed, for they are ready to suffer anything on your account, if only you will show yourself what they think you are, and do what they expect." Then they embraced, and each went on his way to interview his friends. So the conspiracy grew. On the Ides of March the Senate met in a place that was particularly favorable for the purpose of the conspirators. It was a portico adjoining the theater, and near the center stood a statue of Pompey, opposite to which was a semicircle of benches. There they could assemble without exciting suspicion, and they hoped that the leading men of the city, who would be sure to be present, would stand forth and assert their liberty as soon as the deed was done. Caesar was so long in coming to the Senate that it was feared the plot had been discovered. Such was not the case, however, but several bad omens and unfavorable sacrifices had made him suspicious and unhappy, so that when he did at last appear, it was with the determination to attend to no business of importance on that day. When he took his seat, the Senate being assembled, the conspirators gathered close about his chair, which stood just in front of Pompey's statue, as though they had an important petition to make, and according to a previous arrangement, Tillius Cimber began to plead in behalf of his brother, who was in exile. The others joined their prayers to his, took Caesar's hand, kissed it, also his head and breast, and became so violent that he stood up, whereupon Tillius caught his robe with both hands and pulled it from his shoulder. This was the signal, at which Casca, who stood behind the dictator, drew his dagger and struck at his neck. The wound was slight, and snatching hold of the handle of the weapon, Caesar cried aloud in Latin, "Villain, Casca, what do you?" A great many blows followed, and Caesar looked about to see if he could make his escape. But when he saw Brutus, the man he had loved and honored, with his dagger drawn against him, an expression of grief and reproach came into his face, and he ceased to resist. He merely covered his head with his robe, and so thick and fast fell the blows that the murderers in their eagerness actually wounded one another. It had been suggested that Antony ought to be put out of the way too, in order to secure liberty for the Commonwealth, but Brutus would not consent to so unjust an act, particularly as he believed that with Caesar's death a change might be worked in so gifted and honorable a man as Antony that would go far towards the establishment of liberty. Antony had been purposely detained at the door by Trebonius, who engaged him in conversation, but when the senators rushed out and he heard what had happened, he thought his life was in danger, so disguised himself and fled. Great excitement filled the city when the death of the dictator became known, but when it was found out that there would be no further bloodshed, it soon subsided. Brutus went to the Forum and made an oration, which was loudly applauded by the crowd that gathered to hear him, and which restored confidence. Cicero and all the other orators spoke in favor of peace, and at last it was agreed that the conspirators should not be punished, but that their deed should rather be regarded as a blow for liberty, which ought to be rewarded. So the provinces were divided among them, and then public attention was turned towards Caesar's funeral. Antony spoke in favor of a public funeral, Cassius violently opposed it, but Brutus sided with Antony. This was a mistake, for when the Romans beheld the body of their beloved Caesar, and Antony made a touching oration, holding up the bloody gown pierced with innumerable dagger strokes, cries and lamentations filled the air, and many exclaimed, "Down with the murderers! Kill the assassins!" The whole city was aroused, and tables and benches were dragged from the shops round about, and heaped together for a funeral pyre. The body of Caesar was placed on the pile, which was then set on fire, and the excited multitude seized the burning brands and rushed with them about the city, intending to fire the houses of Caesar's murderers. Fortunately, they were warned in time to guard their houses and hide themselves. Thinking discretion the better part of valor, Brutus stole out of the city, and made up his mind not to go back until the fury of the people had abated. Meanwhile, Octavius Caesar, whom the great conqueror had adopted and made his heir, returned to Rome, and by distributing the money that the will had set aside for the citizens, won so much favor that he soon got the better of Antony. He formed a powerful party among the soldiers that had served under Caesar, a large part of the Senate sided with him, and he was further strengthened by Cicero, who joined him because he hated Antony. Then the city was again divided into two parties, many of the soldiers selling their services to the highest bidder, and violent quarrels between Octavius and Antony, the two leaders, took place. Knowing that while affairs were in such a state he could do no good in Rome, Brutus went to Athens. He was kindly received, and became so absorbed in study among the learned men of the Academy that people thought he had retired from public life. But such was not the case, for he was all the time making preparations for war, and when he heard that several Roman ships were coming along the coast of Greece, laden with treasures and commanded by one of his friends, he went to a seaport to meet them. So great were his persuasive powers that he got possession of the ships, with a large sum of money they were carrying to Rome, and then set to work to raise an army. The Roman students at Athens had already been won over, and the soldiers that remained of Pompey's army and had wandered about Thessaly ever since his defeat joyfully flocked to join Brutus. The governor of Macedonia aided him, and in a very little while he found himself surrounded by a splendid army and an ample supply of horses and arms. He then went over to Asia, where Cassius had been equally successful. With such forces as these two leaders combined were prepared to bring into the field, success seemed sure. Meanwhile, Octavius Caesar had driven Antony out of Italy, but after making himself obnoxious to the Senate, had made friends with him and Lepidus, and formed the Second Triumvirate, an account of which will be found in the Life of Antony. Brutus had heard of these alterations at Rome, and, being a man who never could be turned from a purpose when once he was convinced that it was right and honest, his eagerness to restore liberty to his country and save her from the power of the triumvirs was greatly increased. So he urged Cassius to move on with him to Europe without further delay. A strange story is told of a so-called apparition that appeared to Brutus one night just before he left Asia. He was so anxious about the preparations for the war he had undertaken that his sleep was disturbed, and he spent the greater part of the night making his plans, reading, and studying. Thus, one night, after everybody in the camp had gone to rest, he sat quite alone in his tent, thinking about the great enterprise that lay before him. A dim light burned on a little table by his side. Suddenly he fancied some one came in. He looked up, and beheld a strange, horrible-looking being in the doorway. "What art thou?" asked Brutus boldly. "Art thou god or man, and what is thy business with me?" In a deep, hollow, unnatural tone, the spectre answered, "I am thy evil genius, Brutus. Thou shalt see me at Philippi." "I will meet thee there," replied Brutus. When the apparition was gone, Brutus summoned his servants, but they declared one and all that they had seen no one enter his tent, and had heard no sound. Early in the morning he went to Cassius, and told him of his strange, unearthly visitor. Cassius belonged to the school of the celebrated philosopher Epicurus, whose disciples were taught to account for everything by a natural cause, so he argued in this way. You know, Brutus, that in our sect we believe that not all we feel or see is real and true, and that the mind, like wax, readily receives impressions. These impressions are, by the power of the imagination, molded into curious forms that do not exist in nature, as we constantly see in dreams. The mind is always in motion, but when the body, as in your case, is tired and distressed, the mind is in an excited and unnatural state. There is no reason for believing that there are such beings as demons or spirits, and that, if there were, they would assume a human shape or voice, or have power to affect us. At the same time, I confess I wish there were such beings, and that they would help us in our sacred and glorious enterprise, so that we might not have to depend entirely on fleets and armies. Brutus was comforted by this reasoning, and, taking courage again, he embarked for Italy. Caesar and Antony, after having proclaimed themselves triumvirs for 5 years, raised a large force, and marched into the plain of Philippi. There the two great armies met, Caesar encamping opposite to Brutus, and Antony opposite to Cassius. Brutus had fewer men than Caesar, but their arms and equipments were far more rich and splendid, for he had an idea that they would fight harder to preserve the gold and silver armor which he had given them than they would if it were less valuable. Before the battle began, there were many bad omens in the camp of Brutus and Cassius. The garland that the latter was to wear in the sacrifice was handed to him upside down. Then the golden image of victory that was carried in the solemn procession fell from the hands of the man who held it. Birds of prey appeared about the camp, and swarms of bees flew into the trenches. The superstitious soldiers were so affected by these things that the soothsayers had trouble to calm them, and even the Epicurean philosophy of Cassius himself was shaken. Brutus was all impatience for the fight, but Cassius desired to postpone it as long as possible. An officer in Brutus's army advised him by all means to tarry over the winter. "In what better condition do you hope to be by that time?" asked Brutus. "If I gain nothing else, I shall have lived that much longer," said the man. This answer so displeased both the generals that it was decided to fight the very next day. As soon as it was morning, the sign of battle, the scarlet coat, was displayed, and Brutus and Cassius met midway between their two camps to make the final arrangements. Before they parted, Cassius said, "May the gods make this day successful! But as the most important of human events are the most uncertain, and as we may never see each other any more, tell me what is your resolution concerning flight and death?" Brutus answered, "When I was younger and less experienced, I was disposed to condemn Cato for killing himself. I thought it impious and unmanly to sink beneath the stroke of fortune, or to run away from the divine course of nature. Now, in my own case, I am of another mind, and if our wishes are not realized in this undertaking, I shall make no further attempt, but will die content with my fortune. I gave my life to my country on the Ides of March, and have lived since then a second life for her sake. with liberty and honor. Cassius smiled, and, embracing Brutus, said, "With these resolutions let us charge the enemy, for either we shall conquer, or we shall have no cause to fear those that do." So the two commanders set about completing their arrangements, and then made the attack. Cassius was conquered, but Brutus was victorious. They would have carried the day had it not been for a mistake which caused their ruin. It was this: Brutus did not go to the relief of Cassius, because he believed that, like himself, Cassius had gained a victory, and Cassius did not seek relief from Brutus, because he thought that Brutus had been overcome. Brutus, on his return from plundering Caesar's camp, began to wonder at not seeing Cassius's tent on the spot it had occupied high above the rest, and some of his men who had been reconnoitering assured him that something dreadful must have happened to Cassius. So he rallied his men, and marched to the relief of his friend. He found the camp deserted, and Cassius dead, for, mistaking a party of his own men for the enemy, he had caused one of his slaves to put him to death when he saw them rapidly approaching his camp after defeat. Brutus wept when he beheld the body of Cassius, and called him the last of the Romans, for he said that Rome would never again produce a man of so great a spirit. He then gathered together all that were left of Cassius's soldiers, promised each a liberal reward as recompense for what he had lost, and a great deal more if all would fight once again for him. Thus encouraged, the remnant of Cassius's army promised to do their utmost, and followed their new leader to his camp. Meanwhile, Antony, having been informed of the death of Cassius, eagerly awaited the dawn of day, and returned with his entire force to the battlefield, showing the utmost anxiety to lose no time. This was his reason. During the land fight of the previous day, there had been a battle at sea, in which Brutus's fleet had so defeated Antony's that few of the vessels escaped, and as they were bringing a fresh supply of soldiers, the loss was serious. Brutus had not yet heard of that engagement, and Antony's desire was to draw him into another battle before he should do so and become elated by his success. Besides, he knew that Brutus would scarcely consent to a second conflict just then, if he had heard of the success of his fleet, because he was thus enabled to get an ample supply of provisions, and had the best positions on land as well as at sea. Nevertheless, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon before Brutus led his men into battle. He showed himself an expert general and a brave soldier, determined to spare himself no peril if only he could gain the victory. Many brave men were slain in defending him, and one Lucullus, seeing a party of the enemy's horse galloping full speed towards Brutus, put himself in their way, and, when he was captured, told them he was Brutus. They believed him, and immediately sent forward a messenger to tell Antony that they had taken Brutus alive. Antony came out to meet them, because he was so pleased that he could not wait, and all the soldiers who heard that Brutus was coming gathered near to see him. Lucullus advanced boldly and said, "Be assured, Antony, that no enemy either has taken or shall take Marcus Brutus alive. I am come here by a cheat put upon your soldiers, and I am ready to suffer any punishment for it you may see fit to inflict." All were amazed, but Antony, coming to those about him, said, "I see, fellow soldiers, that you take it ill that you have been thus deceived, and feel yourselves injured on account of it. But let me tell you that you have taken a booty better than what you sought. For you were in search of an enemy, but you have brought me here a friend. Had you brought Brutus to me alive, I know not how I should have used him, but of this I am sure, that it is better to have such men as Lucullus our friends than our enemies." Having spoken thus, he embraced Lucullus, who forever after was his faithful friend. The army of Brutus met with a total defeat, but with a few friends he made his escape and passed the night in a cave. Towards morning, one of the friends said, "We must not stay here longer, for it is not safe. We must fly." "Yes, indeed," said Brutus, rising, "we must fly, not with our feet, but with our hands." He then shook hands with each of his companions, and thus addressed them: "It is a great satisfaction to me that all my friends have been faithful. If I am angry with fortune, it is for the sake of my country. As for myself, I am more happy than my conquerors, for I shall leave behind me that reputation for virtue which they, with all their wealth and power, will never acquire. It will always be said of them that they were an abandoned set of men, who destroyed the virtuous for the sake of the empire to which they had no right. He then entreated each of his friends to provide for his own safety, and drawing aside with Strato, who was one of the oldest and dearest, he fell upon the point of his sword and killed himself. The body of Brutus was found by Antony, who commanded it to be wrapped in a rich purple mantle. After it was burned, the ashes were carefully placed in an urn and sent to the mother of Brutus. End of chapter 47. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi ceded land.
Chapter 48 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Burke-Mueller. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 48. Antony. Mark Antony lost his father when very young, and although his mother, who was of the family of the Caesars, took great pains with his training and education, he formed a friendship with a bad man named Curio, who led him into all sorts of dissipation. After spending all the money his father left him, and finding himself deeply in debt besides, he gladly accepted an invitation to accompany Gabinius, the consul, in his campaign in Syria. There he distinguished himself so that more important enterprises were entrusted to him, and he won a high reputation as a commander. In ancient times it had always been said that the Antonys were descended from Hercules, and Mark was so proud of this that he dressed in imitation of that god as he appeared in paintings and statues. Besides, he had a noble bearing. His beard was full, his forehead large, and his nose aquiline, so when people looked at him they were really reminded of Hercules. When Rome was divided into two parties, the one headed by Pompey and the other by Caesar, Curio, Antony's bad friend, joined the latter and persuaded Antony to do the same. He went to Gaul, where he spent some time. Then, being provided by Caesar with money and credit, he returned to Rome, where he was first made quaestor, then tribune. In the latter office he was of the greatest service to Caesar, and fled to him in disguise to report how the two questions had been put to the Senate, whether Pompey should dismiss his army or Caesar his. It was then that the conqueror marched into Italy, drove out Pompey, and placed Antony as tribune to govern Rome, while he marched into Spain. Antony was exceedingly popular with the soldiers, but he was too lazy to pay attention to the wants of the people, and so committed many serious errors. But Caesar would never listen to any charges against him, nor had he ever cause to complain of his lack of courage, skill, or energy in military affairs. Indeed, he so signalized himself in the various battles that took place later that his reputation, next to Caesar's, was the greatest in the army. After the celebrated battle of Pharsalia, in which he commanded the left wing because Caesar considered him his best officer, he was sent to Rome as master of the horse. That was an office next in power to the dictator, and Caesar showed his high opinion of Antony in giving it to him. But Antony was too fond of drinking and carousing, which gave great offense to the better class of Roman citizens. So when Caesar came back from Spain, although he was very gentle with Antony and did much towards reforming him, he took Lepidus, not Antony, to be consul with him. Antony's morals improved when he married, for Fulvia, his wife, had a good influence over him. His friendship for Caesar was so great that when the murder of that conqueror was decided on, some of the conspirators made it their business to detain him in conversation outside the Senate house. He was much shocked when he heard of the dreadful deed, but immediately took measures to prevent a civil war. He called the Senate together the very next day, and secured the appointment to foreign countries of Brutus and Cassius, who had led the conspiracy. For himself, he aimed at becoming ruler-in-chief, and made the best of his opportunity when delivering the funeral oration in the marketplace over the body of Caesar. He expressed his horror at the murder, showed the bloody stains on the dead man's clothing, and called those who had committed the deed villains and assassins. The populace grew so excited over his remarks that Brutus and his party were obliged to leave the city, and Caesar's friends joined themselves to Antony, whose power became absolute. he got possession of Caesar's papers and carried into effect all that he had meant to do, appointed the magistrates named therein, recalled some from exile, and freed others from prison, as Caesar's letters directed. His power was the greater because his brother Caius was praetor, and his brother Lucius tribune of the people. But his schemes were thwarted by Octavius Caesar, who came to Rome shortly after his uncle Julius was killed. Octavius made certain claims which Antony refused to grant, so he formed a strong party in the Senate, and won over to his side Cicero and many others who hated Antony. A report was carried to Antony that Octavius was plotting against his life, whereupon he went about and made offers to the old soldiers to take sides with him. Octavius did the same. Cicero was at that time a man of great influence in Rome, and he did what he could to arouse the people against Antony. Finally, he persuaded the Senate to pronounce Antony a public enemy, and to order the two consuls, Hirtius and Pansa, to drive him out of Italy. A battle took place near Modena, in which the consuls were killed, but Antony was defeated and obliged to fly. It was then that he showed how great he was, for he bore all sorts of suffering and privation like a true hero, and set a wonderful example of patience and endurance to his soldiers. Octavius was now satisfied, for he had desired only to humble Antony, not to destroy him. As soon as that was accomplished, he began to consult his friends as to the best manner of making his peace with the exile. It was brought about in this way. After his defeat, Antony determined to make his way to the other side of the Alps, to join his army with that of Lepidus, whom he had befriended on several occasions. But when he came in sight of the camp, he received no encouragement to approach nearer. However, feeling that he had little to lose and possibly much to gain, he disguised himself in a large dark cloak, made his way into the trenches, and began to address the army of Lepidus. His speech had such an effect that Lepidus took alarm, and ordered the trumpets to be sounded, so that he could not be heard. But that night 2 of the soldiers, disguised in women's clothes, were sent by their comrades to confer with Antony. They advised him to make an attack on Lepidus, whom they offered to put to death. Antony would not listen to such a proposition, but the next morning he marched his men up to the river which divided the 2 camps, and was himself the first to plunge into the water and swim across. He was received by the soldiers, who not only held out their hands to help him ashore, but beat down the works to make way for his soldiers. So he entered the camp of Lepidus, an absolute master. He did not take an unfair advantage of his position, though, for he treated Lepidus with great kindness, called him father when he addressed him, and left him the honor of being general. Octavius Caesar, as we have said, was anxious to make a friend of Antony, because he knew that it would benefit himself. So as soon as he heard how Antony had increased his forces by his alliance with Lepidus, he sent his messengers to propose a conference. It was agreed upon, and the 3 leaders, Lepidus, Octavius Caesar, and Antony, met on a small island. The conference lasted 3 days. It was decided that the 3 should divide the empire among them, and under the name of triumvirs they should have supreme authority for 5 years. This was called the Second Triumvirate. But before the 3 triumvirs separated, a question arose which perplexed them. It was whom to destroy, each desiring to save his friends and get rid of his enemies. It ended by condemning friends and relatives with horrible, cold-blooded indifference. Cicero's head was offered to Antony in exchange for that of his uncle and the brother of Lepidus. Never was a more barbarous compact made, for these men consented to the death of their friends without even the excuse of hatred. Besides the 3 mentioned, hundreds of others were killed before the triumvirate was fairly established. It was abominable to the Romans, who blamed Antony most of all, because he was older than Caesar and had more authority than Lepidus. He made himself still more obnoxious by going to live in the house of Pompey the Great, who had been the most temperate and decent of their citizens, and filling it with actors, jugglers, and all sorts of bad people, on whom he spent enormous sums of the public money, seizing it, in many instances, by violence and cruelty. This lasted until the war with Brutus and Cassius broke out. Then the army was divided between Antony and Octavius Caesar, who marched into Macedonia, Lepidus being left in command of Rome. All the honor of this war belongs to Antony, for Caesar was completely routed by Brutus in the first battle. However, Antony defeated both Cassius and Brutus at Philippi. Caesar was sent home ill, and after a short visit to different parts of Greece, Antony passed over to Asia. There he returned to his former dissipations, and surrounded himself with wicked companions, to gratify whose coarse, low tastes he was often known to deprive some of the most virtuous citizens of all their wealth. His way was to pretend they were dead, and so seize their property. He presented his cook with a splendid estate as a reward for a well-served banquet, and did numerous other absurd things. Later he went to Egypt and spent some time at Alexandria, where he was entertained in a most sumptuous manner by the beautiful, gifted queen, Cleopatra. He was suddenly recalled to Italy because of a war which his brother and his own wife had declared against Octavius Caesar, but before he reached there his wife died, and that event put an end to the trouble. A reconciliation was effected between Octavius and Antony, which was strengthened by the marriage of the latter with Octavia, sister of Caesar. After this took place, a new division was made of the empire, the eastern provinces falling to Antony, the western to Caesar, and Africa to Lepidus. Antony lived quietly for a couple of years, then went back to Asia, where he engaged in a long and difficult war with the Parthians. Never was a more splendid army gathered together than the one he led, but he made many mistakes, and was at last badly defeated. Cleopatra had joined Antony, and he was so much in love with her that he wanted to marry her. He therefore neglected Octavia, in consequence of which Caesar brought serious charges against him in the Senate, for it displeased the conqueror exceedingly to have so virtuous and noble a lady as his sister badly treated. Antony, on the other hand, accused Caesar of certain acts of injustice, and of taking upon himself too much power. Caesar's answer was that he had put Lepidus out of the government because his conduct had been bad, that he would divide what he had got in war with Antony as soon as Antony gave him a share of Armenia, and that Antony's soldiers had no claims in Italy. Upon this, Antony prepared for war. He gathered together a splendid fleet of 800 vessels, of which Cleopatra provided 200, besides a large sum of money, and provisions for the whole army. If he had chosen to fight Caesar by land without delay, he would have been successful, for Caesar's preparations were by no means complete. But he was guided by the advice of Cleopatra, and waited until the Romans also had collected their fleet, and then the fight took place at Actium, on the sea. Even then he ought to have won the victory, for his fleet was twice the size of Caesar's, and everything was in his favor. But the Romans set fire to all the Egyptian vessels except 60, and long before the battle was decided, those 60 hoisted sail in obedience to Cleopatra's order, and put out to sea, a fair wind carrying them towards Peloponnesus. That utterly ruined Antony's cause, for like a weak, unprincipled general, he followed the Egyptian queen, and after losing 300 ships and 5,000 men, his fleet gave up the contest. It was long before Antony's soldiers consented to believe that he had basely deserted them, but when at last the truth was no longer to be doubted, they submitted to the conqueror. Antony went to Africa, utterly disgusted with life, and built himself a little house near Pharos, on a mound out in the sea, where he lived separated from all mankind. But he recovered from his fit of sulking when news was brought to him of the defeat of his army at Actium, that several powers had deserted him and gone over to Caesar, and that nothing in Egypt remained to him. Having little to hope for, he determined to throw off care and enjoy himself. So he went to Alexandria, where he was again received by Cleopatra, whose palace was a scene of constant feasting and revelry. There he remained until Caesar marched against him with a large army, and then he had the mortification of seeing his fleet join that of Caesar, while his cavalry deserted him and went over to the enemy also. Cleopatra was so afraid that Antony might accuse her of having betrayed him, that she sent him word she was dead. As soon as he heard the sad news, he went to his room and requested Eros, a faithful servant, to kill him. Eros drew his sword as if he meant to obey, then turning away, slew himself and fell at his master's feet. "This, Eros, is well done," said Antony. "You show your master how to do what you had not the heart to do yourself." He then plunged the sword into his bowels, and threw himself on a couch nearby to die. Caesar entered the city in triumph, and, mounting a platform in the exercise ground, told the citizens that he freely forgave them for the sake of Alexander, who had built their city, and for the city's sake, which is too large and beautiful to be destroyed. Many kings and great commanders asked for the honor of bearing Antony, but Cleopatra performed that rite with royal splendor. Caesar treated the queen with great respect, But when she was secretly informed that she was to be sent a prisoner to Rome, she had an asp brought to her in a basket of figs, and let it bite her arm. The poison did its work quickly, and Caesar's messengers were surprised when they went to capture the queen to find that she had been dead several hours. Cleopatra was 39 years old at the time of her death, and had been on the throne 22 years. Antony was in his 56th year when he killed himself. He can scarcely be ranked among the great men of ancient times, for he had neither a genius or moral strength, and he was too much a slave to pleasure to be considered a good man. Yet few possessed more devoted friends or warmer partisans. He lost his empire by his own fault, for he deserted those who were fighting for him, and his death is an example of unpardonable weakness. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of Our Young Folks' Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks' Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 49. Sertorius. Quintus Sertorius was born of a noble family in the country of the Sabines. His father died when he was very young, but his mother, whose name was Rhea, took excellent care of him and had him well educated. He was fond of oratory, and gained a reputation for his eloquence even in his youth, but his attention was early turned to war, and he met with success as a soldier. He served first under Scipio, when the Cimbri and Teutonies invaded Gaul. The Romans were put to flight, and Sertorius received several wounds, besides losing his horse, but he swam across the river Rhone in his armor, and saved himself. The second time the Cimbri and Teutonies came with their hundreds of thousands of men, threatening death and destruction on all sides, Sertorius volunteered to act as a spy in the enemy's camp, while Marius led the army. This required no little courage, for the enemy was a strange one to the Romans, and a ferocious-looking race that might have terrified even the bravest. Sertorius disguised himself as one of them so well that he was not discovered, and thus he was enabled to mingle with their troops and find out not only what they proposed doing, but their method of fighting and their habits. The report he carried to Marius was of the greatest importance, and in the war which followed he was so brave and able that he was advanced by his general to a position of honor and trust. After the war with the Cimbri and Teutonies was over, he was sent to Spain under Didius, the Roman general, in command of 1,000 men, and took up his winter quarters at Castulo, a town of New Castile. But his soldiers behaved in such a disorderly manner, and were so offensive on account of frequent drunkenness, that the inhabitants lost all respect for them. They therefore called in the aid of the Gerasenians, their neighbors, and attacked the Roman soldiers in their lodgings, slaying a great number of them. Sertorius escaped with several hundred of his men, and marched around Castulo to the gate by which the Gerasenians had entered. It happened, fortunately for him, to be open, so, placing a guard there, he took possession of the city, and killed all the inhabitants who were able to bear arms. Then he ordered his own men to put on the clothing and take the arms of those they had slain, and, thus disguised, to follow him to the city of the Gerasenians. The gates were thrown open at the approach of the supposed friends, but the Gerasenians were soon undeceived, for many were killed, the rest surrendered, and were sold as slaves. This maneuver made Sertorius famous in Spain, and when he returned to Rome, he was appointed quaestor to a part of Gaul. As the Marian War was on the point of breaking out, Sertorius's duties were to raise soldiers and provide arms, and a more active or diligent officer could scarcely have been found. Unlike most commanders, he continued to be a soldier at the same time, and exposed himself in the ranks so freely that in one of the engagements he lost an eye. But he gloried in this, for he always said that it was a badge of bravery, of which he was more proud than a king of his coronet. Everybody treated him with the greatest respect, and when he entered the theater he was always received with applause. After Marius fled to Africa at the time of the civil war in Rome, Sertorius joined Cinna's party, so when Octavius, the other consul, was victorious, Cinna and Sertorius left the city. They did not remain away long, however, but collected troops in other parts of Italy, and being joined by Marius on his return, went back to Rome. The horrible scenes that ensued are recounted in the life of Marius, and need not be repeated. The conduct of his band of ruffians became so intolerable that Sertorius attacked them with his soldiers as they lay encamped, and killed the whole body, consisting of 4,000. This was done for the relief of the city, and for the good of his countrymen, after all argument and persuasion with Cinna and Marius had failed. For Sertorius never put any man to death to gratify personal revenge. Not long after, Sertorius returned to Spain, but Sylla, who became consul at Rome after the defeat of the Marian party, sent a powerful force to oppose him, and he was obliged to fly to Africa for safety. He landed on the coast of Mauritania, but so many of his men were killed by the natives when they went ashore to get water that he was forced to make his way back to Spain. On the journey he fell in with some Cilician pirates, whom he persuaded to join him, and together they forced themselves through a guard belonging to Sylla, and landed on the island of Ivica. Soon after, Annius, who was in command of Sylla's troops, appeared in the harbor with a numerous fleet and 5,000 men. A battle ensued, and many of Sertorius's ships were driven on the rocks by a violent storm. Then Sertorius was in a dreadful plight. He could not go out to sea because of the storm, his vessel being a light one, and the enemy prevented his landing. So, after being tossed about on the waves for 10 days, he escaped at last, and ran into a harbor on the Atlantic coast of Spain. There he met some seamen who had just arrived from the Canary Islands, and they gave such a glowing account of the wonderful climate, inhabitants, and productions of those Islands of the Blessed, as they were called, that, worn out with fatigue and disappointment, Sertorius longed to go there to rest, at a distance from the turmoil of war. But the Cilician pirates wanted neither peace nor repose, so they refused to accompany him, and sailed back to the coast of Africa. Sertorius followed, and fought a battle with Paxienus, who had been sent by Sylla to assist a Moorish king to recover his throne. Sertorius defeated and killed him, and took nearly all his army prisoners, but he very wisely restored to the natives all their possessions and government, taking nothing for himself but what they offered him, and thus making himself exceedingly popular. While he was considering where to turn next, the Lusitanians sent ambassadors to invite him to command their army against Sylla's troops, for they felt that Sertorius was to be trusted both for courage and judgment. He accepted the invitation, and left Africa for their country at once. On his arrival he was appointed general of an immense army, many of the troops having volunteered because they wished to serve under so active and humane a leader. Sertorius carried on the war against 4 Roman generals, and fought with such skill and activity, appearing now here, now there, at most unexpected moments, that he won brilliant victories at every turn. The Spaniards admired and loved him, but in order to gain their confidence before he began to fight their battles, he made use of an interesting bit of artifice. He had been presented by a countryman with a milk-white fawn, of which he soon became very fond. It was so tame and gentle that it would follow him about wherever he went, and come to him when he called. Knowing that uncivilized people are apt to be superstitious, Sertorius decided to make use of this quality to gain favor with them, so he told them that the fawn had been presented to him by the goddess Diana, who was a huntress, and that it told him many secrets. If perchance he received private news that the enemy were giving trouble in any part of the country under his command, he gave out that the fawn had informed him of it in his sleep, and had charged him to keep the troops prepared. When he got notice of a victory gained by any commander under him, the messenger was kept out of sight, and the fawn was led forth, crowned with flowers, while the people were told to rejoice at the good news which was to come. A few hours later the messenger was produced, and made to announce the victory which the fawn was supposed to have whispered to the general beforehand. Sertorius did more for the Spaniards than merely fight their battles, for he taught them to keep their ranks, and use their arms as the Romans did, instead of imitating savages in their mode of fighting. He founded schools, where the children of the nobility were instructed in Grecian and Roman literature, rewarded those who studied diligently, and he also introduced among the citizens the attire of his own countrymen. The soldiers were delighted with their gold and silver helmets, embroidered vests and coats, and the noble citizens were no less so when they saw their sons walking to school in fine gowns bordered with purple, particularly as Sertorius bore the whole expense of these, as well as of the instruction and rewards. Everybody loved Sertorius, and the boys who won the rewards, which consisted of golden balls worn suspended from the neck, were very proud of them. It was Sertorius himself who made the examinations and awarded the prizes. Metellus was one of the Roman generals whom Sertorius had defeated in Spain, and after that happened, Pompey was sent with fresh troops. When the soldiers that Sertorius had placed in a certain part of the country under Perpenna Vento heard that Pompey was coming, they took up their arms and demanded to be led against him at once, threatening otherwise to go to Sertorius, who, they declared, was able to defend himself and those that served him. So Perpenna, who feared to oppose Pompey, was obliged to yield, though he was jealous of Sertorius and objected to adding to his army. Such a tremendous force was thus gathered together that it was almost impossible to control them, particularly as the larger part had been thieves and bandits who knew nothing of discipline. They had several engagements of their own accord with the enemy, but were defeated each time and rescued by Sertorius, until their confidence in him increased, and they became willing to listen to his advice. One day, in order to illustrate his plan, he caused 2 horses to be led into the field in the presence of his army. One was a poor, old, feeble animal, the other a strong, large one, with a remarkably thick, long tail. By the weak horse stood a robust, able-bodied man, by the strong one a weak little man. At a given signal, the strong man began to pull the weak horse by the tail, as though he would pull it out by the root, while the other man pulled out the hairs of the long, flowing tail one by one. The spectator laughed heartily at the efforts of the strong man, who tugged and tugged without any result, and was forced at last to give up by the time the little man had stripped the large horse of every hair. Then Sertorius said, "You see, my friends and fellow soldiers, how much more can be accomplished by perseverance than by force, and that things separated are not so strong as when united. Time is the friend of those who use their judgment and wait, and the enemy of those who rush forward on improper occasions." It was with such examples and speeches that Sertorius taught the barbarians to be less fierce, and to watch for favorable opportunities, rather than rush forward blindly, and so his influence grew. Now the great Pompey was coming, Pompey, the noble Roman general who had been honored with a triumph before he was old enough to have a beard. He passed over the mountains and pitched his camp near that of Sertorius. In every attack, Sertorius had the advantage, and proved himself such a wonderful general that his fame reached even to Rome. It was increased by the siege of Lauron. As soon as Pompey heard that Sertorius intended to besiege that place, he marched with his whole army to the foot of a hill a short distance off, and sent word to the citizens to rest perfectly easy and watch him from their walls while he besieged Sertorius. When that general heard of it, he laughed, and said, "I will teach that scholar of Sylla," so he called Pompey in ridicule, "that a general ought to look behind him rather than before." He was then on top of the hill, and pointed towards a body of 6,000 soldiers in the camp, left there to seize Pompey in the rear as soon as he should begin the attack. But Pompey dared not begin, so he had the mortification of seeing Lauron burned, while the inhabitants surrendered to his enemy, and said tauntingly, Pompey was at hand, and could almost warm himself at the flames, but could offer no assistance. At the end of a battle which took place between Pompey and Sertorius afterwards, the white fawn was missing, and its master was sorely grieved. However, during the night it was found wandering at some distance from the camp, and brought back. Sertorius promised a large reward to the finder if he would tell no one of it, and immediately hid the fawn. A few days later he appeared in public with a cheerful countenance, and said that he had had a dream in which the gods had promised a piece of great good fortune. He then took his seat and began to speak to those who had brought petitions. Suddenly the fawn, that had been let loose by its keeper, came leaping towards Sertorius, laid its head upon his knee, and licked his right hand as it had been taught to do. Sertorius stroked the animal, and received it as though he had not seen it before, while tears filled his eyes, and the people gazed at him with wonder as a creature beloved of the gods. Sertorius fought several more battles, both with Pompey and Metellus, and won nearly all of them, so that it began to be generally believed in Rome that he would be back there before many months. Metellus was one of the greatest of Roman commanders, but he was getting old, and felt the superiority of Sertorius so keenly that he was anxious to get him out of the way. He therefore publicly offered a large reward to any Roman who should kill him. Meanwhile, Sertorius gathered about him the senators who had fled from Rome to him, and established a government with Roman laws and institutions, giving all the offices to his own countrymen, in order that he might prove that it was his purpose to restore liberty to them, not to make the Spaniards powerful against them. Thus he showed himself a true patriot, for he loved his country and wanted to return to it. When he was at the height of his power, he sent word to Metellus and Pompey that he was ready to lay down his arms and go into private life, if only he might be permitted to return home, declaring that he would rather live as the meanest of citizens in Rome than as commander of all other cities out of it. One reason for this was the deep affection he bore his mother, but he was not gratified by seeing her again, for she died while he was in exile. When he heard the sad news, he was overwhelmed with grief, and would not leave his tent for 7 days. He was prevailed upon to do so at last by his principal officers and other persons of note, who begged him to continue the management of public affairs. Sertorius had created a powerful kingdom among strangers, which he had defended for more than 10 years against the army of Rome under her ablest commanders. At last, Perpenna, whose jealousy had grown year by year, and who was ambitious to command the army himself, began to conspire against his life, and went among the Romans trying to rouse their discontent. They dared not attack Sertorius openly, but did what they could to injure him in the eyes of the Spaniards until the conspiracy gained strength. Letters were sent to the general announcing a great victory gained by one of his officers. The news was false, but Sertorius was deceived and offered a sacrifice in honor of the joyful tidings. Afterwards, Perpenna invited all who were present to a supper, and while it was going on, some of the conspirators pretended to be drunk and quarreled among themselves. This displeased Sertorius so much, for he always insisted upon good behavior when he was present, that he threw himself back upon his couch as though he wished not to see or hear what was going on. As he did so, Perpenna upset a glass of wine, which had been agreed upon as a signal. Thereupon, the man who sat next to Sertorius struck him with his sword, and before he could recover from the blow, threw himself upon his breast and held both his arms, while others killed him. Perpenna then declared himself general of the army, but soon, proving himself unfit for the position, he was taken prisoner by Pompey and executed as an enemy to his country. This ended the war in Spain, for all the men who had sided with the traitor were put to death also. End of chapter 49. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi ceded land.
Chapter 50 of our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 50. Galba. Sulpius Galba was a patriarch by birth, and one of the richest men of his day. The wicked Nero was emperor of Rome when he became a man, and it was under his reign that Galba was proconsul both in Germany and Africa. Afterwards he was sent by the same emperor to govern Spain, and he filled his office so well that he became very popular. Indeed, he was so just and merciful that the cruel deeds committed by Nero horrified him. When Junius Vindex, general of the Roman forces in Gaul, rose against the tyrant and encouraged his soldiers to put him down, it was not difficult to gain Galba over to his side. Galba mounted the tribunal to announce what he and Vindex hoped to do, and the crowd that had so long felt the tyranny of Nero gathered about the speaker, ready for any change that would offer relief. Galba was an old man, who inspired respect, and his actions while in Spain led to the belief that he could never be guilty of injustice, so the people saluted him as emperor. This was a surprise to him, for he was not prepared to take so decided and sudden a step as they proposed. He therefore refused the lofty title, saying that he offered himself to the service of his country merely as the lieutenant of the Roman Senate and people. Nero had paid little attention to the movements of Vindex, but when he heard that Galba had joined him he started up, having just seated himself for his morning meal, and, in his excitement, overturned table, dishes, and breakfast. Without a moment's loss of time he assembled the Senate, and had Galba proclaimed a public enemy, and offered all of his property for sale. Galba retaliated by selling everything of Nero's in Spain. Many of the provinces declared for Galba, but two held out because their governors thought that they had as much right to succeed Nero as Galba had. These were Claudius Macer of Africa and Virginius Rufus of Germany. Claudius had been guilty of so many wicked deeds that he feared to say what he wanted, for if he announced his intention to replace Nero, his enemies might assassinate him. Virginius, who commanded some of the best Roman legions, had often been urged by them to take the title of emperor, but he said, "I will neither take it myself nor will I suffer it to be given to any person but him who the Senate shall name." So Verginius and Vindex fought a great battle, in which the latter lost 20,000 of his men, and then put an end to his own life. After this victory, Verginius was again urged to declare himself emperor by people, who said that if he refused they would go over to Nero again. This so alarmed Galba that he wrote to Verginius, begging him to join with him in restoring the liberty of the Romans and preserving their empire. He then retired to a town in Spain called Colonia. One evening during the following summer, just after Galba had gone to bed, a messenger arrived from Rome, who had made the journey in an incredibly short time, to inform him that Nero was dead and that the Senate and people of Rome had declared him emperor. 2 days later, Titus Vinius, with many others, came to confirm the news. Now Galba began to wonder what Virginius Rufus would do, for there was no man living who had a greater name than he had, particularly since his victory in Gaul over Vindex. But he had said that the man named by the Senate should be emperor, and, in spite of the entreaties of his army, he remained firm. So Galba started for Rome. He was met near Narbo, a city in Gaul, by some members of the Senate, who begged him to make haste to appear among the people, who were anxiously awaiting him. The litter, the decorations, and the attendance of Nero was sent to him also, but he preferred to use his own, which was regarded as a proof that he was above petty vanity. Vinius, who had been one of the first to announce to Galba that he was emperor, persuaded him to assume a more regal appearance and manner, assuring him that he would make himself more agreeable to the Romans by doing so. Galba allowed himself to be led in this as well as in more important matters by this man, who was so unprincipled and so wicked that he soon ruined himself and made the emperor hateful to his subjects, as we shall see. Galba determined to reform the extravagance that Nero had encouraged, but in doing so he went to the other extreme, and acted so stingily as to make himself ridiculous. He did this with the advice of Vinius, who was all the time helping himself most liberally from the public treasury. Having got the old man completely under his control, this creature taxed the people just as heavily as Nero had done, and they blamed Galba for it, though he was really deceived himself, and made a dupe of by his ministers. Of course, he was by no means blameless, but he was an aged man, and allowed himself to be led because he suspected no evil. This was weak, but he showed himself strong in keeping the soldiers to their duty, for they had had great license in the previous reign, in punishing those persons who, by bearing false witness, had caused the death of the innocent, and in various other ways. What incited the people against Galba more than anything else was that when Nero's ministers were ordered to execution, Tigellinus, the most infamous of them all, was spared. The reason for the mercy shown to him was that he had bribed Vinius with costly presents, but there was no man in all Rome whom the people were more anxious to be rid of. They now felt that there was nothing Vinius would refuse for money, and from that moment every act of Galba's was misrepresented. If he was merciful, they attributed it to bribery, and if he was severe, they thought it was because Vinius had not received his price. The soldiers hated Galba because he refused to pay them for extra service, as Nero had done, and dissatisfaction in every part of the government grew worse day by day. At last Galba took alarm, and with the belief that he was despised not only on account of his age, but also because he had no child to succeed him, he resolved to adopt a young man of distinction and name him his successor. Marcus Otho, a very bad person, who had been a friend to Nero in his pleasure parties, was the person Vinius recommended. But while Galba hesitated, a mutiny broke out among the soldiers in Germany, who proclaimed Vitellius, their commander, emperor. As soon as Galba heard of this, he knew that there was no time to lose, for he had unwisely made enemies of his soldiers, and could therefore expect no protection from them. Some of his advisers had named Otho for his heir, others had exerted themselves in favor of Dolabella, so Galba chose neither, but, without consulting anyone, sent for Piso Lucullus, a young nobleman of merit, and took him to the camp, where, in a speech to the soldiers, he introduced him as his successor to the empire. Otho, who was present, was in a perfect fury, for he knew that he had been proposed for the succession, and the soothsayers had told him that he should be emperor after Nero. His friends, particularly those who had no positions to lose, and perhaps much to gain, advised him to seek his revenge. So he took great pains to win the good will of the soldiers, and thus to lay a plot for the destruction of those who stood in his way to the throne. Early in the morning of January the 15th, Galba offered a sacrifice in the palace. When the diviner took the entrails of the animal in his hands, he said that there were signs of trouble, and that the life of the emperor was in danger. Otho trembled lest he should be discovered, but immediately hastened to the spot where he was to meet the soldiers. Not more than 23 awaited him, but when he appeared they saluted him as emperor, and carried him through the forum towards the camp, flourishing their swords as they went. As soon as Galba heard what had happened, he wanted to go out to the people, but Vinius prevented him from doing so, until one of the guardsmen rushed in with a bloody sword in his hand, and announced that he had just killed Otho. "Who gave you the order?" asked Galba. "My allegiance and my oath," answered the soldier, amidst the applause of the people. Galba then expressed his intention to sacrifice to Jupiter, and was carried in a chair to the forum for that purpose. No sooner had he arrived than the death of Otho was contradicted. Great excitement prevailed among the crowd gathered there, some urging Galba to advance, others to retreat, while his chair was pushed backwards and forwards, and almost knocked over. Suddenly a party of soldiers came up, and exclaimed, "Down with this private man!" while numbers ran about to get places on the porticos and other eminences, so that they might enjoy whatever spectacle was about to be presented. One of Galba's statues was overthrown as a signal for hostilities, whereupon a shower of javelins was aimed at the royal chair, and the soldiers advanced, sword in hand, to complete the work the javelins had failed in. Only one man in all the crowd of spectators did honor to the Roman Empire that day in offering to defend Galba. That was Sempronius Decius, who called out to the soldiers to spare their emperor. But he was soon brought to the ground, and the royal chair was overthrown. "Strike, if it be for the good of Rome!" cried poor old Galba, presenting his throat to the soldiers. He received several wounds in various parts of his body, and when he was expiring, one of the soldiers cut off his head. It could not be held up in the usual way because of its baldness, so it was stuck on the end of a spear, and twirled about for everybody to look at. When it was presented to Otho, he cried out, "Fellow soldiers, this is nothing unless you bring me Pisos too." Not long after, Piso, who had taken refuge in the temple of Vesta, was slain, and his head, as well as that of Titus Vinius, was brought to Otho. Forthwith the Senate was assembled, and the very men who, 7 short months before, had sworn allegiance to Galba, now swore to be faithful to Otho, and gave him the titles of Caesar and Augustus. Galba's body was carried away and secretly buried in the night. There were many in Rome who pitied his sad fate, but none who regretted him as an emperor; for though he was inferior to few of his countrymen in wealth, birth, and reputation, he had allowed himself to be governed by bad men to such an extent as to render himself obnoxious to his subjects. End of Section 50. Recording by Maggie Travers.
Chapter 51 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise Meany, Canberra. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. 51. Otho. The new emperor began his reign by courting the friendship of the soldiers, which Galba had unwisely neglected. He made a speech to the Senate, which was remarkable for its mildness, gave his unexpired consulship to Viginius Rufus, and turned no consul out of office who had been appointed either by Nero or Galba. The oldest of them he promoted to the priesthood, and to all the senators who had been banished by Nero and recalled by Galba, he restored what remained of their fortunes. So the Roman people began to flatter themselves that they were at last to have a government that would bring them peace and happiness. Nothing gratified them more or increased their affection for Otho so much as his punishing Tigellinus, the infamous wretch who had been the most brutal of Nero's ministers. Tigellinus was at his country seat on the seashore when a messenger arrived to summon him to appear before the emperor. He always had a vessel in readiness, knowing that he might want to make his escape at any moment, but it did not avail him, for no amount of bribery could induce the messengers to let him off. However, he was determined not to give himself up to the fury of the people he had cruelly wronged, so, retiring to a private room, under pretext of making some preparations, he cut his throat with a razor. Otho had not been on the throne many days before he was called upon to oppose Vitellius, who, it will be remembered, had been proclaimed emperor by the legions in Germany before the death of Galba. Just at that time there were reports of wonderful miracles, though the author of them could not be found out. It was said that a number of people saw the reins fall from the hands of the Statue of Victory mounted on a chariot in the Capitol, as though she no longer had power to hold them. A statue of Julius Caesar that stood on an island in the river turned from west to east, they said, though there was no earthquake or hurricane to move it. Then the Tiber overflowed its banks. To be sure, it usually did so at that season, but never had it caused so much destruction. This was regarded as a very bad omen. Vitellius had sent forward Caecina, one of his best generals, to secure the passes of the Alps, while he remained in camp on the river Rhine. Otho collected a large army and marched against Caecina. His men had been so long accustomed to a life of ease and luxury that the enemy undervalued their skill. Thus they won 2 victories. But then Caecina made greater exertions, and brought men into the field who had had much experience in warfare. With these he completely defeated Otho's army, in a hard-fought battle on the river Po, near Mantua. One reason for this defeat was that Otho was not present at the battle. Had he been there, his soldiers would have felt encouraged to fight harder. For the safety of his person, he had been persuaded to go to Brixellum, where he awaited the result. Vague rumours of the overthrow of his army reached him at first, but when the wounded joined him, the bad news was confirmed. Otho's friends encouraged him to try again, and not to give up all for lost, while his soldiers crowded about him, kissed his hands, threw themselves on their knees, and begged him with tears in their eyes not to abandon them to the enemy. One private soldier pressed forward with a drawn sword in his hand, and said, "By this, Caesar, judge our fidelity. There is not a man among us but would strike thus to serve you." As he spoke, he stabbed himself to the heart, and fell dead. For a few moments Otho stood perfectly still, looking at his men with little show of emotion of any sort. Then he spoke thus: "This day, my fellow soldiers, which gives me such proofs of your affection, is preferable even to that on which you saluted me emperor. Do not, then, deny me the greater satisfaction of laying down my life to save so many brave men. In this, at least, let me show myself worthy of the empire, and die for it. I am of the opinion that the enemy has not gained a decisive victory. Several nations declare for us, the Senate is with us, and the wives and children of our opponents are in our power. But, alas! it is not in defence of Italy against Hannibal or Pyrrhus or the Cimbri that we fight. It is Romans against Romans, and whether we conquer or fail, our country suffers, and we commit a crime. For victory, to whichever it fall, is gained at her expense. I can die with more honour than I can reign, for by dying I shall establish peace in Italy, and save her from such another unhappy day." No argument or persuasion could induce him to alter his resolution. So, taking leave of his friends and the senators who were present, he dismissed them, then wrote several letters, and sent for Caius, his brother's son, then a little boy. To him he said, "You have no reason to fear Vitellius, for I have treated his family with the utmost tenderness and consideration. I had meant to adopt you as my son, but delayed it because I did not wish to involve you in my ruin if I failed. Remember, my boy, these my last words. Do not entirely forget, nor too well remember, that you had an emperor for your uncle." A moment after he heard a great noise outside. It was caused by the soldiers, who, seeing the senators departing, threatened to kill them for deserting Otho. Otho was obliged to assume a stern, angry air before he could quiet them and make them go also, and even then they obeyed very unwillingly. In the evening Otho had 2 swords brought to him, and after carefully examining their points, sent away one and placed the other under his arm. Then he called his servants, spoke kindly to them, and made each a present of a small sum of money. Having dismissed them, he went to bed and slept soundly. Early in the morning he summoned one of his chamberlains, and inquired if the senators were gone. On being assured that everything had been provided that they needed, and that they had all departed some hours previously, he said, "Go you, then, and show yourself to the soldiers, that they may not suppose you have helped me in killing myself, and put you to a cruel death for it." As soon as the man was gone, Otho fixed the hilt of his sword upon the ground, and fell upon the point with so much force that he expired with one groan. The servants, who waited outside, burst into loud lamentation, which was echoed throughout the camp. The soldiers would not quit the spot, though the enemy were approaching. They dressed the body in magnificent attire, and prepared a funeral pile. Many of them wept aloud, and threw themselves on the ground in despair, while not a few slew themselves, after throwing their burning torches upon the pile. A plain monument was erected over the spot where Otho's remains were interred, on which was this simple inscription: "To the memory of Marcus Otho." He died at the age of 38, after having reigned only 3 months. The soldiers then took the oath of allegiance to Vitellius, but he was one of the most despicable, vicious, coarse wretches that ever lived, and was put to death after a reign of 8 months, amidst the curses of the multitude. End of 51. Recording by Louise Meany, Canberra. End of Our Young Folks' Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman.